futures back to the downside once again this morning, coming off a relatively flat performance on Mondays. We get more weakness coming from the chip makers this morning. Micron joining NVIDIA, the latest chip maker to come out with a not only current quarter warning, but full year warning as well for MU. So back to the downside for the entire group once again this morning. All eyes, meanwhile, as far as the market is concerned, going to be on this CPI print coming up tomorrow morning at this time. We'll get the latest reading on inflation. That will be a very good indication as to how the Fed will proceed as far as fighting ongoing inflation worries. A couple of big moves to deal with this morning. NVAX, the first one to the downside, more than 30% after halving their full year guidance. We'll also talk about some of the EV makers. Tesla with Chinese delivery numbers that came in a little bit lower than expected as well. So, I mean, it's down, but not a heck of a lot for Tesla this morning. A number of interesting setups coming this morning, including the squeeze stocks moving around once again. It's Tuesday, August 9th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at red board once again. The NASDAQ under pressure, 0.6 right now for NASDAQ futures, 0.25% for the S&P. The Dow trying to get back to flat as we speak. In crypto land, we saw huge moves to the upside yesterday. We're giving most of that back right now. Ethereum down 5%, Bitcoin 3.3%. So back and forth we go once again for cryptocurrencies. Good morning, guys. Interesting one setting up here with big moves, as I said. NVAX tumbling, Upstart tumbling. We have chip makers back under pressure along with the overall market.
Yeah, good morning. The two names that halted at the close, right at the close before their earnings came out, they're the two names that are to the downside, none worse than Novavax. I mean, look, everyone knows that they were a little bit late to the game with their vaccine, so the demand just isn't there. Not approved for the booster yet, and it's like, in their age categories they're approved for, it's like 70-something% of Americans have already received that dose. So it's just, it's not a good look for them. I mean, cutting in half that revenue expectation is, you like to think that that's as bad as it can get for them, but there's a couple of things that we always have to remember here. Actually, it's one thing, and it's two stocks. It's that short interest. So on Novavax, it's about 20%. On Upstart, it's as high as 35%. A lot of these sort of beaten up names that gap down, we've seen it time and time again. You get that big short interest, and there's always a chance for a rally. So if these fresh lows don't get taken out, just got to sometimes get your teeth. Although I can't find anything that looks even nice about that report at all with Novavax. Sometimes you just got to be able to do it. And if we don't take out these bottoms, I might have to be looking for some longs in there. It's going to be a lot to look at. I mean, the meme stocks, there's a bunch of these squeeze names that are still in play. You know, AMC, Bed Bath & Beyond still doing pretty good volume. But Upstart and Novavax, they better be on your radar today.
Yeah, I just wrote down, hey guys, what's up? I hope you're having a great morning. I mean, why not? Today was actually pretty nice and, I want to say chilly outside, but there was a nice little breeze. It was nice.
Cold.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what.
It was like 21 degrees. That's cold.
My thing doesn't show up. I used to have the weather right there on the. I got to fix up the iPhone a bit, but yeah, it was a little cold, but it was nice though. That's the point I think that we're getting at right there. Yeah, the NASDAQ is trying to rally back. Look, I talked about Micron a little bit on the sticky note. We talked about NVIDIA from yesterday. Obviously, yesterday NVIDIA came out, smacked this sector a little bit with their warn, and you could see right here, Micron was just hovering around the 50 period at $62, and then that high of 66. I don't know how long it's going to take to get back there. They come out with a nasty little report this morning, or I guess, yeah, this morning. Warn on the remainder of the year. DRAM and NAND declined. So yeah, that's not good. I mean, that's their bread and butter there. So we'll see about this 58 mark coming through right here on Micron. We saw what happened yesterday to NVIDIA when they came out with that news. It actually rallied off the open. This is part of the problem that I'm having right now. And that's, I started the show there talking a little bit about Palantir versus Upstart, right? I mean, this is NVIDIA yesterday. They come out 191. It was live on the show. It was like basically right at 9 o'clock. I mean, we were sitting here and I was like, what is happening with the NASDAQ? And it completely cracked. But then when the market opened up, we made that bottom at 175, was that pre-market bottom. Then the market opened up and it rallied all the way back to 182. And it was like, okay, so it basically made back half that move, right? And then got faded pretty much the rest of the day. So when I look at that move, and then I look at what Micron's doing right now, you know, but so just pretend that that's a straight line down. So 62 down to 58. So if you go halfway back, that's around that $60 mark. So we could rally a little bit. I mean, the futures are going to tell the story here. I just wrote down that, hey, let's start this short rate around the pre-market levels here of 59.50 for Micron, and then see if we take down 58, right? But ultimately, we don't want to see this name get back to 61 if you're going to be shorting it. So Micron's on watch today. We're going to talk about Upstart. We're going to talk about lots of things. I also, unfortunately, I like the Tesla short as well off that negative Chinese delivery number. I don't know, Brendan. I feel like the market's a little exhausted. I mean, that bottom of June 16th, it's rallied. Obviously, we've talked about that 20% in the NASDAQ, and I don't know what it is now in the S&P, 14 or 15%, something like that in the S&P. Feels like that's a lot to do in a month and a half. So let's wait to see if this market does give a little bit back. We're through earnings season. But by the way, the average beat this year on earnings season is 2.5%. So I think that that's a lot. I don't think people were expecting that. So corporate America, although we're going to get some discussions probably on the chat, they seem to be okay with earnings. I mean, it's a lot of the guiding that hasn't been great, but I think that's because it's murky waters. So let's see what happens. We have tomorrow's going to be the tail of the tape, obviously, with CPI coming through, so that should be really interesting. But for today, we're here to trade, and I think there's a bunch of good names to trade.
As it was last month, that CPI number was the big catalyst on the month. Worth noting here, guys, Unity flying around a little bit, up 8% on decent volume here. It popped up on this note. AppLovin came out with confirmed their guidance, first off, but also proposing a deal to combine with Unity. So it looks like an all-class or an all-share proposal here from AppLovin for Unity, I guess, to combine the two companies, but they also confirmed their guidance. So yeah, Unity on a pop here, up 8%.
Unity.
I thought Tony stepped in and started buying.
You damn right Tony stepped in and
So
started
I think
buying.
Tony might have stepped in to buy. Unity is going to be a missed opportunity for me because I really like that name.
It's a good look. I want to get a couple of things out of the way.
My 8-year-old told me about that.
Two, one of them, Nielsen, got bought today in 28 in cash. So you'll probably see it pop in and out of my blotter from time to time, just like spread going back and forth trading. And then VRNA, which is on our watch list, it just broke the high here. Verona Pharma, 1250 was the breakout. We're talking about this one in the pre-market. Well, sorry, it's sort of in the chat earlier, and it's got a good catalyst there, and the float's anywhere from, I think it's 4 million to 30, depending on the source you check. Clean 10 was the next level there on the daily chart. So when I see that and I see a 15 wick high, 1250 is right in the middle, locked and loaded on that one to go. I took some out in front of 13. I think 15 is a reasonable area for it to go if it can hold about 1175 on the offer. So VRNA, low floater, although it was kind of hard to lock down exactly how big the float was. Like I said, anywhere from 4 to 30 million. Probably a distinction without a difference there. Small float is all you need to think about.
All right, let's jump into a few things you need to know here. We're just having a look at that VRNA. A ton of volume, but this AppLovin, interesting, guys. It's not actually doing anything for APP, but Unity, there's some more headlines coming across right now. So the board, I guess, making some comments, CEO making some comments as well. So I'll keep an eye on Unity and AppLovin as well. There was Norwegian out with earnings this morning. Some of the cruise lines moved on that. It is to the downside for NCLH. I was noticing some of the other ones, though, RCL and CCL, a little bit more active as far as trading right now anyways, but Norwegian with a miss as well.
Ugh.
I didn't really look at it. I mean, I don't really normally trade NCLH, but I guess we should have looked at it according to CCL because that's really the name that we tend to look at here. But NCLH is only $12. Wow. Some of this. So total revenue rose to 1.2 billion quarter from 4.4 million a year ago. Can you believe that? 4.4 million. I mean, obviously we can believe it because no one was taking cruises. But imagine that accounting. Like, okay, we're not doing too well, 4 million, and then all of a sudden, the very next year, it's 1.19 billion. Absolutely unbelievable. Okay, so but they expected 1.26, so a little lower than expected. So that's not a great number there. And their net loss narrowed at least to 122 a share from 194 a share. So not great as they miss. I guess it was just the revenue miss that they don't like there. So I feel like cruise lines obviously are just debt machines. If we have, oh man, we talked about Daryl. I was like, oh my God, what am I doing? Daryl likes to trade CCL, so maybe if you could pipe in there and what you think about this NCLH number here. But on a 20-minute chart, it's actually not that dangerous. You were up to 13. Obviously, this is going to hit being down $1.20, down 8% today. But you still have some of those levels. You just go back even to 2 weeks ago, back down here at $11 or $12. I feel like these cruise lines are going to be a good buy if they ever get back down to some of these levels of, I mean, these are like almost, you know, like that pandemic bottoms here on some of these names. We can check out CCL. I think it was $5, $6, $7, something like that.
So that's cold. It's not that bad. It's $10.
No, what their pandemic level was.
The pandemic level
I think
was.
right after, I think was around there. So it might not have been that low, but there we go, $11 or $12 there for NCLH. What I'm saying is I think as these dip down, you know, there is going to be a spot where you want to start to buy them. For a day trade, it's already done 1 million shares, which has been pretty sweet. But again, you know, I haven't really done the work on this name, so you know, not really super interested in it. But hey, the cruise lines, I feel like at some point are going to be good buys. I mean, the world's going to open back up. I'd look more to Disney and Airbnb and things like that for the travel sector. For me, I've never really invested in airlines or anything, so I'm going to stick or cruise lines. So I'm just going to stick with the Disneys. I think there's a little bit more behind them, especially with the streaming service and then the parks. And then, of course, I like the Airbnb model. I worry a little bit about legislation and stuff like that coming down on some of those listings. But those would be my two to pick up in the travel sector.
So with the CCL, I'm only going to look at it because we were watching this yesterday, and that's where we got a question in the afternoon show about the $10 level. It was like a scalp it or wait for it to break. And given the way the market was going sideways, I was like, I just kind of do both. Like scalp it in front of 10, take your 10 cents profit, and then if it breaks, you should like that short because there is your rejection of the 50-period moving average. A little wick top above it. Now you get this, their competition or brethren, whatever you want to call it, guides lower, and suddenly you have this like wick top from yesterday and a hard rejection of the $10 level. So shorting it to 10 makes some sense here for me today. It gets back above that price and forget about it. But your volumes are always better, almost always better, I want to say, on CCL. I haven't actually ran that study. I just check them every morning, and CCL is always the one doing the best volume. So I think that's your day trading vehicle. It's a short till 10. If it even gets up there. If you're looking for bottom breaks, maybe it'll bounce off like a 950 or something, and then there can be a short to pop situation there. But I'd look at that like later on in the day or in the morning. First things first, I want to be short to 10.
A couple other things of note here. SIGA not really doing much this morning, actually down slightly in the pre-market here. Ford as well, not really doing anything, but a couple of notes to make note of. Ford reopening their order book for the F-150 Lightning for the next wave of orders coming up on Thursday. Also, the U.S. going to buy about $26 million worth of SIGA's monkeypox outbreak virus drug thing that apparently is not approved by the FDA, so the U.S. going to buy it anyways.
All right, from now on, I guess I got to call it SIGA because I think I've probably been saying it wrong.
I think it's SIGA.
Is it SIGA
or
SIGA?
Know. How do we tell what it is? I mean, we got to find. You got to go to the company website and then see, listen listen to like the CFO talk about their great report, and then you'll be able to figure it out. But you want to talk about it?
Well, whichever it is, now it's going to be in my head. SIGA, I'm just going to say SIGA because I'm comfortable with that. SIGA has been a decent it's a better trading stock. It has been anyways, below 20, at least I've found. Once it's gotten above here, it's way more chop. I'd love to see this down around this $20 area to be able to buy a dip. Like that channel from the bottom that had a solid quick breakout, like this 19 down to like a low of 16.5, 17. That was a great channel because it had clear support, clear resistance, and a clear breakout. It's been a little choppier since it failed that 25. So, I mean, 25 is the big level. It gets up to there and breaks out. I think it's a hammer. The 25 break. I don't see that coming in today, not based on the lack of volume that it has. So I'd be looking to get back in like 19 even for SIGA. Right now, not a lot of pre-market volume, so it might not be a today thing. We could be looking at those levels later in the week.
So I'll just go back over to Ford. I mean, I really think that's great. I mean, opening up their order book again for the Lightning. I mean, I don't know. There was actually I have to ask Liz. There was that we did street walking, or what was it called, stalking the streets or something. There we did a little bit of that, and we talked about electric vehicles. And I ran into some dude that had, I don't even know if it was on there. I hope it was. He had this really sick F-150, and he was selling that to buy the F-150 Lightning. So I hope that was in that little TikTok or reel or whatever it was. If any of you guys have seen that, I saw it for 5 seconds, and it was on Reels. So I don't know if it was the same thing. But down there to $15. So I just think if they're going to open this back up, as Brendan said, their Ford opening order banks on Thursday, so a couple days, for the next wave of reservations for the F-150 Lightning. So to me, that sort of shows a couple things that obviously maybe they're going, I mean, I guess they're going to meet their production limits or capacity there for the F-150. Why would they be opening up reservations, I would think, unless, there was some sort of blue skies ahead for that product. So I look at 16, man. I mean, if we can break through 16, that'd be pretty awesome here for Ford. So that could be a really good level. You can see we've already sort of topped out at 16 before, 16.20 there. But look at this. You want to talk about something coiling up again right here. It's going to move one way. And I don't really see too much negative news here in the EV space. I mean, obviously we're going to talk about Tesla, but they've already had a huge run off their earnings. So, Ford down here, I feel like that's good news, and we could pop above, but, it hasn't really moved the last couple days. So in and out, maybe 30, 40, 50 cents of a range in a day. Yesterday was a big, I thought yesterday was a big mover for them. Let's just double check what it did yesterday for Ford. Yeah, there it was. So yesterday we opened up at 15.40, and that's where we went to that 16. So again, that's 50 cents. Other than this little move here, though, from noon basically up to that high, just respecting some of these bottoms. So you're going to have to watch out for this 1570 level. For me, for Ford, I'd rather wait for 1550. Let's see if it comes back in a little bit on an S&P move down. But I like Ford today. I mean, I think that's great news. Opening up order books. Once they get it all figured out, these big guys, Volkswagen, Ford, GM, you're not going to see the issues I feel like that you are with Lucid or Rivian, where they're going to come out and worry a little bit about production. These guys already have the plants, although I know they need to retrofit them for electric vehicles. But Ford and GM and Volkswagen, I think these will be the winners in the long term here on the electric vehicle space, just because they can get that capacity figured out, and they do have brand loyalty. Now, whether or not the quality of their cars can hold up, I don't know, but I'm talking about the F-150 here, and I think Cadillac is going to be a good brand for GM as well. And I don't know if they're planning on it. Maybe, Brandon, you know about this maybe more than I do, but like an electric Corvette, I think that would be kind of cool if they ever had that in the works. So I feel like there is some brand loyalty for some of these. And then the Lucid Air is coming out at like 120 or something. I mean, the Rivian, the R1T is the same thing.
Oh, it's important.
Super expensive. So
and when you say the price, I said something yesterday that I want to actually make a correction on, because when we talked about that the bill that got passed recently,
right,
and the tax credit for EVs, there was a cap on the maximum price for eligibility for that, and it's like, I think it was like $55,000 for cars. So the Model 3, like Tesla's Model 3, is like right in the pocket for that, but it's actually just a little too expensive. And then for trucks and SUVs, it was $80,000. So that bill doesn't do anything for Lucid and Rivian, right, unfortunately. I think that was, I'm pretty sure I said that. I'm like, this bill should be good for Rivian and Lucid, and they had a bit of a bump in the morning, but it does look like that little credit is probably not going to help them out because their vehicles are too expensive right now.
That makes sense.
I feel like Randy would buy an electric Corvette if there was one, but that's a great idea. I haven't read anything about that. There's a few of the clean type stocks we were talking about a little bit yesterday moving around here this morning to the downside. Sunrun, I just noticed, just made a pre-market low and bounced right back off that 33 again, but down 3%. A lot of these, made that initial move yesterday and then did nothing but sell off throughout the day. So a little bit of wait and see, I guess, still for some of the clean energy stocks.
Yeah, I think it's just a case they'd already gone too far, right? Like the thing about legislation like this is you already know, it's coming. You can sort of see in advance, and a lot of times, once you get like the sell the news event, and there was a nice bump at the open, but obviously it came back in so sharply after that bump at the open. It was just, you made a hard top, and then it wasn't like we put in higher lows or anything. It gave it all the way back and is now taking another leg down. And as I was saying, it probably has more to do with the fact that I'm just looking at Sunrun here on the daily. Like this was just in the 20s, right? Like just a week and a half ago. So obviously it could just be a case of a little bit too much too fast and a sell the news type of event. So yeah, I don't want to put the chip spill in the same category. Everyone's sort of seen this coming and knows how it's going to affect the major players. I think the bigger news right now has been that you've gotten 3 of the big names essentially warning everybody in the space about the possible downturn. So I think it's a little bit, that's a bigger deal than the actual chip bill itself in the short run here. But I wouldn't be picking up any of these until we get a lower consolidation. Let it settle down a bit. Maybe they'll find a bit of a bid in the next day or two.
I just wanted to, I mean, sometimes we talk about electric vehicles and it's like, okay, I like the space, but I don't really know, which name I want to get into. Well, everything now is solved with an ETF. So you have Drive, D-R-I-V. So if there was anything that you guys wanted to look at, obviously it's been a nice little move to the downside there, but this is an ETF. And I can find out, I mean, I'll have to Google what all the weightings are for this, but DRIV, if you guys are looking for anything, it's not that it's doing any volume, 64 shares today. But, it looks like a stock, trades like a stock, is a stock, and it is an ETF. So DRIV, I will find out when we get back from Brennan. I'll just Google it right now, what the holdings are there. And someone is 100% right in the chat here. Where was it? Here it is right here. What's up to Mark Wagner? Shout out to Mark Wagner in the chat. Trade with Prad, get rich. Yep, that's 100% right. Prad will be on live on our show on the channel at 11 o'clock. So get ready to get rich with Trader Prad and Midday Madness. But for now, we're going to go over to Upgrade and Downgrade Madness with the madman himself.
Madman?
Where do I come up with these things?
That needs
Brendan
to be
Wicked.
That needs to be a T-shirt, I think. There we go. I mean, a lot of the action on the downgrade side today. Palantir top of the list. Deutsche Bank with a downgrade on that. Nike on there to the downside. Upstart and Allbirds. Bird is not the word today for Allbirds. Sneaker Maker. GoodRx with their report they beat. GDRX, little one that's come off a ton this year as well. Nothing else too exciting here, guys.
Yeah, Tellurian's an interesting one on the nat gas play because it's, I don't know, they got an interesting concept there, and it's also 20% shorted, so it's always worth watching. Allbirds reported and got absolutely smoked. I'll say this much: the shoes are really comfortable. I actually don't remember what I paid for them because, quite frankly, I think my wife bought them. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure she bought them for me, so I have no idea what they cost me. But they're fantastic. Like I wear them all the time on the weekends. But you talk about a beat up name here. It's not moving a heck of a lot. It just when I see something like this, I did double check just to make sure it's this habit now. I cannot look at a stock that is down like an ungodly percent without first wanting to go to float checker and check to see the short interest. And it's always relatively high, 13% in this case. The float's not all that big. So it's in that bucket of stocks which could possibly make a run. Unfortunately, not a lot of volume here today. And if it had gapped down further, I think there'd be more interest. But it's a tight enough consolidation that it might just be on the radar for a little bit here. And apparently, watch out for Bed Bath & Beyond. It's making another... I saw people in the chat pointing it out, and then I flipped over to it and saw it kind of break this 1150. Didn't really get that far up to 75s, but this was another one. Sharp incline at the open, and then kind of just sat there doing nothing. But look at the support it put in at 1075, and then look at where the support is right now. Pretty much that same price. Well, 1075 to 11 looks like a bit of a starting zone for me. I'm in that VRNA, which right now up to like 1330 looks like it's on that charge, hopefully to $15 there. There's lots of these runners, man. It's just there's no shortage of them, and there's no shortage of names that have 10 to 30% short interest. It feels like how can that much of the market have that big short interest? But here we are.
What do we think of Unity popping? Oh yeah, Coin has earnings after the bell today. I want to say thanks to, I still got the Nikes, the Dunks right here, so we're going to talk about Nikes in a second. Thanks to Mike for these, so we're wearing these today. But Nike on the downgrade. I like Nike down here to 110 if it can find that bottom. So we'll wait to see if it does come back in. It's down one and a quarter or 1.5, I guess now, down here. So that's a possibility down to 110. You had some stops here and dropped down to 104. I mean, obviously we know about their earnings. I think they cracked close to 100, if not a little bit below, but it's a nice move back upside for Nike. I was thinking that Nike could break this 115, and when it does, we want to be here to take that. It's actually 115.50. Let's call it 116 flat there. So some consolidation and then a downgrade. So you got to watch out for Nike possibly taking out this 111.50 on open. That is a definite possibility as well. There it is right there. Okay, so Jose wants to talk about VRNA there. So he's got a $15, what does it say there? $15, here, I'll put it on the screen so everybody can see it if you're not in the chat. So I'll put it up here. Thanks for the $20. Jose, agreed, VRNA, $15 plus. Got me 50 shares at $12.50. So yeah, okay, I don't know. The thing about it is you can't really call up some of these stocks and like try to realistically predict where it's going to go. I think you got to really try to play momentum as much as you can. So great pickup at $12.50. Obviously, it's now at $13.50. So, you know, that's $1 right there. I know Neil's already sort of looked at this, but this is another one of those names that's moving sort of, you know, uncharacteristically here. I mean, we're making new levels here for VRNA, right? So you got to watch out. I like the target of 15. I think that it's very, very smart to play around with levels that are even dollars like that, especially like psychological. Like if this was at 18, I would think the next level would be 20. So I like that logic, Jose. And then if we just double check, just so everyone can see here, we don't have much as far as the short float. I looked this up earlier, and it says only 4 million shares outstanding here, according to these two, 40 million according to Yahoo and Wall Street Journal. So this is the float, right? The tradable shares. The outstanding shares a little bit higher. So yeah, VRNA here on news today looks like it wants to continue its climb. So just watch out. If you're already in it, there's nothing wrong with taking some profit, but I do understand that if you play these a lot, there's a greed factor too, because a lot of them don't work out. So this is a good one. There it is. Okay, all we got to do is talk about this a little bit. Thanks, Jose, for that one. There it is. Thank you to everybody for Jose for this, I think. We're talking about it a little bit. Now it's starting to go. Not that we have that much influence, but there it goes. VRNA taking out the day's high right now. Only up a paltry 94% today. So watch out. There could be some profit taking. But hey, whenever I would be, like if I'm in these stocks, whenever I am in it, it's like I wait for the market to open. It's like I just can't wait for that first few moves on retail when they come out at 9:30 and then possibly get that halt move, right? So it's going to have to move that 10%. So it's only $1.50 and this thing halts, which I think you want to be a part of. So let's wait to see VRNA, and thank you, Jose, for that.
More guys on this AppLovin and Unity proposed deal. If you missed it earlier, AppLovin offering to buy Unity for 17.5, we'll call it, billion in all stock. So that's all you need to know on that. Essentially, it's an all stock potential deal. Nothing has been announced or confirmed or agreed upon or even talked about outside of AppLovin throwing that into their earnings call. But Unity still pretty active here.
That's going to be like, you're going to have to keep your ear to the ground for any response or updates on the potential deal. And when it's all stock, that means if you're trading this, you got to watch AppLovin pretty closely because they should. It's not going to have as tight a relationship as when a deal is firmed up. Also, then you got to throw in. There's so much to consider with this because I'm going to double check on Unity. Flow Checker is a great resource, man. It feels feel like it's like one of those. Before we even had that. Although it's annoying sometimes. After you have to type in Unity and then I have to start software. I couldn't even
just do you.
It didn't even work when I just put you. So and then you have like a 16% short interest, anywhere from 13 to 18. Those numbers are a bit fluid on Unity. I think that for at least the morning, that's what's going to be in play here. The fact that you have a potential buyer in a deal that could close. Anytime that happens, I mean, shorters are going to want to get out of it. Just keep in mind that they now have the option to there's going to be hedging opportunities out there in this trade. So it's not as easy and clean of a short squeeze, but I would look for maybe dip buy support type levels for Unity. Just keep an eye on AppLovin. The market tanks, and if that were to go down, then you're going to want to watch your floors on Unity. I'd probably play off like when the news first came in, you had a dip into 52. I think that'd be a good level to start out with, but that's really tricky. There's a lot of forces at play here. I'd like to hear that the deal's firm. That would be nice.
There is 0% chance this deal gets firmed up, okay? Because if Unity, what was it, 17 billion or something?
That's what you said, 17 billion.
There's
17
no
and a
way. I
half?
mean, that would be literally them just throwing in the towel. I mean, I don't think that somebody. I mean, what Unity is this? Making the games, movies, the engine. I don't. If they're just going to give everything up. And again, I don't know enough about the deal. But when you were basically, so I think at yesterday. I mean, I just looked it up. At yesterday's valuation, it was 14 billion, right? So basically, they're going to sell it for right here. So 14 billion. Add 10% to 14 billion. You're at that 17, 18. So that's basically $55, $60. So you're telling me that like the board or whatever majority shareholders are somehow going to sign off on this kind of a deal? I mean, I think that would be ridiculous. I think they'd have to at least double that offer. I mean, don't you got to get back to $100 at least to where you were in April? Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a little bit more trouble.
58.85.
58.85, yeah. So okay, so the math works. So that just seems to me way too low. I mean, obviously when it was up here at $200, that's not. I mean, shareholders aren't going to be able to use that as a baseline. I mean, a lot of these names got really blown out here during COVID, and especially some of these newer IPO names where everyone was paying up for growth like crazy, right? So that's fine. We're not going to get to there, but are they really going to accept right here? You said 58, so that's this line right here. So that's what they're going to take. If they do, that's fine. I'm not certain of why they would do that, and I'm sure there'd be some sort of integration there where there would be hopefully a forward look on APP if it was going to be an all stock deal. But I find that pretty hard to believe that they're going to throw in the towel here on Unity. But hey. I guess stranger things have happened. Microsoft, for some reason, bought Activision Blizzard for whatever the heck they paid for that, which seems to be always like
believe it till it's not. That's the
something.
way I look at it, even if it doesn't.
Oh,
make
no, I
sense.
believe it. I just like Brendan said, I just don't know. We haven't even heard from anybody from Unity as far as I know. Yeah. So I feel like there's no way that gets approved, but. We'll see Unity up 10%. It should be a fun one to trade today.
Yeah, I will put it on screen here and see if we get any response. Again, it's just AppLoven offering that much for Unity. Let's bring in Arun here. Get a check of the overall market as we head toward big day tomorrow, Arun. It's kind of a wait and see type of feel this morning ahead of the CPI data tomorrow.
Yeah, and it's been a number that everyone's been really moving markets with, right? We saw what happened last time. It just completely fell apart. So here we are kind of waiting for this number once again. This market did make a move yesterday, tried to do a little breakout that failed in a big way. So we went as high as high 80s, 88 or something like that, and then fell off, and we ended up seeing 30, 31, 30, 30 even yesterday. So 50-point range yesterday from top to bottom. Here we are coming to the day. We do have somewhat of a resistance point north of 50, so I'm going to keep my eyes on 41.50 up to 41.65. Potential short opportunities to the downside, though. It's very tricky all the way down to 4,100. There's a lot of checkpoints that could act as support if they build up enough around it, but there isn't enough to stop the market if it were to go down. So I would just tread carefully, potentially on the long side. But shorts are a little bit easier to come by because of how the levels have been kind of set up. So 4,100 on the downside is there if you can find a solid setup. 41.50 going up to 41.65 is there for potential fades, and that would be the easier trade, I would say. And for now, here we are 31. There's not a whole lot you can do at 31 here with the market just kind of figuring out what it wants to do. And if that's the case, you let it trade. I mean, if you don't know and the market wants to wait, then you wait as well. And we'll deal with this tomorrow when the numbers come out, and then it's going to get very active, and then probably trade fairly decently for at least for the first 90 minutes before we probably get into summertime volume trading once again. So keep an eye on tomorrow. And if the market wants to go sideways today, I would just be patient and wait it out.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow after that number. It'll be 8:30, obviously. We get that CPI data tomorrow morning. Let's get into the watch list here. Just watching this Unity still, but that's the link, guys, to the watch list we send out every single morning before we come on at 8:30. Chip stocks, top of the list this morning after NVIDIA yesterday warned, remember, on their current quarter and full year. Micron becomes the latest to come out and do the same, not only on Q4, but also talking about Q1 into 2023, with demand still going to be a little bit challenging here for some of these chip makers.
Challenging, eh?
Challenge, yeah. I mean, yesterday was a challenging day for NVIDIA as they guide and warned lower as well. And then today we have the same thing for Micron. So I don't, these names had some big runs, but the SMH has really sort of been behind the curve here a little bit. It's been sort of the big caps and some of these growth stocks that have really led the way, not the AMDs of the world or the NVIDIAs of the world, and definitely not Micron or Intel. Or they're all the same. They all go up. I mean, AMD and NVIDIA can get going a little bit more, but they can also fall a lot more, right? And so as you come down, this sector really hasn't revived itself. I mean, you know, the chips were the thing of the future. I still believe in them. I mean, if there is going to be a metaverse or anything like that, I mean, everything is requiring GPUs, processors, chips. We talked about that with Ford as well earlier with the semis coming through. So, I mean, this is not a great report here for Micron. So I look to fade it. I mean, it's pretty simple. The play is going to be pretty simple for me. We saw yesterday, we talked about NVIDIA on their move down, and then they retraced back a little bit on a NASDAQ bounce. I think yesterday we were down about the same at open. Remember, we were positive, and then NVIDIA sent the market down about 1%, and then we rallied a little bit back. This is that move here on NVIDIA yesterday, so I'm just going to use it as reference. I think NVIDIA has a little bit more movement to it than Micron, obviously. It's much more volatile. It's a higher beta to the market. So you go 191 all the way down to 175 and then back to 182. So I feel like that made about a 40 to 50% retracement back into that move, and that stopped at about 10 o'clock before the market finally turned. So if I kind of use the same logic and then kind of just leveled off, and then a nice rally again into the close. So I mean, some of these names started to get going again. NVIDIA down that 2.5%. Disappointing because it did have, like I said, a nice move into the close. And if Micron doesn't come out today and say that kind of stuff, also NVIDIA gets downgraded, right? So, you know, there is that possibility there as well to have NVIDIA to the downside. But if we're just going to look at one name, I would choose Micron today because it's active. I would say if you do retrace back up, we're going to definitely sit there. I don't have an order yet. I should. I don't know why I'm looking at it right now. I should have an order around this 59 area, 59.50, just in case we get a bump back up early. We want to short this pre-market, but it looks like right now it's trying to tick lower and take out this pre-market low. So I feel like a rip back up could happen if the market gets going, and if it does, then I do want to be sitting somewhere around $60, $61 to short Micron. So I say a little bit of a bump back up. It can't be good news for them, so I don't see them going green today, obviously, but 59.50 I want to start right where this pre-market level is, and then if we're wrong, it's going to be somewhere around the 61, which is kind of yesterday's bottom. So that's where I want to be wrong at, and I think we're ready to short it into that level.
Yeah, look, if Micron breaks 60, I'm going to lose today. There's pretty much zero question about it. It's just, even if it wasn't for the news that dropped on them here and what happened with NVIDIA yesterday, if we're trading below a level like the 59.50, that's a floor break after a rejection try to actually consecutive closes above the 50 period, trying to break back out. Look what happened the last time I rejected the 50 period. It made a fresh low, went down 33%. So, I'm not saying it's going to go down 33% from here, but today I want to short into 59.50 at the open. If it breaks 60, I'm definitely going to be taking a loser on it. And if it takes out 58, there's lots of room potentially to the downside. I don't want to ignore NVIDIA because I do believe Kathy Wood buying up a bunch of shares. Maybe that's why it got a bit of a it got a couple of really good bounces, like through 74 to 80, and then late in the day it had that big turn. But 76 was at linchpin level, so we're a little farther away. That 76 level, I think, if we get there, then I'll consider going into a short on NVIDIA again. But it absolutely turned around, and that's what I like about a level. Like it was good resistance, and then once it broke through, you ran away from that price. So if we find any resistance there again, I think that's where I would be shorting NVIDIA. But those are the two I'll be watching here today. Maybe there's some bottom longs on AMD if it can get low enough, but that's not my first thought.
All right, let's go to NVAX here. We are about $4 or so away from fresh lows on the year for NVAX. And you got to go all the way back to about 2020 to find any kind of levels on this thing after they halved their sales forecast going forward as vaccine demand falls off a cliff for them.
Yeah, look, if you're you come that late to market when basically all the vaccines have been rolled out and everyone's got the Pfizer and the Moderna, and that's what their problem is. And it sucks because obviously, you know, it's not a great situation for them. They finally cross the line and get their approvals, and since then it's just been getting battered. Unfortunately, the short interest is significant here. It is 20%. That's worth noting. You have on the daily a 35 level, which might find some support. That's your June low. and you just broke down the 50 period. I don't think we're going to have to deal with that in any form today unless a crazy squeeze happens. I always say if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. I've only been saying that for a couple of weeks, but I've been saying it every single time this comes up. And at that point, I'm looking at this $38 level and saying if we're above 38, at 9:30, if we test lower and do not break 38, then there's a potential squeeze long here because the risk reward is just going to favor it. Resistance is up at like 40 to 40 and a half. That was true in the aftermarket. That's true here. So I won't be diddling very much. If we open and we do not make a fresh low, I will try the long into that 40-50 and try to hold some for a little bit more than that. And that's not an endorsement of the earnings in any stretch of the imagination. It's just down 30% and 20% short interest. If it takes out that low, there's room to 35 anyways for a trending trade. So it's not like you will have potentially missed out on a bigger trade. Sucks to be Novavax, but this is certainly one that has to be on the radar. And there was somebody this morning when I sat down, when there was 200,000 volume on the stock all day, all morning, somebody threw 75,000 shares on the offer at 38.75, took the whole load, and then popped another 50,000 at 39 even on the same gateway. So I'm sure it's the same person probably, or same firm, and then sold that too. To me, that's not someone that took a short position. That's someone that's like, I'm getting out of my Novavax shares and just dumped 125,000 just after 7 a.m. You don't really see that very often. So maybe that's a little bit more bearish than what I just said for looking for a bit of a squeeze long. But it's worth noting because you don't see that very often.
I know Arun came, and shout out to Arun. What's up, Arun? I know that he came and talked about the futures a little bit here, but I'm going to look at TQQ just really quickly. So this is, again, a triple ETF for the NASDAQ. This one is the long. If you need to borrow shares, then you can just trade SQQ and flip the chart around. So we don't have to pay for shorts on either of these names, so I'm going to just stick with the one that's long based and then short it if I have to, right? So anyways, I was just looking at this right here. It's right at a level right now that, I think it's going to be a red day today. Look, tomorrow we have CPI. I wonder if people will be trying to get positioned up for that number. Where's the number? If you're going to be predicting it, I don't really have a prediction. I can say that gas prices around here, and I believe food prices as well, have come down a little bit, at least in the GTA from what I can see. Gas for sure, and not that that's the only thing that's going to matter as far as that. You could pull the numbers out and go, X auto and things like that, or X gas and food, but energy and food. But I look at this TQQ here, and I wonder if we break 34 to the downside, then do we get to this 32.50 area, sort of where we were back around August 2nd, August 3rd, just kind of before the weekend. We had a nice little bump up there. As I said, it's been a nice move for the market. Will we give some back in preparation for tomorrow? So I kind of look at this and say to myself, why not try something here at 34? So, if we do get an opportunity to short this 34, this is what it looks like on a daily chart. Okay, obviously right there was a split or something of TQQ. I have to find out about that 3-for-1 because that would make more sense there. But right there, that high is 36. I don't think we're going to get into that. And then there's some of these levels, man. 33, that top is 35. So, we're right around there. I feel like you can be a little safe shorting the market right now against this 34 and then sort of using a top. And I will put it on if we do break back down below that 34. I like that play. Remember, it is triple levered, so you're going to get a little bit more of an exercised move if you do get caught in it, so be careful with that. But 34.50, yesterday's bottom there into the close, I think is something to look at if you get out of the trade. So, short through 34, I think I like that play. I'm going to take it. I'm going to put it on. And then my out, just because I don't want to get run over here, something like a 35-ish kind of thing there for TQQ. So let's see if that can work. We could be completely wrong. You guys know that I prefer to go long on stock. I don't really. It's just most of the breakouts I'm looking for are longs rather than shorts. Today we'll go short on Micron. Let's try this NASDAQ name here. The triple Qs, shorted, inverted 3 times. So if you like it, it's SQQ. I'm going to take a shot on this one, as I just don't see the market being up today heading into CPI tomorrow.
All right, let's go to Upstart here. Another one with miss on their quarterly results. Also, the forecast, guys, Q3 forecast with not good overall. The numbers themselves a miss EPS, a miss on revenue, and the forecast to the downside for UPST.
So quickly, before we get to that, just one last thing here. VRNA just tested 1475. I just put a trail on. That's close enough to the 15 target. I'm now out of this one. And sometimes I prefer when you take a breakout style trade for one of these to just get in, have a target, and get out. A lot of times at the open, there can be a rug pull. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but 15 was a reasonable area when you looked at the daily chart. Also 10 to 1250 to 15 is the kind of like easy round numbers that I'm always involved in. If it pulls back, remember the breakout price of 1250. Oftentimes you find support at a breakout price. Side note, AMC making a bit of a move there as well. But Upstart falls a little bit into the category of what I just said with Novavax. The short interest is actually larger here. It's 35%, maybe accounting for why you actually had a bit of not a gap up, but a push higher since the aftermarket. The aftermarket, it was down, it hit $25, which, that's more about liquidity than anything else. I think that sometimes you look at those numbers and it doesn't really make a difference. It has so much room down to where support is, and it didn't really even challenge that or look like it wants to hold down around that range. So it's a potential to squeeze with that 35%. It's down 11. It's SSR. That is another factor. When a stock is short sell restricted, sometimes it can make any up moves even better. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but people can't hammer the short without an uptick. So when it's going down, it's a little bit more difficult for people to be hammering the short. And it's left some support in tow here. Like this 27 level is not taken out. So if we're going to hang out actually higher off of consolidation, then if we don't break this low here, it's about 27.75 again. That gives you a bit of a line in the sand. I'd love to be able to try a 28 short long in front of 27.75, risk like 25 cents in slippage when the stock's got a 35% short interest, and I'm not even sure we get that chance.
I have it on the list here as well as a possible short into 30. So that would be something here to wait out for. I've waited for those, paid for those shorts. So we will be able to get that. Obviously, like Neil said, it is on a downtick here for SSR. So you're going to have to get a short off the ask, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. The only thing that I look at this when I compare it to yesterday is just the fact that we had that Palantir, which the quarter looked very similar to this, and they started the day basically down 11 or 12%, and then you could see what Palantir did, which was gave us the short in the pre-market. Maybe I have my orders here yesterday for this. Yes, they are, so my trades are still here, so that's great. So yesterday, we started the day short there. Palantir was good until open, and then it cracked higher, went up to some of those pre-market levels, and even higher, went up to 1040. So Palantir, off of a bad miss yesterday, basically opens at 973 and goes right to 1040, right? Before just settling down in the afternoon and basically closing at the same level it opened. So if I'm going to use that same kind of logic here, and again, this is another high growth name, Upstart. They've warned a little bit differently than Palantir, of course, but Upstart with that same little move right now just made a back move to 2950. So for me, I think we kind of wait around this 2950 area, try to take the short, and then if it blows through 30, then we just get out. It's a pretty simple trade for me. It's not a max position or anything even close to that. So we'll wait to see about this 2950 and then moving back in for that. So we'll put an offer here, 2950 for Upstart. Watch out if it breaks 30. We want to get out of that if that does happen. What's going on with this TQQ? I tried to get short there. Okay, so it's still at the same level. Because I'm offering now 24s, just because I thought we'd like to get that short. But that's not happening right now, so hopefully that will come through. It's just, that's what's happening. It's just dark pool dumps right now, because, it just looks ridiculous on the chart. So hopefully we don't get wicked into anything. I don't have any stop orders other than...
I have a couple.
Other than this. So, hopefully I don't get into this on a stop order. But, so...
What?
VNRA, AMC, everything. What's happening now?
Oh, no, Brendan just put out chat. Serena's retiring.
Yeah, of course she is.
That sucks.
Yeah,
It has to happen.
That's the thing. At some point, but that's great for Serena. I think probably... there's Navratilova, there's Steffi Graf. There's her. That's what I'm saying. Like when you're doing that, I remember when Venus was kind of the hype shit, and then all of a sudden Serena just dominated, right? Shout out to Andrea Andreescu there.
It's those younger siblings, man. Bianca. If you grow up playing against like an older sibling, that's great. Like it's hard not to basically you're always the underdog.
That movie. It's Will
I
Smith is the dad.
I haven't seen King Richard either, which is
King
ridiculous.
Richard, good
I haven't,
one, yeah,
but I
good
haven't
name.
seen shit. Like there's so many movies I haven't seen at this point, which just sucks because I love movies. But anyways, I shouldn't have.
She's one of I mean, she's one of like if you're going to go into like that GOAT status, like every sport has one, and congratulations to her. The thing is like. They're not going to have any problem with sponsorship or anything. Like, she's well beloved there. And I was going to say that Bianca Andreescu, that was one of the great moments for Canadian tennis history when she won the U.S. Open, obviously in New York, in Serena's hometown. I believe it's her hometown, anyways. Really, that was a great moment for Canadian tennis. But I don't think she's done much since. But we have that other one.
Well, she's done.
We have that other. What's that other female tennis player's
It's
name?
not-
She won something as well. They're
Fernandez.
great. We're doing great. And then we have Brooke Henderson on the golfing side of things. So Canada representing DeGrasse. I mean, track and field. I mean, we're not doing too bad. Something called hockey. I don't know. But soccer.
We didn't win the Commonwealth, but the World Cup.
Soccer?
The fact that we're in the World Cup is pretty damn.
Best
cool, man.
women's team in the world. Soccer women's team. Anyways, okay, Brendan, that's enough about this. Only 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, great career for Serena. It's a Vogue article. If you want to check it out, go to Vogue.com. Meme stocks, squeeze stocks, whatever you want to call them, back in action once again this morning. Higher for the most part here, but definitely nowhere near what we saw yesterday. I mean, there's a long list to get through. I was kind of noting that this one, Hellbiz, was holding up a little bit better than the rest of them this morning. Ergo as well was in play. Car lots, there's this eye lag, if you remember from yesterday, was moving around. In addition to obviously GME, AMC, and Bed Bath & Beyond.
So, like, first thing, someone asked in the chat, how are we able to short without options? So we have. At Day Trade the World, and probably true of a lot of prop firms and trading in general, there's something called borrowable shares. So you can get locates to borrow shares to then short them into the market and short the equity. So that's all we're doing here. If a stock doesn't have free shares to borrow, sometimes we have to pay for those locates to be able to short. Example would be AMC. I think we're paying like 1/3 of a cent per share if we want to short AMC. Now it still has some support down around that 22 area, so I think that can be a bit interesting here today. I like 23 as well. I'm on the bid at 22 just because it looked like it was going to dump down into there, but it feels like 25. And like these wicks, these dark pool dumps that just happened, are kind of skewing the charts, but these are in fact dark pool dumps. It did not trade up to 27.5. We're sitting at 24. 25 is going to be, I guess, the big level, I think, of resistance for the AM, for the morning, so watch out for that 25. That's where I'll be sort of highlighting this stock. If it fails 25, I actually think it's a short off that 25 level, and I don't want to be a buyer till down at 22 there for AMC. There was yesterday's Hellbiz. I don't know if this counts as a squeeze stock, but why not? Like yesterday, it was $1 a couple of times and a 125 break, then 150. I did trade it off too with a tight stop, mostly because I like it down at the lower levels for dip buys. I much prefer buying dips in front of support than taking breakouts. And this is more of a day two play. So I'd like it to make a bit of a bottom before I jump back into that. So those are the two that I will be watching here. I know Bed Bath & Beyond is also moving. Plenty of names to watch, but you got to make sure you pick your spots, right? Like you can't trade 6 of them at the same. Well, I guess you could if you're an algo, but most people aren't trading 6 of those at the same time. So
6 of those.
Yeah, I'm looking Hellbiz, I'm looking AMC, and then I have my radar obviously still on that VRNA.
Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond. I just want to talk about that because it is on the sticky note. Follow me at TraderTV. Sean, thanks for all the love happening over there as well. That $10 level for Bed Bath & Beyond, I just wouldn't mind seeing that one more time. So I am bidding ahead of that. Don't know if that's going to happen or not. We're into our TQQ trade, but I like that $10 level. Again, maybe if you get long, you can hold it through 10, maybe. But 950 possibly as an area there for Bed Bath. Nice little movement, obviously from earnings. It's been a great play. And then I know Neil just talked a little bit about AMC also, and I was thinking the $22 level was going to be something that, again, if and when these charts loaded up, but that 22 where we had some consolidation back on the 5th. So, that's a little area of support that I think you can come into. So bidding around there I don't think is a horrible decision either. So, AMC, yeah, Neil just talking about those. I heard you talking about those wicks, so obviously that's what that is. So it didn't trade even close to there. So yeah, 24.50, 24.25. you just got to watch the momentum. It's a pretty easy trade when the momentum gets going. So I think that's all we have to do. Yesterday was my number one trade here. We were long the day before, obviously into the close, and then hella long yesterday when we started to break higher. So this was a great, and we left it alone the whole day. So we were basically done with this thing. Once it came back and tested 26, we tried it again. That didn't happen. Well, it did. It happened pretty good, and then just faded all afternoon. So for me, has to get into this area again, 24-ish. So once we get to there, that's right where we are right now. So this is kind of a popping zone again here, but we just did it make that move to 25 there, 25.50? Let me just double check here on eSignal to see if not. So it didn't. So none of that happened. None of those moves happened at all. The high, according to eSignal in that move, is 24.20. So that's about as high as we got right there, which makes sense. So I would say you're looking for a break through 25 for sure. If that happens, I'm going to punch the long, 25 long through AMC, and we'll just wait for that to happen. Check quickly before we go over to Brendan. Only 5 minutes left. We haven't done this yet. Twitter on his sell side here. This is the imbalance locator. Really starting to get a lot of volume here. 3 million now for AMC as you're seeing it dance. Palantir with a downgrade somewhere today. I hear Tony in the background, so he'll be on the bell coming up in 5 minutes. Palantir, Twitter with a sell. I don't know the story with Twitter. I mean, we know the story. I think it's better to stay away from it for now unless, again, something hits the wires, which we'll have Brendan for. There's your VRNA, just for some of you looking to attack that name. That's on a sell. Hellbiz there on a buy, up to $2. That's interesting. Neil's talked about that. And then there's Bed Bath & Beyond. So, yeah, wow. So a lot of the names that are moving around are on the
Twitter one, they're on the offer. Like that's actually, that order is right there at 42.80. Yeah. So the entire 1.2 million shares is actually sitting there on the book at 42.80, which I think it'll tell you it's not likely to open any higher than that as long as it's going to be legitimate. But there are a couple of small caps we haven't mentioned there that are on the board there. Brendo, you got one.
GDRX earnings name. I mean, it's kind of mid cap, I guess. It's 3 billion. This is 1050 and then 11, which was the high from aftermarket and then the pre-market high back to the upside. Already broke to the downside, so I'm going to work into this 1050 and 11. Just worth noting above that, there's a ton of room. The next kind of pit stop would be 14 and a half on the way back to the upside. So heads up on this one. If it does start to get going back higher, there's a ton of room to get going for GDRX on an earnings beat, guys.
Yeah, well, that's like 25 to 30% short interest. Why does everything have a huge short float at this point? Well, I guess we kind of know why. But Brendan mentioned that crypto was making some kind of a pullback here. I mean, look. Ether was up at 18, pulling back into 17. That's significant. Coinbase has been on a bit of a tear lately, if you hadn't noticed. But each day, and we talked about this yesterday, how each day after its parabolic move up, just a little bit less follow through, a lot less follow through, and then really most of the day, it sort of spent it after the opening selling. And today, you're essentially gapping down. Apologize for the percentages. There's still a few stocks that we're having to correct. It's got incorrect close prices from last week on like 5 or 6 symbols. So it's not, Coinbase is actually down from the close. You can sort of see that from like 98 or so down around 93. I think it's a fade in front of that 98 to 100 level on Coinbase here today. Probably 95 has to get tested first. That's way too tight the way this thing is squeezed before to just want to get in and throw a 50-cent stop. I'd rather this pop because we know it's rejected each pop that it's made at the open, and each time it's been more shallow. But yesterday it did a $4 or $5 run. It did like a $10 run the day before that, and I mean last week I think we all remember when it ran like $30 in the pre-market. If it does a couple bucks, I'll look to fade that on Coinbase.
All right, I just found a level here for Palantir. So, I mean, Palantir gets, I think it was, maybe Brendan can confirm this. Was it on the downgrade? I think it was the one of the number ones there. What, do you remember the company, Brendan? It doesn't really matter.
Deutsche Bank.
Deutsche Bank. Okay, so Deutsche Bank with that. So just looking at this level here, Palantir obviously yesterday they tried to get going. We talked about that. The earnings were obviously pretty bad. And when you're a growth stock and you're down 12% one day and down another 3% the next day, and then get downgraded, and I'm sure there was some analyst action on it yesterday. I'm looking at this 940 to go short on Palantir, obviously. So you will see there if it can happen. 940, and then if 940 hits, I think you go to 910-ish. Maybe 9. I don't know know. I mean, the market's really going to have to go down. We're short the TQQ, not a big position because the market hasn't opened yet. We sort of know where we want to go with that. But I'm looking at this 940 area to short now on Palantir. So a breakthrough. I've already put the order in. So that will trigger off open with only a minute and a half to go. Some of the ideas, again, you can check out the sticky note at Trader TV. Sean, our watch list is available too at Trader TV Live or watchlist.tradertv.live. You can find that. Just a quick check back in on Micron as we're getting ready to go here, man. So Micron is going to be a name that I'm going to be interested in as that short. I am now sitting at 59.50, which is this pre-market top. Really, it's 59.30 or so, but we'll see about that. And then a short up to 61 where we're wrong. So that's, you know, Micron and Palantir are the two names that I think I'm going to get into pretty early here. So that's what I'm looking at. And then again, a short up to 61. I know Neil wants to get out at 60. I think that's fine too. But if you're wrong on Micron, then you want to get out. So we'll wait for 61 as our top for that name based on just 61 rate here the last couple of days. So we'll wait on that with only 30 now, Neil. Going to be a lot of mover today.
Yeah, lots of movers here today. Tony's on the bell in 20 seconds. I don't want to forget Smile Direct Club because I did say if this thing gets to $1, it's got a big short interest. They had poor earnings as well. They missed top and bottom. It doesn't matter, who knows. But decent short interest, not a lot of volume. It's close enough to $1 that if it gets down there, I'll play that support and then have my stop ready to go. But as we said, Tony on the bell, lots to watch here. We didn't even talk about Amazon. Get to that one at the open.
Oh,
I like a fade in front of 140 in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Tony. Totally forgot about Amazon.
Yes, sir. He takes a day off yesterday, but not today as Tony is back in the building. You cannot keep Tony away. And here we go. Let's see what happens with TQQ. Obviously, instantly downside right there. Micron happened fast as well as that goes right up to 59.50. So we're short Micron right now, and we're short the TQQ, both trying to pay us out a little bit. First out on Micron, though, will be 59 flat as we get that short comes right in. Quotes are a little bit messed up. Okay, the market is trying to come back a little bit here, so we've got to watch out. Remember our out for Micron 61, so we're going to average in up to that. Not for a while, though. We've got to wait for 60s or so.
Ooh, already a bit of a shot there. We talked about Upstart, that 28 in front of 27.75, which is the pre-market low. At the open, it tests the bottom, hits me at 28.11. Already able to get some out there at 28.50. Although, I mean, I'd swear I saw some prints up at 65. Those might have been dark pool prints. So for now, a bit of a bounce there. AMC making some moves back in, so do want to check back in on AMC. As yeah, it's all the way back into like 23 here. I'm sitting at 22. So if it heads back down to 22, I got to be involved in that one on AMC. Upstart now starting to go. Now it's up close to that 29 area. 28.60 is now printing, even though I see offers at 72. I'm going to get an offer out there just in case it gets up to that 29. I'll get another leg out there on Upstart.
All right, so Apple's starting to go up, but look at the TQQs, man. We are cashing in on that one, man. That was a good trade for us on the TQQ, man. We shorted the futures. What's up, Arun? Right there. Let's not say too much here because the market is coming back down. So we want to watch out for this TQQ trade right now. We did take some more short there at 34. We're just going to have to let this one go to the downside if it wants to break. I don't know if this is going to be a choppy day or not, but so far so good here as the NASDAQ makes that move down. So we do take an instant win there on the TQQs, and now it's starting to go down even more. So let's just put some bids out here. Hopefully just get run over on these bids, but this is going to be a good trade for us. I've said all along that I need to go back over and start to trade some of these futures a little bit more than we have in the past. And there goes Palantir through that level that we wanted as well. So man, you know, for those of you that say like Sean never goes short, what up with that? Because right now we are pretty loaded up on the short side of things here, trying to see what this market wants to do. So short TQQ, short, sorry, I was not even on Palantir. Short Palantir as well through that 40 level. So let's go. Oh, we tried to short 40s. We got 38s. So that's not, I'm just realizing that now. So we can't take some out. We got to go a little bit lower. But so far, Micron comes back in. Yeah, Micron's come back in.
I was about to say, Micron retook 59.50. So if it gets to 59, I'll take a little bit out there. But Novavax, that was the other one that made the power move. So it tried to take that low. I went into Upstart. That's challenging 29s as I speak. I should get on the offer. Yeah, I did get filled. So I did just get like 28.80s on Upstart there as it heads back into the upside. But this was the one that we missed. And Novavax tried to take out that bottom at 38.75, gets about to 39. Now it's on the midst of a breakout. So 40.50 just got taken. If I can't catch the dip buy, it's like that wick is crazy. If I can't catch the dip buy in front of that low of the day, then I'm going to have to play in front of this 40 level because this can easily jailbreak. And even as I say that, there goes Novavax. Sometimes it's not about the news. Sometimes it's just about the price action and the fact that it's a huge short interest. So this is now headed back into the upside. Market is tanking, but watch out because Micron's actually heading up. So if there's one thing that isn't working, it's definitely Micron.
Yeah, Micron definitely not working, but everything else is working over here, man. TQQ, a nice little move to the downside. We focused on this one, so pretty happy about this as it's going to the downside. And I'm really glad it's working because I can just add this to the toolbox for trade because if we're going to start to short the futures, and that's going to be pretty sweet too. There's Upstart. Upstart's coming in as well. So, wow, this is really starting to get spicy right now. Obviously, Neil's already talked about Micron, so we don't need to do that as that's come in a little bit. Big, kind of a nice spread there on Upstart, to be honest with you. So let's see if we can't close a little bit of that as we get that 29.50 short. So just watch out. I mean, the market is moving down. It looks like we don't have the right names here on the short side of things as Upstart's starting to go. See, this is the problem. We already have our out, though, on a stop order up through 30. So you got to watch out for a 30 break as Upstart getting pretty spicy here upside right now. And so is Micron. Micron's trying to take out, what, did it take out 60 finally? There?
Oh, it did. I'm already out of Micron. If it wants to make a high, another high, I'll try to get back into it. But I want it to settle down a little bit. I'm looking, I said I forgot about Amazon, so apologies. We're going through everything there, and Amazon, it didn't matter because it doesn't look like it was going to fill either way, but Amazon 140 is resistance. This is what's heading to the downside. You're getting Amazon absolutely, not cratering, but a big move down on Amazon. I'm trying to pull up Microsoft here. Then you get that, still Amazon, and you get this one testing those lows. Tesla, which I know a lot of people are watching. Again, they had the disappointing Chinese numbers. Tesla to the downside, testing 850.
Really?
You want to look at why the market is coming down here. The chips getting a little bit of a bounce in those chips, but Tesla weakness, Amazon weakness, definitely going to be leading here. If Tesla does one of those wick down and tries to test back up, I think 875 would be a good level, just to hope that we don't miss that party. I got to go back over to Upstart because it looks like, yeah, we got to just around 30 bucks there, 29.80, and then a hard reversal there for Upstart. So it looks like maybe 30 is going to be as much as we can get. Remember, this was it wasn't a good quarter, just playing that squeeze, but it could not get through resistance the same way that it was able to do so over there in Novavax.
Yeah, we're crushing Upstart right now. 50 cents in the money. That's a good trade for us on Upstart. So there it is right there. In at 29.50 first, out at 29.25. So we take 25 pennies, and then we were not sitting on the bid. So we got to put some bids out there because you got to notice that like Upstart is one of those names that just like the levels are going to disappear. And if you're not on the bid, you're just not going to get taken up, right? So, all right, we are getting lighter and lighter on our TQQ. We're able to get out a lot of this trade at that bottom there, 33.80. We are obviously watching these futures as they're continuing to make moves. Palantir back down to its low spot again of 35. So, 33s. Okay, let's just, okay, Palantir, I see you. Big trade alert here on PLTR for me. This is a nice one, man. We talked about this short coming in, and there it is right now, coming in pretty well for us on Palantir. So let's just get a little bit more out here in the 20s. Wow, this is going down a little bit more than I'd thought here. For there, yes, sir. Wow, a nice little one. Spin it. There's Palantir. What a great call that was for me, anyways. Hopefully you guys have this, maybe not, but Micron was a reload up there at 60.50. We talked about that. It actually didn't get to my exact level that I wanted, but we'll take that right now as Micron trying to make that move back in. So far, so good here today. We just got to worry about Micron. What up, B?
Another big mover after the close yesterday. Take two, guys. TTWO forecast weaker annual sales, but we're bouncing in a big way. Big volume just came in there. 2.5 still downside, but trying to get back up for TTWO.
So a couple of things here. There's a halt there. QBTS. I see somebody in the chat has already sort of mentioned that one. I'm now out of Upstart. It already took out that, tested that 30. I get out when it trails back into 29.50. So we're going to be able to take the dub on that one. Going to let things settle down in chip space. But there was Micron, but there was also NVIDIA. NVIDIA was the other one we're watching here. It's starting to get back up. It couldn't even test that 176. So no top break for NVIDIA. With the market headed to the downside, this could be some more simple trade there, I think, than what we're seeing over there in Micron. It looks like that 174 pre-market high is your resistance on NVIDIA. I was waiting for 176, but that plan is now going to change. Got to go over to this VRNA. It's holding the tops pretty well. Remember, we're out at 15. It's got like a double top here in front of that 15 area, so still room to run if it wants to go. But the other thing I'm seeing here is Amazon falling like an absolute. It's just Amazon's now down at 137. I'm not even sure. Not sure we get the pop to short. And likewise with Tesla, It's now holding now at about 850 or so. If we can consolidate here, I think there'd be a pop that we can get into. I'm going to take a break on 30 on Upstart if it can make that move. And as far as NVAX goes, it's gone. So those sort of gap down plays, both of them pretty energetic longs off the open. If it doesn't break that low, man, there's only one place for it to go.
All right, so we're already in Tesla, so spin it again right there as we take a nice little win there for Tesla. We talked about that short. It's on our sticky note right there at 856, so we take that 856 break, and we actually just got an 853 print. So far, so good on that one, but we got to watch out for this name as it's obviously a mover. So mover and a shaker. Maybe we'll get out this one if it breaks 860 again to the upside, but we got Tesla short right now, Micron. I mean, it's been a good day for us. What's up, Brendan?
A little Chinese company, guys, trying to get back to the upside. RETO up on a contract, 1.32 billion yuan. For this one, RETO back upside now after a bit of a sell-off, back to $1 there at the open.
All right, let's just.
Don't sleep on. Don't sleep on Lemonade as well. Lemonade also report earnings, gigantic short interest. There are too many of these. I almost forgot to go over them, to be honest with you. But at the open, actually tanks in. Watch out for $25.60 on Lemonade. That's where I wanted to park my bid. But it's so illiquid, you didn't want to wait. You don't want to wait until it opens up. Always in the liquid stock. Not a ton of volume. Coinbase did not even make a move up. We just only faded, so we'll go ahead and cancel that pop short to catch any kind of move up. I think we're looking at 95 now for resistance on Coinbase. The reason we wanted to wait was because the last couple of sessions, you've had a pop at the open that you're able to fade into. I'm going to be a little bit more patient with Tesla. I want to get it back up. It looks like we're about to make a little bit of a consolidation and then run to the upside. That's what I would like to short. And same thing with Amazon. I'll move to 138 as well there.
All right, yeah, I should be over on Amazon for sure. We're going to get something out on the TQQ. There it is again. So a couple moves down into the 80s. We'll take that there. So again, what we're looking at with Tesla, and thanks for the question there because we got it in the pre-market. Also, it's on the sticky note. I was looking at this 856 right there, Friday's low. So that's why I took it into that break. So that's where we're short right now. We actually don't have, we have 855.75. So, I mean, look, we've already taken it out for a little bit. We will be negative on this if it takes down 860, which it's trying to do right now as the market's trying to come back up. So 860, we're out. I mean, we only want to, again, if we take down 850, that's going to be a good level for us. So that's $5 downside, $5 upside. So let's, or $4 upside, $5 downside. Good ratio there. But we already did take the winner of $2. So we already took $2 on about a third of this name. So here it comes back in right now. So it's going to be hopefully a good trade. I don't have any bids on Tesla. Let's see how far it wants to go. I mean, realistically, I'm thinking like right here, 843, maybe if we take 850. I mean, we got to take 850 first. And then when that happens, maybe an 840. I don't want this to be an inside day, obviously. I'd like to see the market just not do what it's doing now and try to actually trend one way or the other. But the NASDAQ right now is just, it's at its bottoms, fine, but it just keeps on ticking up, back down. So maybe we do see a 13,000 print today. I mean, it's at 1305 right now. So maybe that's coming in. $1.50 in the money on Tesla, 50 cents in the money on Upstart. That's a funny one because it's just going to sort of trade like this. We got to put some lower bids, which we have. Hopefully we get picked up on those. And then Micron did come back in, so we were able to take something out there. We are out of the money now, 20 cents on Micron. So not a big hit for us, but we'd still like to see this market move. And then Palantir, of course, we took out about half only down here. So hopefully Palantir, whoa, see? And then there's the market again. So this is the problem. Our Tesla's probably going to get stopped out at that 860, but that's really the biggest concern for me right now.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, we reclaimed 60s on that Micron trade. It's got a wick off top up to 60.5, so I still want to maintain that I think it should be a bit of a short. Remember, the chip bill is going to get signed, I think, at 10. Not that I think that's a huge deal. Everyone knows it's coming. But a wick top out is now going to be that high of the day. It's going to jump in and try to always have a stop with it. I'm now into NVIDIA as well, so it's both of these names at the same time. Obviously, this tested its pre-market high, has yet to break it. 176 is a big level there. 75 is more psychological. And then Hellbiz. We talked about Hellbiz. Well, yesterday's trade was Hellbiz. I wait for it to open up. It actually challenges the lower high at 215. But I like the support that it's put in. I mean, I wicked out of this when it did this dark pool thing here, but really that low of 190, it actually didn't break 190 on the downside. And I should have double checked that. That was a horrible out on my part. It needs to break 190 before I'm done with Hellbiz.
Yeah, Upstart. No, I'm just going to, I got punched long
Upstart,
there.
I just got Upstart.
Yeah, Upstart went long
was that a good
through
fill?
30. So I want to get out of that. That's fine. Again, Actually, on Upstart, a cup of coffee. So we're down a cup of coffee. I wish we were up one, but it did take out that 30. I wanted to get out if that happened. So short, Upstart. And then, remember I said it's actually on the sticky note at Trader TV. Sean, watch out for similar move up to 30 like what we had yesterday in our friend Palantir off of a bad report. All right, so what else is moving around here for me? The TQQs, that's going to be my number one stock today. Not regardless of what happens, but it just came all the way back up to a level that we probably could have shorted again on that name, but we didn't. We didn't even notice it because we're too busy looking at Upstart. But that name came all the way back in, so that was one that we could have shorted. Because it made that move, where are we short now? We're short at 97s. I still don't know what's happening, but I'm going to put another bid down here near in the 80s. See if we get picked up down there on TQQ. Hopefully it can. If this market wants to dance back down to the downside, Tesla's still holding out okay.
Oh, here we go.
And here we go.
To the upside, well, I'll go to Hellbiz in a second, but Upstart, I did take the other long at 30. It was a 28, doesn't break the low. You know the rest of that phrase. And then a 30 break, and we took that into 30.50 here. 31 will be the obvious next out, probably like 30.75. I'll get out in front of that one. Hellbiz is making a bit of a power move as well there. So we just got some 05s. I wanted more down at 2s, and we're already testing the high of the day. You can probably see where this is going. Yesterday, 125, 150, 175. So today, 225, 250. 225 breaks. I've taken some shares out in front. I would like to be adding on a 225 break. Ideally, we can still catch maybe a rejection of that level and a consolidation before able to get more shares. We'll see what happens there, but Hellbiz day 2 looking just as good to the upside so far. So far. A lot can still happen. Amazon, which I wanted to be able to fade into, yeah, I'm not sure that's going to even happen here at that open. It just tested back into 137.5 or so, and I'm sitting a little closer to 138. So Amazon has been weak. But even this little bounce in the market hasn't really picked it up yet.
Yeah, this is a decent bounce in the market for sure. We did get stopped out of our Tesla, so we'll flush it down the toilet there as that name not really working out on that. Micron's come back in, which was good, man. We're up on Micron, so took some profit there on that dump into the 70s. Still think we can get a little bit more of a move downside on Micron. What's taking off, though, is our friend Palantir right now. So let's take in some more shares here. Ooh, did I just miss that bump there? Hopefully, there he goes, comes right back up. So maybe we did not miss it. There it is, man. We don't have too much here on Palantir to talk about other than we just got that 52 fill. We'll wait to see what happens here, 57. I was really thinking that in order to be wrong, I'd like to take out the 66. I like to get back to where we were on the pre-market levels. So if that can come through Palantir, that would be a good one. Oh man, I feel like that Tesla we're gonna regret. Oh, it already came back.
Did it go to 70?
Oh no, it didn't even come close.
No.
It only went to 65 on Tesla. So yeah, missed opportunity there. We should have definitely still been short that name. Tesla. I like to get that name short, but right now it's got to go over to Brendan.
Keep seeing the CRMD, Core Medics, popping up. There was an FDA warning on, it's a healthcare equipment maker, so an FDA warning on one of their devices. Can we throw to that there, Fahad? Thank you, sir. There you go. So CRMD down huge aftermarket yesterday. They're also set to report today, but trying to break back to the upside for that one.
Come on, and going to the downside, and not saying up in smoke, but I finally got into Amazon, so I'll lead with that one. But heading back into the downside is this market. So I was able to pick up some shorts in Amazon. We took some out of Micron on the reload around that 75. Look, Amazon here has a bottom of about 136.75. I want to take 2 legs out in front of that and then start thinking 135 if we do get a bigger flush. NVIDIA trying to continue its rollover. It's been holding out VWAP 173, so you're still getting a bit of a channel up at the top end of the range for NVIDIA. For now, looks like it's okay. Micron, we already talked about. And then Upstart, I did get that secondary fill on that 30 break. Obviously, this is a second trade in Upstart. If it gets back to where we closed at $32, Upstart going green on the session is a bit much, so I'll be all out of this thing before it gets to that number. Right now, trying to test that 31. I'll let it try to break 31, but at some point, you got to give up the ghost. It's a bad report, man. Like a squeeze, fair enough, but this going green, if the market's weak, doesn't make a ton of sense to me, as much as I like that thesis of the squeeze because of 35% short interest.
Okay, so we're short at 859 here now on Tesla. So I mean, we went back into it. It looks like it's going to take out that 63. If it takes out 63 here on Tesla, then we can just get out of this. And then we'll say, you know what, we tried the short. Let's just wait for a better time here. They did have bad delivery numbers in China, but I mean, I know that Tesla has a lot of love for it. So I don't want to I'm not going to go crazy into this short. I don't feel the same about this as we do on Micron, which I've dug into. So we'll take one last shot here. It looks like that high wick was 63, so we're watching that. I have the order to go to get out of it if it does break up higher, so I don't have to do anything. Hopefully the stop order, here it comes. Ooh, no. Hopefully the stop order will fill. I'm getting a little anxious on this trade because it just keeps dancing around this level. So hopefully the market can come back in for me here, and we will watch that. I know people are talking about Alibaba. I will look at that, but honestly...
Oh, there's news.
What's up?
Alibaba got approved for the primary listing in Hong Kong. So
right,
I mean, it was before. It was just like, I don't know. That's speculated. They said they were going to go primary in Hong Kong, which allows them to have that one connect. So I guess investors in mainland China through that one connect will be able to invest in. That's a good bump for them on Alibaba. That's why you're seeing it to the upside. Watch out. 90 was good support. Watch out for that. Nvidia is now flush. Let's forget about that for a second because Nvidia. I always have to hit enter twice. It's so weird, man. Nvidia just came back into 173. This is now heading back into the downside. So it holds 175, and then the market decides to reverse. So the shorts really starting to come in. Amazon just filled for some profit down there as well. Looks like all the shorts are coming back in. And thank goodness, the one long I got, I'm all out of upstart. So 28 to 30, 30 to 31 and a half. That one is 2 and done, I should say. But the real story is the market now coming downside. The only long I got left is a small cap. Hellbiz. Hopefully Hellbiz doesn't care that it's going to be a red day in the market.
Brendan, I think?
MRSN, little biotech moving around this morning. MRSN teaming up with Glaxo, GSK, on a cancer research deal. They're going to get $100 million up front for it and then potentially $1.36 billion for this one. MRSN just taking out the highs.
All right, so let's see if we did get that 59 fill there on Tesla, but we didn't get their 56 there that we were waiting for. So it went to 57. So I don't know, maybe this does go back up to the upside here and we get stopped out, but at least we took some of that profit there on Tesla. So let's wait to see. It did flush a little bit. I thought it was going to start to go, like Neil was talking there about the futures. I thought there was a chance there for Tesla to go, there it is, and it goes upside. So no, has a chance to go upside, I guess, there for Tesla. So, yeah, this market just continues to be fine. I mean, I think the market's fine. We've lost on Tesla now today. But again, that was a tricky one because it was $5 or $3 or $4 in the money. We didn't take it, and then we just lost it there. So we should have took it. If we're going to take the L, we should take it the other way as well. But that's okay. So Tesla throwing us around a little bit. But what's really been a great hold and a great reload and just great work, I feel like, because Micron, we talked about it, looking at that 61 level, right? We said that was going to be the high, so we waited for that to come through, and then there is Micron right now in the money now, 87 cents, as it continues to make a move downside. So, sometimes you got to get ready for your positions, get ready for them to hit certain levels, and that exactly, look at this, down to, wow, Micron, okay. Cancel all this, man. This name is collapsing back in here, Micron.
Yeah, if it takes out that 58, watch out below. I think there's still a chance because the market is going a little bit. We're not exactly bursting lower right now. We actually have bounced back up and retesting the lows from a couple of days ago. So we might actually get a chance that if we consolidate, there can be re-entries to the short. So if it gets back above 59.5, I'll look for reloads there. I don't think I'll get reloads in NVIDIA. That's now sitting over $1 in the money. But Amazon, on the other hand, which was showing all kinds of weakness, is trying to test back up to that 138. So I might be able to get a reload of Amazon. Brendan?
Some LiDAR news this morning, guys. Luminar, which is LAZR, provided a Q2 update, including a raised guidance from this one. Laser taking out the highs, guys. 10% for that one.
Laser.
All right, lasers. So watch out for your lasers. Holy shnikes. This is a big one. Contractual obligation. Spin it right there. Look at Micron. An absolute dump fest here right now for MU. So Micron just candle, all the way to the downside. We are short Micron at $60.25. So that's going to be a good trade for us on Micron. Obviously, it's an average price. So it's not like I'm just going to put a bid on here at 83, takes them out. It's just an average price. So we go short all the way up and now comes in, and obviously now biggest name for me today, Micron, came right back in there, so that's going to be a good one. The TQQs came right back in as well, so we'll do a little floss action on that one as that's come right back in. It just sucks that our Tesla, we kept getting out, back in and out and blah, blah, blah on this one. So
oh my God.
It's too bad that one flushed a little bit. Palantir's next movement is hopefully to the downside as well, and we're short right here on Palantir at 41. So let's see if that can make us some money.
Yeah, right now, just sort of while everything's sort of sitting in the money, we can let it try to trend there. Upstart, maybe we're out too early. Upstart's all the way back up. It did go green. It's now up 1%. Upstart is green on the session. No halts, 28 to 32. Last I checked, that was pretty impressive. I think it's getting a little parabolic, and afternoon resistance was right about 33 and a quarter. I really hope I paid for shorts. Did I pay for shorts?
I paid for you.
Oh, thank you very much, Sean. So this 33 level, just thinking about did I pay for shorts, I might have just missed a chance as it failed off at 33 there. I'm going to try and short this one off at 33 with a 33.25 stop, but the market is heading downside. This is the only thing that looks stupid strong, but it's because of the short interest, man. Like, it's just squeezing to the upside. It's got to follow the market at some point. It was a bad quarter after all.
Yeah, I'm going to try. Ooh, I just tried to go short there as well on Upstart, but that failed a little bit there. But yeah, we ain't failing anywhere else. God damn you, Tesla. As this market keeps coming to the downside right now, we did miss that Upstart. We could still get it, though. I mean, let's not pretend like, this is not, there it is, we just got it. So let's not pretend like this isn't moving. That high is 33, so I think that's going to be a good out for me to take that out if it does go back above that 33 level. So here it comes. We got a position at 50s, 54 now to be exact on Upstart, but here it comes. It's screaming. Like, we're going to get out of this one. It's going to be a bad trade. There it is. It's going to take 33 in a matter of seconds, I would assume. But there it is. Okay, up to 33 and stop. I'll take it. Not bad there. Micron continues up, and there goes Upstart breaking through 30. So 33, sorry. Wow, that's back-to-back for these names, man. We saw Palantir yesterday, and then again today, it's Upstart breaking backs, needless to say. But there goes Palantir all the way down to 38. I think that's probably worth it. Did you want to hop in there, Neil?
No, I was just saying, I was in that one. I gave it to 33 and a quarter. That was the afternoon, or I guess late morning, early afternoon top. But it might be trying to... Like, it's actually trying to consolidate off this level. There's a chance you get a wick off top there and you can re-engage. But if we continue going, it's 35. You can see on the higher time frame, 35 is a level. So if we go to 35, I should have just stayed long that stock a little bit longer, but had to go over to the shorts. Amazon, I've only taken one out here, and I said I would get on the bid if it challenged that low. 136.70 is your current low of the day. I'll get some out in front of it. Right now, like, NVIDIA's churning. I think we're going to get that 170 print on NVIDIA the way things look like they're moving. Remember, it was NVIDIA yesterday. Today it was Micron. I'm going to assume if I go to AMD and Intel, you'll see probably the same story. At this point, the only long that I'm working with is Helbiz, which, by the way, Helbiz still hasn't broken this 225. I was on the bid at 05s to get more shares. It went to 07, and now it looks like it's threatening 225. I'm going more long on a 225 breakout because the quarters and the 50s on this stock have been good, but I would have loved to have picked some up at that 205. At this point, it probably has to be like 6s or 7s. Even then, if it comes back in and sees it another time, maybe you don't like it as much. For now, market's tanking. Hold on to your market following shorts. I guess that works.
I like that word.
If it follows the market and you have it short, you can pay yourself,
shorts,
but you want to hold out for a bit of a bigger move here because we have broken resistance now on the ES as well, which leads me to Carnival Cruise. Carnival was the other one. Yeah, forget about it. Carnival's gone.
Okay, yeah, we got a couple ones here throwing ourselves through the roof here as I'm short Apple, Micron, Palantir, and the market right now. Look at this, man. You want to talk about it? I am going to, mamma mia, we should be trading futures a little more. Shout out to Steph as well for that. Hopefully she's in this position short. I don't know what she's doing, but we're going to wait to see right now to that downside. Look at that take on TQQ. Like, we are aggressively short this one. Look at Micron right now, $1.70 in the money. That was a good idea off the sticky note for sure. And then Palantir's trying to go. And really, the thing that's really upsetting me is Tesla. It's going to be the only red name that we have. Well, we have Upstart today, but Tesla, real serious shares. We are red on this name, and it sucks because it's now right where we thought it was going to go anyways down to this 850. But the market, needless to say, that's the one that's cracking lower. So, you know, easy to say Tesla's on the downswing as the market's tanking. But we did get just jiggled out, man. We had 2 wins on it and 2 outs to the upside, but net negative. And I do appreciate all the support. And, you know, we'll be as honest as we can when we are, not as honest as we can, we are honest when we talk about our trades. So if you can, guys, let's hit, we had 3,000 likes yesterday. Today we're cruising on the low side, man, 1.2K. 9,000 watching, hit the like button if you can. Neil Nice, so super active today, man. New position alert is Apple short against this 164.25. I said the market, remember the market was down 0.5? I said we have a red day on our hands here. We talked about CPI tomorrow, so let's try to hold some of these shorts. And damn you, Tesla. It's going to happen every single day. So I don't know why I just hit the dead cat bounce, but that's what I feel like for
not
Tesla.
Right now it ain't.
Nah, not right now it ain't. Not much happening here to the downside. We go in this market.
Yeah, but the only thing, like I said, like if you can find a small cap that's going up, maybe that's its reason. Hellbiz broke the 225. I got the breakout trade, so you know we're sort of done with the 2s and into the 226s. I've taken some out in 30s and 35s. I have offers in front of 250. It is the same recipe as yesterday, man. It was just every 25 pennies, we're going to try to look for an entry, and then we're going to make the scalp play, try to hold a core position as well. I only have the 2 entries so far. I didn't really get that. There was never a test of 175. It was too early in the morning to take that 75 level. So Hellbiz going upside, downside. I mean, everything is falling here. I got the next leg out there on Amazon. So thankfully, we're able to join the party to the downside on Amazon, even though I wanted a 140. Is every $2 on Amazon has been pretty good for resistance. 144, 142, 140, now 138. Keep it as simple as possible. And when I see a pattern like that, you're going to try to take advantage of it to the best of our abilities. Got to get some more shares out of Hellbiz as it tries to make a move. And I don't want to ignore the other squeeze names. AMC, it is looking like that 23 is holding. So I like 23 for support, but with the market coming down, I just felt 22 was going to happen. It hasn't happened yet. It looks like 23 is holding up pretty well for AMC if you're still tracking it.
22? Oh, that's the level.
So you know 23 is holding now?
Yeah.
No chance of 22s yet.
Okay, yeah, that was the level that I was looking at here. I'm going to be, I mean, Tesla's going to crack through 850. It's going to make me sick because we just should have respected our own stupid lines. Like, I don't know what we were doing using highs and stuff like that. We should have just respected some of this. And if we had, we wouldn't be out yet. We'd still be in this. But that's trading for you, and we're not going to cry over spilled milk. Okay, Apple. Okay, Apple's pretty strong, so I think I got to go over and like look at another name, maybe like a Google or something like that. Let's see what Google's relative strength is. So Apple right now, much stronger than the market, probably the wrong name, should have looked at that again. I just thought if the market wanted to fall, then that we did want to be in an Apple just because of how much it's like the market, but I guess Google's kind of doing the same thing here. We have some high levels there, but Google's nowhere near where it was earlier, so there is a move to the downside. Let me see what that chart looks like. Don't even show me Apple. Don't even show me Tesla. Okay, so yeah, Apple still has a lot of work to do. We just got more short into Apple. This one's not going to be the right name to short, so we're going to have to get out of the way here. Palantir, Micron, TQQ, all short. Apple looks like it's going to be the wrong short. But we're going to get out of the way at 164.25. Right where that wick was, right there, right where VWAP is. Let's start respecting some of our lines. So that's going to be our Apple out.
Yeah, I'm going to be very frustrated by this because I did say there was a chance of a wick off top on Upstart. Just did not give it enough room. I tried to give it to 33.25 instead of 33.5 for an out. You can got to see here all the way back in. It was the right level, but you got to be able to execute it, right? And I didn't execute that one very well at all. I am now done on NVIDIA, which it ends up a way cleaner trade than over in Micron, and maybe that's because the news was already digested, but it tries to take the pre-market high. Someone asked me my favorite setup a while back, and is that pop and fade off of pre-market high levels, especially if you have a short bias on the stock. And NVIDIA gave that to you a heck of a lot cleaner than Micron did. But I'm out now. 170 was the target. We just got down to 170. Yes, we're not going to Brennan just a second. It is 10 o'clock, and we'll be going to Brennan in a second. Amazon here, just going to that higher time frame again. Next target down. I know the $2 have been, every $2 has been pretty significant, but the reason I'm looking at 135 is if you look at this channel here for the last couple of weeks, like 34 is a bottom and the higher low has been 35. So I'm looking for that area to be support on Amazon. We get down there, we'll make a decision at 35s. Now we can go to Brendan for happening now.
I got you a bit of a negative start here as far as the board is concerned. So far, S&P 500, 0.5% to the downside. The Dow faring a little bit better. It's worth noting, 0.2 only. The Russell 2000, remember, was the one that led in the small cap. Some of the squeeze names in that yesterday. Not the case today. 0.5% back to the downside. There's the NASDAQ. The composite in the 100, 1.3, 1.27. So it is tech that is leading so far. NCLH earnings pre-market just made a new low. They said they're not going to get back to 2019 demand levels for another 2 years, whereas some other parts of the industry obviously already there. BNSO, we were talking about a little bit yesterday. Big move up early in the day, just popped up on volume off $5, guys, for another one of those low float stocks. Back to you.
Oh, come on, Coinbase.
Shopify's down to 37. I was just saying to Neil, like, damn it, the market is like not doing anything. If anything, it's starting to still trend downside. And we just got basically a full position here in Apple. It's fine. It's a full position because it's going to be a 25-cent hit. So if Apple does, just shorting the wrong one, Palantir is down near 30. So we know where our Apple trade. I'm just going to let it settle down. I can't just keep looking at this. Either goes upside or falls back in. So that's going to be that trade. But look at Palantir. It's starting to make moves back down. So we got to put some bids out here. Take some 27s. We did have a nice little reload there today on Palantir. So there it is. Let's get us some 27s now down in. Okay, there it is. So we get some. So now we'll have to wait to see how far down this goes. But Palantir today, just like yesterday, man, we let it make its move and then we hit it hard. So that's going to be a good trade for us down to the downside now. So good one here downside. So good trade there for Palantir. Micron still holding out TQQ. Neil and I were like, what can we short? We both talked about, I'm instantly kind of went over to Coinbase there because we do know that BTC is sliding a bit. This is Bitcoin. Thanks for all the love today, by the way. If you can hit the like in the chat, that would be great. And subscribe to our channel. But let me just refresh this. This is the Kraken chart. There's Bitcoin falling down from 23.3 down to 23. So it's not like the end of the world here for it, but it is a move down here in Bitcoin, bouncing right now off 23,000. So that would make a little bit of sense on why Coinbase is having some struggles here, trying to take down 89 right now on Coinbase. We have to go short. I
got the ultimate punk on Coinbase.
I have to pay for short on that one. Go ahead.
I got the ultimate punk on Coinbase. My offer is at 93.85, and it went right to that price in reverse. But like, I know better than that. Like, don't sit your offer at like the evens or fives, something like that. I should have just, and when it got there, I could have just hammered the bid or something along those lines, just to get aggressively in sometime. Micron here, and I'm just gonna pull my black chart because it's been slow sometimes flipping. Micron's holding this 58.5 support for now. So I might anticipate a bit of a bounce. I think we can forget about 60s. I think 59.50 could be the reload there. And if you're looking for long opportunities off bottoms, I was about to say, well, Alibaba made a bit of a pop. Maybe that's showing some signs of strength. Everything just got given back on Alibaba in the last like 15 minutes or so. Like, it broke out from 91 all the way up to 93, right back into 91. It did have that positive catalyst, but this is what Alibaba's staring at if 90 breaks, and that is a shelf break that gets you about $3 to the downside. So there's one long on Baba, and to me, it's in front of 90 even. 90 even goes, and it's like, get the heck out of Dodge. I don't want any part of this thing if it can't hold $90. So I'll be sitting in front of that level to take a shot at it, just because oftentimes Alibaba has gone counter trend to the market, if that makes any sense. If it wants to hold up today on its positive catalyst, fair enough. But I'll have a stop there at 90 even. Hellbiz, by the way, even this is coming back. So it broke that 225. Looks like the high, like it just hit up there at 38. Does not even give you those 250s. Now starting to come back in. So this long is still trending to the upside. I will try to still hold a piece, but maybe not as strong as it seemed right there at the open. Brendan?
Some of the crypto-related stocks just popping up, guys, back to the downside. Yeah, here's Coinbase just making a fresh low and then some. Here's Bitcoin. Yeah, not good. Big move down so far for Bitcoin.
All right, yeah, we just talked about Bitcoin there, down to 23,000 flat there. Okay, so we did take, we took 10 cents there on Apple. It went down to 90 or 92. We got 92s. We were short 99. So just a small amount. It just came right into that level again where we were sitting at because we basically came within 2 pennies of getting out of this trade. So we still could get blown out of this, and if we do, that's fine. But Apple right now, we did take a little bit of profit out, and we only took 10%. So it's not It's not like this is, saving trade by any stretch of the imagination. Let's see if that continues its move down. But see, this is the funny thing. This is why I'm saying to myself, forget about equities, man. Like when we're hitting these names on the futures, like we called this move. We talked about that. So the TQQ has been a great trade for me. I'm in the money like multiple percents here. We were short this name. I think when it was down about 1%. Now it's down 4% and still making that move down. So, the TQQs, although now is hovering around here, we definitely hit that short through 34 and at the beginning of the day. Here we go. Come on down. You, Apple, are the next contestant on what stock wants to tank. So hopefully Apple can come back down right now, and then we'll hit this to the downside. So if Apple can come back in, we'll hit that. There it is. Couple shorts, couple outs. Apple printing money right now to that downside.
And CCL did break that 950. There's another one. You could actually take that one to the bottom. I said I wanted 10s. I'm going to cancel my offers. We're not going to get that one. 950, your new resistance on CCL. We're now 136 on Amazon. AMD, which I know we're looking at, like NVIDIA, I played the 170. AMD's down at 96 even. Maybe test that 95. Someone asked me where my bid was on AMC. It's getting close. I'm in front of 22.10. It never quite broke that 22.50. It's trending to the downside, but no fills just yet. Upstart, I don't want to ignore Upstart here because it's now back below $30 on Upstart. Yeah. So it got all the way to that 33 high, put in the wick off top. If it wants to hold this level here, there is room for this to come all the way back in. Like the squeeze just might be done over there in Upstart. And Helbiz, like I said, just came back in. We'll dump out the 225s. It couldn't get to that 50. If it wants to consolidate, it needs to be either above 25 for that long or back going to those twos. I am not playing in the middle of this stock. I want longs in front of evens, quarters, and 50s, and that's it when it comes to Helbiz there. And yes, I will look at Lemonade. There's a lot to watch here. Holding on to the two shorts because I still think Micron has room through 38, and Amazon can play down into 135, or at least 34, 35. Lemonade was another low float name. I said 25.60 was the level. Lemonade held 26 and is now squeezing as well. But I'll go ahead and cancel that because at this point, that's the move you're looking to capture. It's like Upstart. Just because I thought it was squeezed. Like I'm not going long just like now in Lemonade when it's already made that move. It's rejected 30 even and the market is heading to the downside. I'm not going to sit there and chase a move that I have missed on Lemonade. It's not a very liquid stock, so sometimes you have to be willing to get run over on Lemonade to be able to get into position. It just didn't quite come down far enough for me to get my long. Brendo?
Cloud name, just taking out day highs here. Pubmatic, which is PubM. Again, low float on this, so it heads up. Better than expected Q2 results. Number of upgrades on this one today. 21%, guys, just taking out $22 there.
Unity crashing a little bit here. But so wow, what a good little portfolio I have right now. Micron, hello, knock, knock, who's there? Micron short, come in, the door's open. $2 in the money right now on the Micron short as that just printed out for us. So that's going to be a good trade down to the downside. This one's been working for us all day. The TQQ still working, man, downside. Obviously, we have Palantir just falling down. Nice bid there on 20. I mean, I don't have anything to say about Palantir. We've already talked about where our ideas for that one. Tesla can just, damn it, Tesla. That seems to be like the thorn in the side for sure, Tesla, all the time. Okay, Apple. I'm going to take another bid on Apple. I mean, I don't really want to do this. I feel like Apple is just been too strong today. If I'd shorted anything else, like an Amazon, I don't know. I know you're in Amazon,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was going to say, actually, you know what? Google only faded out about 50 cents. So, yeah, Apple definitely with being that much more expensive should have came down a little bit more, but that sucks. But we have good outs there on Apple where we only have half that position left, so pretty happy about that. What was the thing you wanted to do?
Microsoft is holding up pretty well here. I'm looking at the market. I'm like, okay, well, if we're consolidating off the bottom, what's the big name that's actually moving up, right? Because the way I'm seeing things tank, something big has to be going up if we're consolidating at the lows on the overall market. And it looks like Microsoft is trying to carry some weight here, bouncing off of its pre-market low, getting back into VWAP. I'm not saying Microsoft is going to be up today. It's down 0.5%. But if we can actually make a little bit of a bounce, I know which name I do like in big tech for some long opportunities. It's definitely going to be Microsoft. I don't think we're there yet. but certainly that's going to be one I want to go to. Not to ignore AMC. I can go over that in a quick second. Alibaba, which I was waiting for 90s on, or at least closer to 90s, looks like it's bouncing off a 91 here. So Alibaba's getting a little bit of a second wind. It has been relatively strong the entire morning. The other one that I wanted to watch out for, what was that stock? It was
AMC, maybe?
No, it was VRNA. That was the one from the 1250 break into 15. It's come all the way back in, and now trying to hold that same 1250 level. So often, watch out for these breakout prices. They're also psychological. 1250. I just said 250 on Hellbiz, psychological. Same thing with this 1250 level. It's going to consolidate and hold here. I think if we can go sideways a bit, I'll try to re-enter, get a decent, I'd rather have like 1250 or close to it as a price, give it to 12 even for a stop, and try to reload on VRNA. Volume is tapering off, but I like where it's trying to catch buyers. It makes a lot of sense at that price, but you have to have a stop. If it breaks 12, the stock could be at $10 in a hurry.
All right, alert, alert, alert. And again, it's on the sticky note. I don't know what else we could possibly do, but there's Bed Bath & Beyond as we take that at $10.25. We talked about that getting down to $10. So it comes up, we take our 20 cents on 30%. Let's see if this name wants to run. And again, this is just going to be one of those names that you sort of hold out for it, possibly making that move back to the upside. So Bed Bath & Beyond, we kind of know that this is a runner. Let me take out another piece there. Took out another piece there at 43. We'll wait in the 60s here for Bed Bath & Beyond. It's been a nice move down, but there's that buy basically at the bottom of the day off the sticky note, $10. So we'll see if it can hold out here. It goes 10.50. I like it. I was looking over, I was like, something just got long, and it was that name. So here we go. And then there comes back Prad talking to himself over there. I hope he's got a good one on. Get ready for Trader Prad coming through pretty soon. His hands are in the air right now, so I hope he's got a good win for himself. There we go. Yes, sir. Bed Bath & Beyond right now. A nice little trade here as it goes into. I was waiting at 65, believe it or not. There we go. Get that 61 going on Bed Bath & Beyond. There it is right there. And again, please follow on the sticky note. I don't know what else to do here. We talked about the short on Tesla. That worked at 856. There's the Bed Bath & Beyond. AMC's approaching. Upstart was wrong. And Micron was cash money. So please, I'll send this out. Follow it. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. We're on fire. Also, watchlist.tradertv.live. Let's go.
And let's go SIGA or SIGA, whichever one you call it. It doesn't matter. It's up 10% and it is still going. 25 is, look, that's the big level there to the upside. I didn't even check to see if we probably have to pay for locates. It might be worth it if we round off, just because it's gone so far. It might be worth it to at least try a short off at 25, but I'm already sitting there looking for the breakout. If it wants to pull back, I got to be thinking 23 to 23 and a half, but SIGA, very strong power move into the upside. The market trying to catch a bit of a bid. That leads me over to Microsoft. That's the one we definitely like. It's still consolidating off VWAP here. So the pre-market low was about 278 and a half. I think if it can hold that level, it looks pretty solid for an entry with a relatively tight stop at that low. And that way, if the market bounces, that's something that'll follow the market into that upside. I just got into VRNA. I will not let that break 12 even. I'm buying it on the way back down. It's already done the push to $15. This is just looking to get a bit of a round two there, but always have to have a stop when you're trading those. So VRNA, my stop will be at 12s. Going to try to get some on Microsoft and give it to 278. And watch out, SIGA 25, looking for that break.
Prad just said, pay Praddy Daddy. Okay, so like talking with himself here, pretty funny guy over there. Get ready for Prad in 45 minutes where you can all pay Praddy Daddy. There it is though, a nice little move to the upside for Bed Bath & Beyond. So pay me market, pay me, which it's doing here again today. Nice little move to the upside. We had a big day yesterday and here it goes again for Bed Bath & Beyond up to 73. Hey dude, 76, all right. I'll take it. Why not? Here comes a nice little move to the upside. Palantir also 20 cents in the money. TQQ's motoring. Apple, we just keep getting out every time it comes back in. So watch out here. What's up, Brendo?
Another one moving back higher, guys. After earnings miss, 23andMe back to the upside after wider loss and pretty ugly forecast. 3% though, back higher now for me.
Ooh, that's another one that those beat up things. I bet you it's got a decent short interest on it. Yeah. SIGA, it's making its pullback that we kind of anticipated. If it doesn't make a run at 25, likely to find resistance at a psychological level like that. So we're looking at 23 to 23 and a half for a dip buy on SIGA. We're all over that one. And then we're going to go back over. I don't think we're done necessarily with the notion that there can be a Coinbase trade. The trend is very strong. in Coinbase's downside. Ignore that percentage. That is incorrect. Coinbase is quite obviously down on the session and down quite heavily. I'm now looking at this 90 level that is trying to challenge. You had 90 to 90.50. The opening range bottom was this 90.50. In this pocket, if we're making some more moves to the downside, I think the risk reward is pretty solid. The spread has been 10 to 15 cents when I'm looking at it. So if 9.50 isn't out, I think you have to at least give it to 65. Actually, the spread, 20 cents now. I might give it a little bit more than that even. So I'd like to see it start to round off. Once it starts to look like the offer is coming down, I'll jump into the short. But yeah, but an extra 15 to 20 cents on this because spready is the word that Randy used to always say. And Coinbase is a little spready down here.
Shout out to Randy. Randy's in the building. Today.
I saw him in the jorts this morning.
I saw him. He's doing something over there. Okay, yeah. All right. Not much else. I mean, is there any other sort of names? I mean, I'm trying to, try to trade as much as I can here. We are in Apple. We're in Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, again, we've just been taking it out. I mean, we ran right up to that level there. I'm only holding 20% of this right now. So we're only holding 20% of Bed Bath & Beyond. So, all right, let's look at our triple Qs trade here. I'm going to get out. I mean, if this market, that's the 50 period. Obviously, we'd like to see it get a little bit higher than that to get out. If we're going to be shorting the market, I don't want to. I'm not like trying to scalp it. I am trying to hold on for a little bit of a bigger move, but at the same time, a break back above 34, I guess, would get us out. But I'm holding out hope that we don't go back up to that upside there, but we could. So I am, you know what? Maybe just VWAP 3380. That could be a good little level there as well. We'll watch the TQQ, but we are noticing that this market has come back up to the upside. So on that note, we have been getting out of Apple every time it came down. So we got one at 80 there. We got another one at 95. So our Apple trade just keeps working. Micron, we're not as heavy in this, obviously, or we would have got some out at this day's low. I'm going to put an order right there now again in case it does come back in. Don't know if we want to short this name. It's already had its move, but Micron is now taking the 50 period. So that could be something to watch as well, but I am looking for a reload level on Micron. Let me just check out the charts, like 59, 59.20. That could be a pretty good reload. Why don't we do that? We can go short here on Micron again into 59, 59.20. So let's take a 59 short, reload this Micron trade, and see where we go from there. So I'm going to look at that, a reload on Micron around 59 for the short.
Yeah, I mean, Coinbase is so whippy. I did get in there right around 50s. I gave it the extra room, actually below 50s. I gave it the extra room, and it still wicked me out there all the way up to 91.24. So I might need to consolidate a little bit longer and let that one settle down and matriculate because it's way more, the spread is a little bit testy on those levels. And we are bouncing in the market, so maybe be a little bit more cautious with it. SIGA already starting to come back into the upside as it bounces off of VWAP. The thing about SIGA here is the trend has been so good on the daily, right? Like every single time that you think the stock is left for dead, it's made another move. And the last time we went off 1750, we're in a collision course for this 25 level. And you can wait for the break. Don't get me wrong, the 25 break looks like it's going to be solid. But the way to find some dip buys is just look at those previous resistance levels, turn them into support, jump into the trend. That way, if it doesn't break 25 in one shot, you can already have a little bit of a long. But SIGA, stupid trend to the upside. I think you have to find things that aren't going to follow the market for a lot of strength here on this day. Small caps have been pretty good to the long side. Everything else pretty tricky.
Yeah, I think I got what you're saying there, Leroy Jenkins. It's 10:20 and the market's moving like it's lunchtime. I think that you're probably pretty close to that. I mean, it's not. The market, I mean, tomorrow is such a huge day. I mean, we have CPI coming tomorrow. I just don't really think that anybody's going to be sitting around trying to make like hero plays or anything today. But again, anything could happen. It just takes like a little bit of a change in somebody's projection or something. I don't think anything's, I mean, we haven't really had leaks for CPI or anything like that, so we'll see. But there's Apple on the reload. I mean, we're just going to keep trying to do the same thing right there. I mean, we got that. It's against that 165.25, so close to getting stopped out again, but we're just going to scalp right now. So we've talked about doing that. So there's another 01 out. Here it comes back in. So nice short here, hopefully for Apple against that high that we talked about. So let's just, I guess I got to cancel some of these. I have a lot of scripts out there, like Tesla taking out 865. 195. That's not happening, obviously, where that is right now. Micron, we're waiting for that reload. We didn't get it. It doesn't look like that's going to come through. TQQ still working. And then, an update was Palantir. We got another 25. It hasn't broke 25, but Palantir has been a good short for us, and so is Apple. I mean, Apple, this kind of reminds me of my Google trading yesterday, just short, and out. So hopefully it can go for a little bit of a dip there, and we'll get out a little bit lower than where we are now. I'd like to see this thing back into the 80s, in which case we'll get a lot out there on Apple. But, did I get that? Yes, I did. No, I did not get a 98 fill there. All right, we're just, as you can see, pretty busy here. Let's go over to Brendan, unless you want to say something else. I know you got
I'm good.
You're good. Okay, let's throw to Brendan at the big screen. It's going to be a small cap recap. Ooh, I was in this one. I wonder if Brendan had the same trade.
Yeah, a little bit of relative weakness across the board, guys, for small caps today. Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond. First red day on the daily chart. It failed at 12 there, and then just absolutely collapsed through 1150. So a nice push down to 1050 in a straight line for BBBY. Don't look at the percent. It's obviously not up 120% today. VRNA waited for the fail at 14, and then that gave you a move straight through to 1250. I ran out of bullets to fire on that one, but a nice trade back to the downside for VRNA. GDRX, same story, ran out of bullets to fire on this one. If you were short, you were not wrong today. 10 down to 8 now for GDRX off earnings, guys.
Yeah, I mean, if you're short, you were definitely not wrong, but not everywhere, man. We keep talking about SIGA, and look, if you had the break at 22, congratulations. Like, this was one, it just was so clean at the open. Once you've missed it, look, you gotta take the trade in front of you, right? That's a lot of times you'll see us like looking around. It's what is next? I go back to my list of stocks that are in play, and I try to find something which is gonna set up. So we're looking for that lower high trend in SIGA, and then 25 break. So pretty simple thesis. The 25 break hasn't happened yet, so as long as we can continue the trend, maybe we'll find some more dip buys over there in SIG. I probably just missed an opportunity on yeah, I know I did. Amazon here just wicked up to VWAP, and I'm sitting there. It's fine. Like I've got into VNRA and SIGA at this time, but the trend over there in Amazon gets right up into VWAP and then rejects. I'm not going to chase this. That's now like 70 pennies away from VWAP, so I'm not chasing the move here. We'll hang on to the shares we have left, but that was an obvious opportunity to get a reload. The other small caps that I'm watching here, VNRA's in the channel where we got that dip buy. The first time we bought 1250, we took it out here right in front of 13. I'm doing exactly the same thing. If we can do it again and try and play this, not to 15 even, I think we're looking at something like 1350, as it is the second move. Like the second time through, I'm not anticipating it'll be just as good, or I'm not willing to bet that it'll be just as good. Being a bit more conservative. Hellbiz, by the way, I thought we were going to maybe test back into 2 even, got down to about 209. So I got out of the 225 break looking for a reload in front of 2. Decides it doesn't even want to do that. We're now back challenging that 225. Could be a VWAP play. This trend is unbroken at this point. There's a sharp pullback in the afternoon yesterday, but a pretty much strong trend. It's manages to consolidate and give you a long trade every time it does. I guess we have to look at that $2 for an entry point one more time over there in Hellbiz. This one is not finished. AMC, I mean, I wish there was an opportunity here, but I'm waiting for 22s, and it just wants to sit there, 22.50 to 23. In a down market, I'm not compromising on the prices I want to the long side. Right? Like if you have a level that you like it long and it's coming and the market's coming down, sometimes you just wait for it to get to your price instead of trying to jump out in front and then get that FOMO. Like if AMC decides to run from here, then it's doing it without me because I'm waiting for 22.
Yeah, I mean, that was it. Yeah, I have that. That's a sticky note level as well. Ooh, that went down to 85. We just refilled our coffee and missed that Apple trade. Should have had a bid down there. That's a little silly, but let's not do the same mistake here for Palantir, as that's down to 21 as we put our earpiece back in there so we can hear Brendan come with some hype news. There is news about Apple. Damn it. Apple in talks to acquire streaming. Did you guys say this already? Big Sports.
Nope.
In rights to Big Ten athletics. Streaming rights. Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, that's great. I know they're doing...
Now I have a reason for my Apple TV.
Yeah, I was going to say they're also doing that...
Something
they're
now,
doing
wife.
baseball games.
Sorry.
Friday night. I think they're doing like 6 or 7 games.
My wife was bugging me. She's like, why do we still have Apple TV? The one show we got it for
it's $5.99
is done.
a month or something.
And I said it's because it's $5.99, but now I can watch Big Ten. I'm a big Michigan State guy. That's why.
In talks.
People are probably like, why the hell would why am I going on about the Big Ten? Like, I'm in Canada, why do I care? I love the Big Ten, baby. It's all about Michigan State, love Ohio State at times as well, but MSU for the win. I like that Walker kid in the draft, but I probably shouldn't be saying that to you because you're in my fantasy league. Should keep that in the hush.
Yeah, I'm just going to draft all the Packers anyways. Okay, meta right now.
Romeo Dobbs.
Yeah, Alan Lazard.
No. You want that Romeo Dobbs kid, man.
Yeah, I know. He's
Kid is legit.
The wide receivers there. Hopefully,
Yeah,
I mean, Aaron Rodgers
nice,
has been liking
man,
some of
nice.
them as well. Okay, so I don't know. I was going to look at meta here off 167. I mean, it's just a matter of, I hate that I wasn't here to get some of that out for Apple, but that's okay. We've already made good money on Apple today, so hard to complain for that. Okay, so Meta trying to bounce. Here's the 1 minute range. 166.50 is the bottom, but again, we've talked about it on the chat there that this feels like it's just like a blah day right now as the market is still holding below the 50 period. So I still want to stay short. I don't really want to get any longs, but again, Meta down to 167. I've seen worse trades than that for sure. As here goes Apple on that news. Obviously, there goes, takes it out. So we just punch long a little bit. We'll take some out. So again, up on Apple today, but takes out that high. So watch out. Maybe the market is going to retrace a little bit here. So definitely we'll have to watch to see where we go. But tomorrow, like you just mentioned there, the calm before the storm, VA Beach. I mean, I think that's probably right. Right now, we're just going to have to relax and see what happens here. But I don't want to be punching around like crazy here. It's either we either get the prices. I heard Neil say be very patient. Like, I think you either get the prices you want or you back away. I'm just going to actually cancel all my stop orders right now and just refresh what I'm doing because, we've just taken some money on Apple. We've got that Micron trade that we like, and I'm trying to average into this one. That hasn't happened yet. Our Palantir has been, honestly, the Palantir has been the banger for me. Well, they've all been pretty good. Palantir has been the best, though, for me. TQQ, maybe we'll have to look at this as it's bouncing around again. I'm going to get this out at this 33.80 if it takes it out. So that's going to be something. And we're going to stay away from Apple because they have that news now. And we just got to find another name that's relatively weak because I think the shorts is where I want to be. Maybe CCL, something like that. I see. Wasn't Roblox off earnings?
So I don't think Roblox. Not
tonight.
yet.
Okay,
yeah,
tonight.
they report tonight, but they were relatively strong earlier. You can forget about that now. All the way back into the bottom. And if the market catches a low, you just put a wick off bottom on this low at 46.85 or so on Roblox, and it's trying to head to the upside. And that's not a horrible risk to reward for the longs if you like it. I wanted to quickly come back to Upstart if I could. I tried to get so it holds that 30 area up to 30.50, and then it goes through 30 even. And while I was sort of dabbling, looking elsewhere, retook that 30 to the downside. I'm now kind of looking at that 30 as a level I'd like to short. Obviously, we were able to look at that top and say that it was worth it to try the short off that high, but execution is the other part of it, right? Like, it did take out that 33.25. That's where the stop was. At the end of the day, I'm going to tell you this is where we're shorting and this is where the stop out is, and you're going to make some top wicks. And there's no chance you're shorting a stock that has a high short interest if you're not willing to make a top wick. Because if you're not willing to make a top wick, then you're probably willing to lose your day or your month or your career on a short, because when they squeeze, you don't want to get squoze. So always having out is my thing, but there's no way you're not going to have a chart every now and then that looks like this when you got stopped out.
Yeah, I was lucky. I mean, I got stopped out at 33 or something as well.
It's about the same.
So,
I had the same.
Yeah, same type of thing right there. So nothing you can do. I mean, we were waiting for that level, and then I just can't believe it's all the way back down. We were just a little too early on that call. But like Neil said, you can't hit them all. But you know who does get things right? Social media gets things right a lot of the time. So, hey, Greg, I was wearing that shirt yesterday, that MindMed shirt. So, yeah. Come.
Just once?
Come over to Neil quickly. They can see it in the back. There it is right there. There's the MindMed shirt in the background. So anyways, okay, let's go over now. We're just talking about social media there. Let's go over there and figure out what's going on and what's hot in the social media realm.
Hey guys, a quick look at what everyone's talking about, and a lot of it today is red, unfortunately. AMC, the big one, bottom right for you. BBBY, same story, back in negative territory, but this one, Hellbiz, did give you a little bit of a trade there on the long side out of the gate, but everyone seems to like that one today on social media. HLBZ, far bigger than it was, in fact, yesterday on this board in the same place. Pointing at DWAC over there because DWAC was pretty negative off the bat. Big move down. SPY negative today as well. SIGA, we talked about that order coming from the U.S. government. They're picking up some of their monkeypox treatment, I guess it is, therapeutic. I can't call it a vaccine because the FDA said it's not. DTTW, another one that's going to make a monkeypox test kit. So they made a move today. Little penny stock. AGRX, another one in that realm as well. But very, very red right across the board along with the market, guys, for social sentiment today.
Yeah, that's a good rainmaker in there saying we need social sentiment in the pre-market. So actually, that's not a horrible idea. I have no idea when that gets populated, like how big it is in the pre-market, but that's not a bad idea there. And getting asked thoughts about Intel. Look, the reason we're going to talk about, I don't think we've even looked at AMD. Today, Micron, of course, had their revision. Yesterday, we had NVIDIA, so that's where we're going to be focused. Yes, the bill obviously is going to get signed, the chip bill, which benefits Intel more than others. Come on, 15-minute, hurry up and load up. Intel has this 35 level. If you're watching it today, and again, we looked at Micron and NVIDIA. Those are the two I wanted to short. You could have just had Intel with a very similar thesis, and you could have just looked at when it took out that same shelf to the bottom and then been short below it. So this 35 is going to stand out like an absolute sore thumb. I don't think it's a distinction without a difference. Obviously, the shorts would have worked out at the open on all of these names. But yeah, below 35 works. I just find that Intel, if it's the one in play, go for it because it'll have pretty respectable levels. It just won't move as much. So unless it's in play specifically, I tend to want to trade one of the other ones. So a lot of times, if I'm trading that other bucket, it'll be Micron over Intel, or just jump to an AMD or an NVIDIA. But 35, great resistance level for Intel. We're not going to shy away from it, but I like to play with it when it's moving around. Since it started to consolidate a bit here, I went away from that. 35 is an obvious level. I just got to reload on Amazon. The market coming back upside here. By the way, I totally missed that Microsoft, because Microsoft, we're talking about its relative strength, couldn't catch that long, and of course it's now starting to come back in. Amazon retesting this 138, at least attempting to retest that 138 as the market is bouncing, so a bit of a reload for me at those halves. I don't care about VWAP here. I'm really concerned more about that 138 pre-market low. And then that VRNA, while Brendan was talking there, that did stop out through 12 even. It gave one last-ditch effort to try to get back above VWAP there at 13 and then took out 12. That's where my out was. I tried to get more shares in front. Tight stops on the way back in. The move has already happened. We're making the secondary play. Never stubborn about that second or third time that you're playing off of a level, because obviously everyone can sort of see it was good before and wants to recapture the magic. Thank you, Sir. Oops. Sir RTRS.
Yeah, yesterday. Remember,
I know a couple of times yesterday with the super chat.
Sir Artorius.
Artorius. Thank you very much, Sean. Good look there. I'm terrible when it comes up to these names, trying to read them on the fly. But look, he says here, thanks for the coverage. You knew yesterday before the market closed I should have placed some puts to hedge profits from Monday. You know what? All you can do when you're like, I knew I should have done this, woulda, coulda, shoulda, just make a note of it, put it into your journal. If you had a good thought or a good read, don't beat yourself up for not executing it, because you had half of the battle, which was seeing an opportunity and having the notion to do it. That's step one, baby. So don't even worry about that. Like, I try not to sweat it. Like when you make top wick too, like if you get out and then your wick is a top, that meant the area that you were making a decision was correct. You just didn't give it enough room. So step one, you were able to do. Step two, we can always work on as traders, try to be able to get it right. Step three is Rari, as people like to say. I don't know what step three is. But step three is like retirement, whatever it might be. The market bouncing back here. I got to find a long, and it should have been Microsoft. I'm kicking myself because it should have been Softy. Now you're all the way back up to 130 and on Amazon. The chip names are still weak because of the specific news. You're getting a bounce back in some of the big tech names. I have longs in none of them. I'll try to see if I can reload if we reject 138 here on Amazon. But what I'm going to do is, if we end up pulling back into VWAP on some of these, I'm going to try and get a VWAP dip buy. Forget about that on Softy. I'll try to do a VWAP. Cancel that order. There we go. VWAP dip buy on Softy around that 79. I don't think we're seeing 78s again, but the market trying to hold up, and Softy is leading the way. It's gone green now. Looks like it is definitely the leader of this pack. On the verge of breaking out now through 81s, which is a bit of a shocker.
Yeah, I mean, I had, I just put bids at 279 for Softy. I don't think that's going to come into play anytime soon. I feel like pretty lucky here because I don't know if we want to get some out or not. I did build up a pretty decent position here on Amazon, so I think I'll take a little bit out if we get back into the 60s here. It's just, we almost got stopped out. It did break 138. It did break by 1 or 2 pennies. We didn't get stopped out though. So now that it's kind of fall back down in, I feel like I've saved now 30 cents because we are just pennies away from getting taken out of that trade. So pretty lucky that this has come back in a little bit, and we talk about that all the time too. Sometimes luck is something that you need. I mean, you can make the calls, just like Neil was just saying, and then one day it's you're the king of the world, and the next day it's like, why did I do that, right? So yeah, just stick with your rules, stick with your plans, and the market will hopefully reward you. I mean, that's basically what all I can say for that. We did get into Bed Bath & Beyond, but let's just get out. We have 10% left now. I just tried to get out on a 10.25 break and missed it. I crossed down 3 pennies, so we'll cross down and hit that 20 and get out. Bed Bath & Beyond, a big trade for me today. Really happy that we were able to get out of that one pretty quickly. We actually got the high of that move, 77 there or so. So we only had 10% left, and we did get out. That Amazon is like flirting, man. Like, I don't know what it wants to do.
Drop. The market turns, Amazon's going back to 136.
That's
easy.
The hope. So I would think that we can get back down inside a little bit here. We do have obviously a decent position, so I'm going to try to scalp some out as much as I can back down in. So 137.50 would be an area for me there. Palantir just went down to 21.22 again. Now this position is pretty light on Palantir. We only have about 25% left of what we had. So, you know, we're trying to hold this for the downside move. I'm still pretty negative on the market. That's why we're in all shorts right now. And I'm trying to reload this Micron near 59. Missed that. Like, that was so stupid. It was just there and we didn't do anything about it. So that would have been a good little reload. Let's check out on AMC quickly here. I mean, we're $2 in the money on Micron, so we're not going to worry too much about it. Here comes AMC right down to that 22 level that we are interested in. Roblox, Neil, is actually at 47.
Roblox is like,
off
yeah.
50. I wish I would have saw that at 50.
No, I mean, like, BABA just went very, very briefly. I think it actually tested red. It's churning down toward this 90. I'm still sitting on the bid for that 90 even on BABA. Sega's started to pull back in. It does feel like some of the names that were strong off the open are starting to come back. So Sega tried to make that charge to 25. It's now retesting these lows here. If it can't hold like this 23.25, I think you have to accept the fact that it's trying to break down a little bit. So watch out for that. Hellbiz as well. Like, I mean, one of the stronger names out there. I stopped out. I wanted to see it retest that 2 even. Now it's trying to retest that 2 even. So if it starts to consolidate, this is a time of day where rather than just sort of sit on the bid and like, oh, you try to get picked up when things are volatile, I'd rather see the stock go sideways because it's likely if it's going to make another charge, it might not be till 1 o'clock or might not be till 12. So I want to be patient about getting back in, especially with some of these small caps. As the market trying to roll over here, Brendo.
Not a huge move here, but Deere worth a note, guys, to the downside a little bit. On a note from Foxconn, apparently they're going to start making autonomous tractors at that Ohio facility that they are currently building.
Okay.
I like Deere.
Ohio. We talked about the Big Ten already.
Big Ten.
Yeah, so that's interesting there. Just a quick check back. I see what you're saying there on the chat. What's up, man? What's up, Andrew? Yeah, you're welcome, man, for that Q's call. No doubt, man. You come in, and we'll be passing my prop firm funding challenge today. So let's go ball in. Shout out to Andrew Peterson. Congratulations. I'm glad that you sort of took that advice a little bit on the Q's off the morning. So I'm really, really glad for that. What do I think about SoFi? We'll look at that as well.
So, yeah, SoftBank's
pulled out of him?
Well, they're saying they're going to sell all or most of their 9% stake.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. Not good. What's up, Santiago? Thanks for the shout out here on Apple. I do like that reload. So let's try to reload that on Apple right now. So I like what you're thinking about here, Santiago. Apple just ripped up to 165. And again, you know, it's not like 165 was super key yesterday. I remember we were trading off this 165.25 yesterday afternoon. But, you know, that is where we closed, 165. So generally speaking, I would have liked to have been short. Wasn't looking at it. I like that call out. Thank you for that, Santiago. I think that's a good one, Apple. So I am waiting there to get short at 80. Hopefully that can come in and we'll take that short. But look what's working right now. I mean, this could be the trade of the day. We'll find out what happens. I mean, we both got good trades on. But Micron is right now $2 in the money. And this was just a hold for me all the way to the downside. We said it's on the sticky note. And what's up, Thank you for the call on the Qs as well, but we called Micron. Don't get out until it breaks 61. So the highest it went was 60.50, which we were sitting at to get the short. Now we're $2.05 in the money on Micron as that comes down. Good shout out on Apple. A good take here on Amazon as well, as that's it was a little lower there. Just went into
It just tapped the view up there.
Yeah, exactly. So we got a piece out there at 40s, 43. So we got a piece out at 43 there as it tapped lower, like Neil was just saying. I'm going to put another bid there on that. Now here it comes back in anyways. So it's right at 43, tapping lower now. So yeah, let's get downside there on Amazon. I almost confused Amazon there with Apple, by the way. So here comes Amazon, a nice little 40-cent win for us off that 138 level. So we like that. Here it comes back in, but I think we got to take a piece anyways. So let's bid 31s, get a piece out. Ooh, missed those 31s. Hopefully we can get those on a move back in. Come on, give us those 31s before we go to Brendan. There it is. Yes, sir, mamma mia. It's a nice day. It's always a nice day for a nice pizza pie, but it's also nice when you got the win on in Amazon. Paying for lunch today. Amazon, big win. Micron, big win. Palantir, we're 3 for 3 on what we're holding. So let's just continue with this trend, and hopefully the market can move down. But you always want to look to see, hey, where is there strength? And there is going to be strength in some sector. I see that top right there. Let's go over to Brendan. Maybe it's energy. We're about to find out. What's up, Brendo?
Worth a note, guys, President Biden speaking right now on CNBC, heads up on the market. Yeah, energy, top left over there with oil back to the upside today, catching a bit of a bid. It's been pretty rough couple of days, though, for oil and the energy market overall. Consumer staples, utilities also in positive territory there. There are a few here in the communication services group that are higher, but for the most part, negative on that group as well. That's Nielsen, if you're wondering. NLSN finally got that deal done, up 21% today. Financials showing a little bit of strength as well. PFG, the big one there, that was an earnings name. Down here, I wanted to mention healthcare because there was a number in the equipment makers that reported aftermarket yesterday, for the most part, better than expected. So a little bit of positivity there. Outside of that, unfortunately, not good so far. Tech sector as a whole, the entire thing pretty much in negative territory. There are one or two here in the software group that are positive on the day, but not good overall. There's the cruise lines is what I'm trying to say. NCLH was the one with earnings, CCL, RCL, all to the downside. 6% through 11%, almost 12 now for NCLH. There's Wynn, LVS, MGM, all the hotels here as well. So the consumer discretionary group, the tech group, leading as far as decliners are concerned, offsetting what positivity we do have on that side. It's only 0.3, but hey, it's negative right now, guys. Back to you.
It definitely is downside, but just one note here. And when you get a good level, and 138 has been good on Amazon, at this point it's broken it's broken VWAP here. It's touched 137 a couple times. We're paying ourselves. We still think you can head down to 136. But if the market does make a bottom, remember 13,000 even, like on the NASDAQ, that's where we're bouncing from. If we see this a third time, I don't like reloading a third time, because it could break 138 and then have a clean path up to 140. So it's a situation where you do want to pay yourself out there. And I got to answer, someone asked in the chat, and it was a question for Tony, Sunshine Rip, do you know when the next Blue Jays game is where they give free stuff? It's actually this Friday. There's like a giveaway. It's like sitcom night at the ballpark. They're giving away these Friends t-shirts. I've seen it. My wife already has one. I'll be at the game actually on this Friday, but that's the next one. And then there's like a bobblehead literally on Saturday. And so the next couple of days, like Friday and Saturday.
What is the bobblehead?
It's a Vlad bobblehead giveaway.
Oh, that'll be popular.
Oddly enough, presented by DoorDash. Apparently they got a partnership with DoorDash.
Boom.
The Jays there. So, I'm a Jays season ticket holder, so I go to a lot of games. So I just quickly looked it up for you. But that Friends, it just says Friends on the front, and then it's like a Blue Jay shirt. I don't understand the connection there between the Jays and that show, which I think, I just never got into that show. I don't want to say something bad about it because it's a very popular show, but I just never got it. It was never funny to me.
No, I was never into it either.
Yeah, I don't know. My wife loves the show.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think the same thing. I think
Seinfeld,
well, come on.
Seinfeld and Friends, like somewhere down here.
Come on, son.
Yeah.
Not even close. In my opinion, anyways. I mean, but whatever. They both get rebooted about it. Not rebooted. What are they called? In rotation. What's it called when they do it?
Syndication.
Syndication. Both probably one of the most successful probably.
That came up yesterday because
all time.
Brennan was talking about Magnum PI, and then
course
we're
he
both
was.
going on about how bad the remake. Now I'm really dating myself talking about Magnum PI. I should just shut up before you guys roast me. It's too late now.
I mean, there's a lot of things that
Whatever,
date
it's a good
ourselves.
show, man.
Yeah, Magnum PI. All right, there it is. Let's go. Nice one there. Let's just go like this. Like Neil said, when the levels line up, man, you better be there to hit them, and that's exactly what we did with this play one more time here on Amazon. So we are, yes, sir, mamma mia. There's snow outside. No, there's not. Why did I just hit that? Who knows? But there goes Amazon, man. It's raining down profits right now on Amazon. This is $1. Actually, now it's only 80 cents in the money. Micron's $2 in the money. Micron's at the days. Yo, Randy, what up, man? I'd like to see your thoughts on Tesla again, of course. As Randy talked up Tesla, and it went up like $100. So maybe if next time. And
now would be a good time.
We just don't want to lose Randy to like the sales department for Tesla, because last time it was like, I think earnings this and that. Bang! Straight to the upside there. I don't know if you bought it.
It was a pretty strong move
on that one.
I'm not growing a mustache, Garrett. Not going to happen.
Mustache. Yeah,
Like,
you should grow a mustache.
No.
Yes. Let's think about a bet for Neil to some. Nah.
No.
Well, you got to get the kids' approval, right?
That's like my daughter is not.
she's
She
probably
just
not gonna like that.
she calls it. She hates scruffies.
Yeah, every
And
time I rub
really
my
doesn't
face
like
on
it,
my
so.
daughter, she's like, no.
Yeah. So
That
like
just makes
and
just
trust me,
makes
like
do it more.
I'm not if she doesn't like it, not gonna happen, man. When she's older, she doesn't give a damn. Then I can talk about it, but not right now. I think
I don't know about a
heard,
mustache for you. I've never. I can't really picture you in a mustache.
I tried
honest
for
with you.
jokes. I tried it once in like
Oh,
I think it was
did
like
you?
grade 8 or 9. I was
Right.
like, yeah, let's start growing a
Right.
mustache. I got like halfway, and it's like this is
Yeah.
not a good look for me. Always a good look to get to Brendan. I
Grade
think
8, you said? What grade did you say?
it was grade 8 or 9.
Grade 8,
It was way back.
Yeah. What's up, Brendan?
Amazon, guys, moved to the downside there on some volume. The FDA issuing a warning letter to 3 companies for selling unapproved new drugs for skin tag removal and moles. Amazon was one of those, so heads up.
What? Okay, well, hey, we're short Amazon. We just ring the register there we got out at 37 flat there, 37.02 off that. So we only have 30% left of that position. But I guess, that's always going to be a problem with Alibaba, Amazon, Wish, things like that, where you're like a reseller. Even Best Buy, I was watching a show on them and their marketplace and stuff like that. It's like there's basically no quality checks. And I don't want to talk about Amazon. I was just talking about Best Buy. They just, you can say, oh, I'm a reseller of iPhones or something, and then you get part of their marketplace, but it's not like guaranteed, or there's no warranty from Best Buy. So I wonder if that's probably the case. I don't think that kind of stuff is what's going to send Amazon, down further, but hey, negative headlines are not good. So when you're short, you like to see that. Did you know that Sega's at 23.50 right now?
So you know what's crazy about it? So Sega, which is annoying by the way, it wicked me out, but it's actually holding some support at about 23. So I did get out of it, and it might go. If it goes sideways, I'll put it into the bucket that Hellbiz is in right now. If it actually holds this support at lunchtime, I think you can get it a little bit of a later break. But I wanted to be a little bit cautious. Like just wait and be patient for it. We could take another leg down, allow it to find support. And I want to acknowledge, someone in the chat said there's errors on the ticker at the bottom for the percent moves.
Yes.
Just to say again, there is a few symbols in our system which are showing close prices from like a few days ago. They're working on the issue, so it means some of the percentages are wrong. I know for a fact, like CCXI, that buyout's one of those stocks. Coinbase is one of them. So every time I call up Coinbase, it's going to be incorrect. Look at the wick I made on Coinbase. That's an ugly one. I like
you
that
traded
short.
that today?
I did. I have one shot right in here, trying to catch that little retake, and it wicks up, takes out or tries to test 91s, and falls back in. And I was saying, like, the spread was so big on Coinbase at times, or relatively big, I should say, 15, 20 cents to give it more room, and I still didn't give it enough room. This could, higher lows, maybe take out 91 with a short interest. If the market's making a bottom here, Coinbase through 91 could be one of those trades where you get a nice little easy scalp trade. AMC, man, didn't make a single AMC trade. Nothing. It's like it comes down to 22.30. I've been waiting in front of 10s this entire time and getting absolutely nothing. And why did I just get triggered on BRNA? Did BRNA just go below? It actually broke 12 even to the downside on BRNA.
God.
That's why I got a bad trigger. I didn't actually want that
Which
short.
one?
I'll just get out that flat.
Is that low
When
right
you
now?
take profits on stocks, a lot of times you'll still have a stop order like a tool sitting down below because you were going long and then I don't cancel my stop. So I'll clean some of those up. But I'm still waiting around for 22 on AMC. I might have missed the chance for the good bounce there. 22.30, it gave you 40, 50 cents. I guess a little bit too conservative going long in front of 22, at least for now. Microsoft, which
yeah, the market is blasting here. You got to
forget about that dip buy. Microsoft is now taking out the top.
Yeah.
So I'm now moving to 280. I just keep moving up here because I'm not taking breakouts on Microsoft. It's ridiculous. The market is bouncing upside now, green on Softy, and it's leading the charge. This is the strongest name that I can find out of big cap tech. If there's something else, let us know.
Yeah, I mean, Apple's pretty strong. I am short into Apple right now. I'm just adjusting my Micron trigger. I want to get out right now. If it does take it, I mean, I'm just talking to myself like, wow, this market is stronger than we thought coming back today. So it's still down 1%. So it's not, you know, I'm not like, oh my God, we're in trouble, but, you know, just watch out. So here's Apple. Apple, I got to make sure I'm trading the right stock, not Amazon again. Like I did that yesterday and it bugged me because I went long on something that I didn't want to. Okay, so right now, Apple. So we're going to watch out. I mean, it just went to 165. That was our break spot there. It didn't break. So again, pretty lucky on that name not to get out. So we'll take a little piece out there at 81 just for 7 cent win. But again, we're holding a decent size against this number. So we're hoping that Apple can fall back into the 70s again one more time. And if that happens, we'll just be there with open arms to get a little bit out. Hopefully we can bounce a little bit. Look at this. We talked about it going down to 13,000. That was relatively uneventful when we broke 13,000 the first time. It actually just hovered around. And then it broke it to the upside right there. And since then, it really hasn't come back. But, you know, I feel like if this is going to be a choppy market into tomorrow, then that is what we should expect. So here we go. A nice little move again for Apple. Shout out to Santiago. Thank you so much for the call out on this one as we are now printing on Apple, which is really nice. We'll put another bid down here in the low 70s as our day is just getting better and better here as we go on today. So the only misstep that we had all day was Tesla. And honestly, I don't even want to look at that name, but I know,
worth looking at maybe right
I know
now.
It's back up, right? It was at 565.
Yeah. So
yeah, go ahead.
It's right at this, like the 864 was
sorry,
the actual
865.
Yeah, pre-market low into resistance at 864 off the open. It's right back there again. If this market continues to churn to the upside, Tesla is setting up for consolidation breakout. Maybe not at 65 because I think slipping in there at 64 allows you to fade that even level. For now, it's pulling back, but 64, the same way Coinbase 91 is lining up, Tesla's lining up here at 864 if it can challenge. For now, it's holding that resistance, and we're going to Brennan at the big screen. Ooh, I just saw what's going on in land. Let's see what's up with Money Talks.
Yeah, downside so far today for both. That's Bitcoin. Ethereum as well down here. You can see 6%, so faring worse than this one right now. Failed above 24 once again, straight through to 23,000. We're trying to hold 23,000 right now, down 4%, 23,100 at the moment for Bitcoin. Otherwise, kind of a quiet day ahead of this inflation reading tomorrow, obviously. We are lower on the dollar there, just 0.3. So everything else kind of a little bit higher, a little bit lower ahead of CPI tomorrow, guys. But the big mover right now, Bitcoin and Ethereum under significant pressure. Remember, this was up 8% yesterday. So we're giving it back today, guys, for both.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I mean, crypto's been actually surprisingly stable, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, it's been a big move to the downside, but as it's hovering around this like 18 to 22 to 23, you get breaks upside. Yeah, that's going to be a very, very tricky game to play, obviously. But there's Apple. And again, we're going to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're going to go 5 and 2, I guess, or 6 and 2 with Upstart and Tesla, both being negative. And I mean, Upstart is just a funny one because it's now below probably all the levels that Neil and I shorted. But that is the beast. That is the market, right? So not much we could do. But you know what else is popping right now? And I mean, sorry, not sorry, because obviously I'm an investor in Palantir as well, but you have to separate the two of these things because we're day traders. Palantir today has been an absolute genius of a short. I mean, they came out yesterday and for some reason held some of those highs, and then closed near the bottom yesterday for Palantir. So, you know, like this is what it looked like yesterday. Maybe I can zoom out a little bit. So here's the move, the miss on earnings, obviously, and then the move all the way to this 1050 and then a fade all day. Right? And so then today, when we came in and we were like, we also got the downgrade, we had our out, and there it comes to the downside. The ladies are in the building. Katrina and Liz here. What's up, ladies? There goes Palantir to the downside again, down to 9.15. So a good take there. And by the way, Apple right now collapsing on itself. This is going to be a good one for us. We're bidding in the 50s here, but why not just take a 58 if I can get it? Apple on a great short, man, from that. Thanks to Santiago and everybody, all of our viewers, as we just continue to really trade Apple well the last couple days. So there's Apple, a nice little short to come back in. But without any further ado, it's earnings time. So let's go to the big board.
Probably the busiest day of the week so far. So both aftermarket tonight and before the open tomorrow, worth noting, guys, a few interesting names on here.
We talked about Roblox, Coinbase, obviously, Plug, because those clean energy names have been pretty big there. I'll be watching. And then Unity, which we had the news this morning. Unity just broke or tested 50 even on the way back in, so super strong name. It's still going to be some burners there. Coinbase is probably, I don't want to say it'll be the first thing I look at tomorrow morning, but Coinbase is going to be the first one I go over, just because of the volatility it's already put in this week, which has been tremendous.
Yeah, good. Lots of names on there. You saw PaySafe as well. Win, I think Win's going to be interesting to see what they talk about. You guys know that I like that name, so that's been a good one there. It hasn't been a good one, but it should be a good one off earnings to see what they talk about with Macau and whatnot. And by the way, as this market continues to make a move down, man, Apple is really starting to print. So a good trade here for Apple as we go to the downside. So that's going to turn out to be a good trade as we're out of half now of Apple, probably. Let's just get out of some more here because, again, it's 58. There we go. Take out another piece, and then we'll just wait. So now we'll wait to see if Apple can come back in to 44, 45. I do like that trade there. We already got out of that Palantir, but yeah, lots of interesting ready, man. Yeah, let's go PaySafe. PSFE. This one has been a nightmare. There's PaySafe and BarkBox were two SPACs that really have done absolutely nothing and just tank city on these names, man. $4 down to $2. Who knows where these names are going to go? Oh, you know what else we were looking at was Clover, because didn't they report? That was basically a nothing burger. We didn't even talk about these guys. We had them yesterday on our list to report. A nice move down,
but they didn't catch the radar.
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't on today. It is making a move down, so they must.
That was free money.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's wrong.
That's
okay. I was gonna say, how is this up? What is happening? 340 down to 270 there for Clover. So a missed opportunity on that one. But we didn't miss much today, man. Amazon made its move back up. We only have 20% left on that. So it's been a really great day, man. We'll end the show positive, and that's always a good thing. So yeah, let's just keep on that momentum and watch to see what happens here in the afternoon.
Yeah, a couple more things. I mentioned Unity just there. It just broke or retook 50 to the downside. Obviously, it had that takeover news there. There's some size on the offer at 95, evens at 90. So I'm just going tight stop above that 50 for sure. But I want to get to TT. Look, it's T2 Biosystems here because I don't want to ignore penny stocks. And this one is looking interesting. If the volume can kick up a little bit here, I'm your Huckleberry. I see people talking about it in the chat. 16 cents has been a pretty obvious level, and it's a 50 period, and it's lining up for a potential breakout as we speak. It's come right back into support, right back up to the highs, holding consolidations. Just look for maybe a later afternoon or mid-lunchtime 16 break. Just understand that it's got 15 to support, then VWAP. Giving it all the way to 13.5 is essentially saying that you want to, you're giving up 15% as a stop. So if you're doing that, it's because you think the stock is going to 25 cents. If you think it's going to 20, I think giving it to VWAP on a break makes a heck of a lot more sense to me. As I said, Unity had some size in front of 50. I went short in front of it, quick out. I'm not going to let it go through that price. So it was a really quick in and out off that 50 level for Unity. Not really thinking about joining that trend this late in the game, but we're just looking for that size on the offer. It has now broken on Unity.
All right, Unity. So, all right, not much else to talk about here as Apple just is a 40-cent winner. We're really crushing that name. We'll continue to try to do the same there. Don't sleep on Microsoft. If that comes back, I do like that name as well to get some money. And then there's that SoFi. Wow, what a train wreck. And I wish we would have, thanks to those of you that mentioned it, we just didn't look at SoFi yet. So shout out to Prad and Luca. You might want to look at SoFi as it's down near the... near the bottom of the day there at 740. Okay, so Prad's already trading that. So we'll wait to see where that goes here. I'm coming back in SoFi off that SoftBank news. So just have a look at that, down 7%. And one of the weakest names out of the bigger ones, obviously Shopify down 7, Palantir down 7. I'm just trying to look. GameStop down 8. A quick look before we throw over to those guys. What is AMC doing? We do like that 22 level. Okay, so it bounced exactly off 22. I mean, it went to 22.30, so maybe it didn't get low enough. I actually didn't have any bids. Look at Apple. You want to talk about some free money coming in. What was that move all about? Apple, let's go, baby. We're short at 165 on Apple, so this is going to be a good little name here for us to hit. So let's just get out at 35 if we can. There it is. Yes, sir. Apple to the downside. Winner, winner. Chicken dinner. Brad, that's my thing. So let's go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. You might have heard Brad in the background. It's only, oh, is it? I don't know. I don't even know what PUBG, that's a game, isn't it? Yeah.
What's he talking about?
PUBG. I don't know. My kid did play Fortnite, though, at one point. That's from a movie like a long, long time ago. So no, it's not a PUBG thing or whatever that's called. Okay. Neil.
It is 11 o'clock.
What's 11 o'clock?
They're already on. You can already see the position board is switched over. We're going to switch over. We're back at 2. This market is going nowhere. It's trending to the downside. So hold on to your shorts for now. But go to Trader Prad and Luca geared up and ready to go.
Let's go, baby. It is the Trader Prad and Trader Luca time. It is midday market, mayhem, movers, whatever you want to call it. Luca's here. Luca, you want to start off the day?
Yeah, sure. I can share a couple trades with you guys. Hopefully everyone's having a great day, staying positive, enjoying the day, and keeping it stress-free today. I had a nice AMC short off the morning. And the thing with this one, I'm like, you know what? There might be some games that might be a little bit challenging to hold the size. Had a nice short, kind of short over here, covered it, and then it flushed on me, and I was like, hey, let me just get back in. Short for the scalp in front of 23 there.
I am the greatest.
You know, BBBY obviously faded, and you know, I was expecting the AMC fade as well. But the thing with AMC is they could probably hold this a lot. Luca had some spros today. I have spros every day, for the record. Every day, 1-2 sprays. And spros, yeah. And anyways, kind of covered there. Then had the short, tried it the first time, hit it the second time for the nice flush down. That was pretty solid. Covered nicely, because then it for some reason popped. And it just wouldn't go down, right? This is the thing. That 23 level was holding. Then you kind of had the move here, so I took it short again, covered. Thought we were going to flush right here, so really sized up, had to cover it, and then hit it again. You know, it kind of looks sloppy on the chart, but overall, really good name, really happy with how I traded it. For the most part, it's definitely a tough name to trade. Don't beat yourself up, right? It's chop city on there. I would say like an easier trade, if you're looking for the fade play, is definitely Bed Bath & Beyond. And go figure. I was actually looking at this. I think there was like the bid at 10.10 there, and now this thing's just falling off here. Like this thing 970 broken 10. Hopefully somebody had that. I was actually looking at that 2 seconds ago, and I was like, no, what are the odds that it breaks and does this move? But go figure. I actually did it. But yeah, guys, for the most part, kind of feels like this was the easier short.
No.
You know, I wanted this to get to like 13, 13.50. Didn't really get there. Kind of couldn't get above like 12, 12.50. And this was a cleaner fade, right? So if you had the short, you're thinking AMC, you're thinking Bed Bath & Beyond. You know, this was the cleaner play, and I think you did not have to locate for these, if I'm not mistaken. Well, it depends, but for us, we did not have to locate. So, yeah, kind of clean. You know, tilt of the day for me. Tilt of the day, HLBZ. So, you know the classic. You know, they make the high, they go for the run, again. You get the volume spike, and then it flushes. So this was on my not my back burner, but it was off to the side. And if I saw it, I would have been short from way up here, obviously. But instead, no. What do? I chase max size down over here because I'm like, oh, this is gonna go. And literally, we flush. I try to cover, I get a part fill, and it was just downhill after that. Pure tilt. I'm like, what the heck's going on here? And obviously you see, like, I'm trying to short, I'm chasing, like a little bit less size, but like chasing, just not doing well overall on the name, but like, you know, like not really like too upset about it, but like tilt for sure. And you know, this was the fade play. Like if you short this at like 32 area on the high day break and you kind of take the short there, you were never out of the money, right? You caught the flush, you could have scaled yourself out at VWAP. And you were not out of the money on that secondary push-up for the break of 2. Now that we're down below 2, I'm expecting people to be covering here just because, you know, it is kind of pre-market, not pre-market low, but, you know, kind of like this kind of like short-term support area. This kind of what I'm eyeing. You know, maybe it fades off, maybe. But at the same time, like, you know, it's not really giving the vibe like that this thing is going to pull a GovX and fade down to like 150 by the end of the day. I'll be surprised if that happens. But yeah, for the most part, just trade those two names. There's some size here on the bid, HLBZ, 1,200 lots. Not too much, but you know, it's, yeah, there you go. It just got taken right there. And yeah, we'll see if this thing could fall off. I mean, it kind of was just straight downhill, as you guys can see after the kind of pop. So, you know, if we get higher, maybe a good short there. But for the most part, you know, I'm going to kind of stay away from chasing the bottoms.
Yeah, if you see me or hear me in the background just screaming and making noises, because I'm having a mental battle with myself. So I'll start off with a couple of trades, and if you want to go to the washroom, you can go ahead, bro. Yeah. I'll start off with a couple of trades that I was going on with, and I was battling AMD for a bit before AMD was a good trade for me. Here's AMD. So obviously the weakness in the chip sector, thanks to Micron today, was looking at AMD. Had some decent scalps, then I started losing on it. So I waited for the right moment, which is near $98. Then I added on the way down, giving me a good exit around 96 for AMD. Now AMD kind of forming a base there. So gonna leave this trade alone too. After AMD, I moved on to Microsoft. Microsoft was working, and then it was not working after all. And Microsoft and SOXX kind of did the same thing to me. They wicked up over there when the market popped up to 13,050 and you know, triggered my stop. So those are my two most worst stocks on the day. But the best stock on the day so far, SoFi, man. SoFi with the negative catalyst, earnings report, you know, everything just pointing to the downside for SoFi, yet to hit the negative 10% barrier. Started scaling into a short at the lower day break, which was around 760. Got a good 10-cent scalp out of that, and then I got stopped out. So I waited for the pop up of 770. On the backside of 770, loaded up, and I pretty much got out most of my size around 740 out of this trade. Now we'll be looking to get back in at some point. But yeah, here's SoFi breaking the lower day, and my best trade of the day today, no, without a doubt, was once again the futures, baby. Let's go. 13,000 shorts, a couple scalps near the 13,000 shorts, couple long near the 13,000 area also, and then the real short coming in at the 1350 area, which is what I've been waiting for all day. We know how the 1350 level played out yesterday, so 1350 area is what I was waiting for. I didn't think the market had it in it to bring the NASDAQ back to 13,100. So got in 1350 short, brought it all the way down, and just adding to my P&L. Market going to the downside. We gotta love those actions. But keep in mind that Sean mentioned before coming onto the show is CPI numbers tomorrow, 8:30, bright and early in the morning. I think the market from here on out just trades sideways a little bit, creates higher lows, and probably just some rejection of VWAP for the most part. I'm not seeing the market go too much below 13,000. Maybe up to 12,800 or so, maybe 12,180, I think is what I'm trying to say here. Let me pull up NASDAQ. I think I have a level drawn out here somewhere. So I'm thinking maybe market can go at the best down to 12,800 today, and then find some buyers coming in, and that way the CPI numbers kind of dictate where the market goes to. If we go back all the way down to 12K, or if we go back above 13K and go play with the 13,400 area, 13,500 area. But today, that 1350 coming into play very much. Hence, I took that scalp short off of that 1350, got out at 1389 or 1390 or so. Amazing short on my part over there. Power off? What do you mean? I'm going to have to refix these headphones in a second. But those are my trades for the day for most part. Lots of time left in the day. It is, you know, midday show, so let's get the ball rolling. Luca is back in the hot seat too. We'll give him a couple seconds here to find some stocks. In the meantime, throw some stocks in the chat for us to take a look at. Bed Bath & Beyond being called out already. Let's go look at Bed Bath & Beyond. That was a stock that was absolutely mooning yesterday. Today looks like it is coming down a little bit. Let's go check out Bed Bath & Beyond's actual percentage, which is down 16%, which should also trigger SSR on it. Anytime a stock is down more than 10%, triggers SSR. Which is short sale restriction. You cannot short the stock by taking out the bids. You have to sit on the ask, wait for the stock to tick higher. That's the only way you're able to get your fill short. Bed Bath & Beyond today giving up a little bit of the move that we gained yesterday. But if I remember correctly, we were up around 37% yesterday. Today only down 16%. So obviously, if you look at the if you look at the daily chart, you can see that we're stuck in yesterday's range for Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, this thing's really fallen off here, and you know, absolutely clean short for anybody who had it at 12. You know, hopefully holding on to that one for the 10 break. I mean, this thing just broke 10. Like, I would not expect this 10 break to be the way that it was. That was super clean. Hopefully somebody had that, because you know, not all the time do you get these clean breaks. So I get excited when people have those trades. AMC pushing back down 2250. But this one maybe just be held all day. You know what? I'm actually surprised that Tesla's holding. I initially came into the day and I was like, okay, if Tesla gets towards 850, like it's on, like this thing's gonna sell off. And then I kind of looked at it on the daily, and I think you got like the 50-period moving average sitting around like that 850 level. Go figure. There was some size at 850. I watched it at the 850 level. Did not have any trades on it, but it broke that level for like a very, very short, brief moment, and then kind of popped and danced around and then popped back. So that was kind of like an interesting bounce area. If we sell off, we got CPI coming tomorrow, right? We rejected the 4,200 area. We're kind of like slow today, like it's kind of rejecting off VWAP, not really like any strong upside moves, and we just got this kind of downside move here. But for the rest of the day, like if Tesla gets below, and maybe it doesn't, but if it gets below 850, 845 and goes, then like I don't know, this thing's probably gonna test like 820, maybe even 800. But maybe this trade comes into play tomorrow off the number as opposed to today. And guys, remember Amazon from yesterday, that 140 level. Tried the bounce play at 140, went below 140 and kind of never could reclaim that 140 level. Go figure today, opens the day, and this thing is just rejecting VWAP. So kind of giving the feel that like, you have that key 140 level, it finally breaks down. And then you have the following day where it's like you're getting the VWAP sellers that are stepping in. So like somebody is selling Amazon. I wouldn't be like there was a lot traded above 140, right? So these people are anybody who took along above 140 saying like this is the level, we're going up to 145, 150, like they're now underwater. And if we go down for whatever reason on CPI, I guess that's why we're getting that VWAP selling here. So I'm gonna maybe look for an opportunity on this one. It's kind of very close right now, but maybe this stays below VWAP, for a good portion of the day. And it depends really what the market wants to do if it can figure itself out. And AMD, same kind of theme, that 100 level, right? Was above 100 yesterday, below 100, and now you're getting like it did not really have that like that upside move that it could have, right? Like kind of a lot of VWAP sellers from the feel of it over here. And then just kind of rejecting VWAP over here and now kind of low, right? I think it was Sean in the morning who sat down and literally said, I'm shorting AMD. Like right when he sat down, I was like, oh, let me take a look at this. I'm like, oh, below 100. Okay, yeah, okay, kind of cool. I had no trades on this, obviously focusing on AMC, HLBZ today. But yeah, AMD absolutely solid to the short side.
I'm actually trying to go long mRNA here. Obviously, mRNA dropping down 6% today with the help of Novavax, which is an earnings catalyst. I believe it was an earnings catalyst. They also were talking about the extra inventory of the COVID-19 vaccination that they're holding on to at the moment because the U.S. is slowing down on demand and they're not buying as much vaccination as they said they would. Oh, baby. Am I Arun or what today, man? Just killing these futures call-outs. Here's a long right now off that 13K. I said I didn't believe in the 13K breaking too much longer today. I think we're gonna sideways trade. So a quick little long as soon as we get back over 13. That is my average price 13,001.75. It's not gonna show up there, but we're instantly 13 points in the money on this futures long. Let's go, baby. MNQ has been so good to me in the past few days here. The levels on this futures, the reads on this have been so clean. I wish I could read Microsoft or Apple like that and not get wicked out and lose a ton of money on the stock today. But here's Microsoft positive, still positive on the day Microsoft when NASDAQ is actually down 1.24. So that's a pretty crazy move. But here, let's go back to Moderna, which is now 20 points in the money. Well, it dropped down as soon as I was talking about it. But Moderna 20 points in the money, was 20 points in the money. Let's see if we can get that pop going. MNQ up about 16 points in the money. I trade MNQ all day, says Dan. I know I've been watching your call outs in the chat and you've been pretty good at that, so let's go. Absolute monster trades. The opportunities on our MNQ are dime a dozen, obviously, but you can also lose equally quickly on that on these opportunities. So here's the pop to 1350. Let's see if 1350 breaks this time on futures, or I'm going to actually capitalize on that 50-point, 40-point move that I got there. It's actually a 30-point move. Let's be real, Pride. You can't do math. Come on, buddy. 30-point move that I got over there. Let's see if we can get that push to 1350 so I can actually shorted this again. I'm gonna throw order out 13050. Actually, let's do 13045. 045. Let's take that many contracts. I have the order out there. Let's see if we can push up. Already adding to my PN now. And Moderna now 70 cents in the money. Let's take some size out there. Why won't it wick me out? Because my orders are not because of spread. My orders are not thrown out accurately to the spread. 70 points in the money on Moderna. Making money on the plus side, making money on the short side, making money on either side. You know what they say, bears make money, bulls make money. But what gets slaughtered? I'm hoping that you stamp the emoji for me. No, he's listening to headphones. There you go. Pigs get slaughtered. So there's the emoji coming in very soon.
Yeah, I see people saying EFTR up 100% today. I'm just taking a look at this thing, approaching that $2 level. Lots of volume on it today. 17 million relative to the previous days. Just kind of looking here, asking myself like, where are some key levels to look at? I think 250 to 3 may be interesting. And this is daily. I'm just kind of glancing over here at the daily. You get these things. It's obviously holding trend. Kind of looks the same as everything else when it's holding trend. Running up, but look at this blow off over here, right? Runs towards like 250, taps 3, and then kind of back down and fade, right? So, looking at this, and I really got to zoom out here. This is just like, downtrend over here. I guess you get some, like really it's like, I think somebody said 5 to 7, and like this is what I see here. You got the bounce here, you got the bounce here on the daily. 5 going into, I would even say 5 going into 6. That's kind of like a nice resistance area, maybe like a short-term secondary. You could say like 350 if we get there. But yeah, for the time being, below 2, we'll see if this one has room to run.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get my settings going over here for my headpiece, so Fahad can basically talk to me throughout the show and basically bully me over there. But we'll see if this earpiece can get working. I keep struggling with this piece. I need better instructions. All right, AMD, please, says chat. So let's go check out AMD. AMD getting back to VWAP. This has been one of my best shorts of the day. If you ignore the futures and if you ignore SoFi, obviously, AMD today down 3% with the sad news of the Micron and so on. And how many days do we have? Isn't it today that the bill gets signed? Yeah. They signed already. Okay, so the bill is signed, which is, I forget how much money or the actual, I remember what it is, but I can't remember exactly to date what the bill constitutes. But I guess now that the bill is signed, it is sell the news, because the rumor has been bought up for God knows how long. Now look at the green days on AMD, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green days in a row. And now we're seeing a little bit of sell the news kind of action coming into play. AMD once again back under 100, currently inching towards VWAP. Let's see if we can get some short fills around VWAP. But more importantly, I think I'm going to go battle Microsoft one more time. I was talking to Sean too on the morning show. When Sean was on the show, I was basically in his when he was not talking, I was telling him I should stop trading Microsoft. I keep telling myself to stop trading Microsoft, but I keep going back at it and I keep getting hurt. And Sean said that stop doing it, Brad. But here I am once again going right back at it, because I believe that the NASDAQ will not get above 1350 today, as it's already down 1 full percent. And as soon as I punch it, I'm already 22 cents out of the money. I hate this position, but I want to be short Microsoft so bad. I don't know what to really do with it. I'm going to battle with it. Okay, now we're going to take that stop right away. We're going to stick to stocks that are working for us. And here's MNQ giving us our short position. We are above 13,055. Let's see if we can actually stay above 13,055, or does it push right back down to the lower days, which is where our targets are. And mRNA, baby, let's go. $1.30 in the money for mRNA. Don't want to take profits just yet. I'm just going to throw an order up there at what did I throw my order at? 173.30.
Somebody's saying take a look at JPM. Sure, so let's have a look here. Normally, I'm not looking at bank stocks from a day trading perspective. They don't really move. And this is kind of the reason. They're kind of dancing around, up and down, up and down. And if you're even pulling up the daily on this thing, like, look at this. It's spent a lot of time in this kind of channeling range here. So, look, if you're like from like an investment perspective, it's like if, you got some financials in your portfolio, whatever. But as a day trader, me looking at this, it's like, I don't even want to fade this from like 15 down to like, maybe VWAP. It's like, 40-cent range. I guess you could argue, okay, the range is in. I'm gonna play the range, fade it if you're like a range trader, if you do well. But for the most part, I feel like there's a lot more opportunities, especially now. Things are moving, right? Small caps are moving. You're getting these key levels in play. So for the most part, I was looking at Apple. Like I was thinking, are we going to actually test that 200-period moving average that is now lining up with, I want to say, maybe the 13-day, just kind of simple trend here at the 160 level, and the 200-period, which is like coming down like this way, which is also at the 160 level. So I think that 160 area, definitely interesting if we ever do get there. We just have not been anywhere near it ever since we kind of ripped above that area. I think it was off earnings. So yeah, 160 definitely interesting there. Pretty excited for coin. Pretty low now. I'm not really sure where they're going off earnings. Didn't really spend a lot of time above VWAP, but definitely excited for earnings. Hopefully this thing goes crazy and gets above that 100 level.
They're back in like IPO ranges.
Ooh, coin?
Yeah. Do you remember what they IPO'd at?
Not even close.
Like $100, right?
450.
They IPO'd at 400?
Yeah, 450.
Bro, I remember trading it, but I don't remember it opening at 450.
It was 450.
I know it was
crazy.
your best day, so obviously you remember that.
I mean, I'm sure everybody had a really good day. Like, you don't get moves like that.
Yeah, 400?
Yeah, for anybody that doesn't remember the coin move, let me just pull up the daily here because this thing was actually insane. This thing opened, okay, so it opened, my mistake, at 380, ran up to 425-ish. And this is the same day. And guys, this is Coinbase. This is Coinbase. It opened at 380. It ran to like 430. And then if it dipped,
how do I not
it hit
remember
like 311 that day. So like the range is insane. And ever since then, it just kind of fell off. Then you got the little like pop here. Maybe Kathy Woods was thinking like, oh, we're going long, like whatever, to the moon. And, just didn't work out. And now we're down here. So, overall kind of like earnings play, like we obviously had that crazy crazy day from yesterday where like not yesterday, but the other day, like blow off top. Like, look at this though. This is kind of like the bounce area before it just really fell off. And it could not get above like 13 to like 150, 113, 115 area. And now we're back below. So would be really nice to test that 105 area. Would be really nice to like get back up into this range and provide a really nice opportunity. But for the most part, if it kind of stays in this range, I'm not really sure that there's.
Was that 400 and you could have bought it at $40?
Yeah.
Wowzers.
Yeah, insane.
All right, people in chat are saying, why are you guys ignoring Roblox? Actually, we're not ignoring Roblox. It's just, not on my radar usually to trade Roblox. Not like Roblox's fault or anything. I usually don't. I remember trading Roblox when it was above 100 and when earnings catalyst drops, but I don't trade Roblox on a day-to-day basis. When is Roblox's earnings? It is today after hours. So maybe tomorrow morning you will see me trade Roblox, or even today after hours I'll be trading Roblox. But without that catalyst behind it, there is no reason for me to really touch that stock. It's also stuck in a range, right? Look at this range that we're in, that we've created not too long ago. Until we break out of this range over here, I'm not too excited. And that extra pressure on Roblox to break out of that range will be a catalyst known as earnings, which we're all waiting for it to come out at the end of the day. Not sure exactly at what time, but I can get you that time in a minute. But here's Roblox, down 1.9%. We're just now getting above 48. Since the market is getting ready to curl back down over here, let's push into a Roblox short. I'm just playing risk to reward, right? We're playing a good risk to reward type of setup over here. A decent pop on Roblox, which is already down on the day above VWAP because the market popped. So if the market starts curling back down and starts paying us on the short side, I want to be able to put some damage over here on RBLX. Let's take that position, and as Luca always says, we'll see where this one goes. What time is the CPI number? CPI number will always be at the same time, which is 8:30 a.m. And let me quickly go over here. Nope, that's the website I want to head over to. Click on that website, refresh it real quick. Nope, refresh it real quick. Bang, bang, bang. And it will be tonight after market. So Roblox will be 405, Coinbase will be 410, Unity 405, Plug 410. Ooh, we got a bunch of stocks over here on our basket for the as we call it, the degen strat. So if anyone wants to indulge in that strategy, obviously lots of stocks on our plate to choose from.
I was actually excited for Upstart yesterday. I'm like, all right, here we go. And halted right after the bell. I guess they requested the halt there for earnings halt. So yeah, I took a short here on Amazon in front of that 138 level. We'll see where this one goes. And yeah, somebody's saying HLBZ is running back above 2. I mean, it's expected, right? You get the move down, pop, drop, pop, and are we going to continue to drop or kind of balance out? For me, it's obviously like volume is not drying up, but volume is obviously dropping a little bit. So just understand that, like, from a short side perspective, at least from my short side perspective, this was the move, and now it's kind of like back in the range, so it could easily just dance around. Really gets exciting if this thing gets back up to like 230 area. But if it doesn't, for the most part, I'm not really sure It's slow mover. I don't really want to you got to take small size here if you're going for like another 190 test. I'm not really sure it's worth my time. But yeah, definitely going to keep this one on the radar. Somebody also saying, please look at ILAG. So yeah, obviously watching this one yesterday, being the recent IPO, having like a strong day yesterday, pop into the upside, and then kind of fade the rest of the day. For anybody that was watching this into the end of day yesterday, this thing almost halted. It was a fake halt, but it almost halted in like the last 15 minutes of the day. So it tried to make a run up, and I was actually eyeing this, and I was like, oh man, if this can get to 6, that's going to be like an A+, like 6 going down to 5. You get like a nice like 18%, call it 18% move. Not too bad for like going into the close like 5-minute trade, right? Couldn't get that high. Like I really wanted it to go to 6 and pop. Then this thing, major rug pull here, and just drops. And at this point, it was gonna halt, but fake halt. People using that to cover. But yeah, crazy volume spike over here, rug pull, drop, and dead. Right. So when you see this, like this thing is halting into the close, like you gotta imagine that the next day is dead, right? So everybody's looking short the name. I really wanted this to get back up to 5. Like this thing opened at 437. I just anticipated that like the range will not be that good unless it gets to 5 for a fade to 4. Like that's kind of my logic, 20% move. But today it's muted, right? Today it's muted. And I don't know if you're asking in terms of like, from the long side, from the short side, not 100% sure. But never a good look for the longs when you get that indecision candle where it runs up, runs down, closes, and now we get like a first type red day where like this thing could just fade and die off, right? Like look at the volume. There's no volume today, and without volume, nothing's gonna happen, right? So unless things are interesting and volume comes back or there's like some type of catalyst, I would expect this move to do nothing for like a good portion of the future.
NASDAQ seems like it wants to go above VWAP, so I might be ready to get out of that short real quick, but thankfully we still get to keep our money on that. EFTR being called out in chat, and also Neil Roberts calling out EFTR. Let's go look at the stock today, up 95% apparently with 844 relative volume, 21 million shares traded. Pretty insane volume coming into EFTR. What is the stock name? Was something therapeutics, I remember. Effector Therapeutics. Yeah, so another biotech stock, low float, 7.8 million shares on the float available, holding VWAP for the most part. Let's go see if this is earnings catalyst. No, it's not. So it could be a FDA catalyst is what I would guess on it. If not, then most likely another one, low float stocks just looking to pop and take people's face off if you're sure. But man, what we're loving right now is mRNA giving me my second target on the long. So mRNA popping up over here. I think someone was also calling out Novavax in chat. That means mRNA going up means Novavax is most likely going up. It's a sympathy trade. It's a basket trade. They're leaning on each other. Last time mRNA was going up off of its earnings catalyst, Novavax was going off of its earnings catalyst, so you can expect a little bit of a vice versa. But also keep in mind, Moderna should have a better move to the north side than Novavax should. And here's Novavax heading back to VWAP, so I'm actually going to throw an order out there. Keep in mind this is SSR, so I won't get my... Okay, never mind. I won't get my shares filled unless the stock goes up. So it instantly went up a little bit, gave me my shares short, allowing us to take advantage on that position. So now that since we're short mRNA, short Novavax, it might be time to realize some more profits here on mRNA. Give me my profits. There we go. Time to take more profits on mRNA over there, and then have Novavax drop to the ground, drop it like it's hot, and then make that money for us. And talking about the MNQ futures that we wanted to maybe close, maybe that's a no-go just yet because futures are still rejecting from VWAP. We're still looking good on that position. Let's see if we can get this nosedive. Let's see if we can get this nosedive on it. Sorry, I'm choking on like juice box.
Let me just take over here. Jackie Daytona, leg is lagging. that made me laugh here. Yeah, nice one there. Yeah, EFTR. I'm looking for this to push 2. Hopefully we get a trade going, get over 2, play a little bit of an over under here, and take some shots, see what happens. But MEGL, yeah, guys, MEGL. I'm not looking at this. Oh, it's halted though. Okay, now I am looking at this. This is back at 20. Okay, so I take that, but oh my goodness. Okay, that's what I see. This thing is dead. See, this is the reason why I'm not looking at this. Let me just say this in advance before I kind of like, wow on this thing. It's not like, it's obviously like you're looking at it fall off in like hindsight, like 2020. But the thing is like, sometimes there's no volume, sometimes there's no liquidity, sometimes it moves against you quickly, the spread opens up. And so like even like in this, obviously hindsight's like, oh yeah, like I moved $50, but I'm not gonna beat myself up for missing this, but hopefully somebody had it because this is a sick fade, like 80% fade. But yeah, even like the halts are opening flat, even sometimes the halts are opening up, right? So it's kind of like scary. For me, this is like a hard to hold your position, and I wouldn't feel comfortable taking like really, really big size on it. And so that kind of being said, you know, like I tend to gravitate towards things that, you know, I know my risk and whatever. So this is why like I don't really talk about these things. But yeah, it's kind of crazy, like 80% move. And guys, for anybody that doesn't know, this was like this is the second HKD. And this thing was at like 53, ran to 250, and then just fade. Couple days of fading. Today, definitely way more volume. But, you know, SSR, so obviously kind of difficult trade to the short side. You got to get run over, you know, so just keep that in mind.
Thank you, Luca. But it's going to be our favorite time of the day. It's going to be social sentiment with Brenda.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update on what everyone out there is talking about on social media. Here we go. It's pretty negative today, unfortunately, but a few things standing out. HLBZ over here has been kind of back and forth, back to the downside right now, but still very positive as far as mentions coming through on social. TTOO with a bit of a pop today. That was that little tiny penny stock back to the upside as well, but being mentioned, all kinds of mentions, in fact. SIGA on here once again. If you missed it in the pre-market, the U.S. government going to order about 23 million, I think it was, worth of their monkeypox treatment. A ton of comments, however, once again today. EVFM on here, RDBX on here, Palantir is on here, the Qs as well, and the SPY, obviously, both of which are on here. To the downside today, Upstart popping up there. It wasn't there actually the first time that we looked at this board today, if you remember, but Upstart missing on earnings. Vinco Ventures on here all the time, every single day. AMD, some of the chip makers back to the downside off of Micron, the latest, to cut their guidance. Guys, back over to you.
Sweet. All right, coming back to here, and I was debating about taking more profits on mRNA because Novavax was dropping to the ground over there, but Novavax popped right back up, and Moderna popped back up with it. So I guess I'm gonna have to re-debate myself in my head over there to see what's actually going on in this sector. Obviously, you know, extra inventory for Novavax and not being able to get rid of it. Moderna on the other side talking about how they were been able to get rid of it. APDN apparently halted. That's right, I was supposed to go to the stock and I blanked out. APDN 15% to the north side today, halted just now. To the upside or to the downside?
Upside.
Upside halt looks like for APDN at $5.64. So go ahead.
Showing 564 open, halted to the upside. What a fast move to the upside. So fast that I don't even think the chart caught that one, because this thing is just like zoomed to the upside there, kind of crazy. And this is, there you go, there's it loaded. And this is high a day. This is high a day. No, sorry, this is not high a day. That was a dark. So high a day will be 586, 587 on this one. Yeah, no, this is interesting, guys. This one is SSR. Keep in mind, this one is SSR. APDN, they came out with, you know, exercising their warrants, I think today, about like $3.6 million worth. So, you know, company worth $30 million, they get $3.6 million in cash. That kind of justifies the 10% move to the upside because now they have this cash and they're going to use it, and it's good for business. But yeah, for the most part, obviously this is a crazy name. So yeah, let's see where this one goes, because, you know, this one definitely excited. And let me just quickly pull up, where do I have it here, the daily on this one, just to kind of see, because I also want to remind myself, I think it's 7, around 7 is where it went. Yeah, okay, so had the strong day, couple days of fade, now we're above that other day, the previous day being yesterday. Oh, that $6 level is actually pretty interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if this opens, runs into another halt, just because that was a very, very sharp move to the upside, and it was just like all on volume, like out of nowhere. And like if that's the case, this runs, breaks 6, maybe gets really interesting. You know, the levels that I think would be like an over/under on 7, 7.5. Let's see if it gets there and then wants the fade, or gets there and continues, and I mean then the sky's the limit, right? Just kind of like zooming out here. Clearly, there's really like no like insanely daily levels that I'm looking at here. This thing seems to pop towards like, yeah, like 6, 7 area and then fade recently. You know, so you got I want to say 5 support, which obviously we're not really close to there. And yeah, we popped to like 7, 750 area. So we'll see where this opens. We'll see what happens next. But yeah, it's SSR, so just keep that in mind.
Yeah, we closed that Moderna long completely. So let me flip back. No, that's not Moderna. Here's Moderna. We closed that Moderna long completely. We took that dollar. Last exit was at $1 per share profit or around that. So I'm okay with that because Novavax is now pushing down, give me 40 cents per share. So I took out my first profit target at 40 cents per share. Roblox is finally starting to push back to the downside for us. Only in the money, 4 pennies though. So let's see if Roblox can get under VWAP as the NASDAQ market really starts to push down here. Well, I guess not really, but NASDAQ market pushing to 1340, which puts us 5 points in the money from our short so far. Enjoying the fact that we are red across the board on my position board, that is. We got back into Microsoft, and here's Microsoft and a size actually pushing it down from 281.50 to 281.45. Let's see if that size gets taken out, and we go back to 281.50, which means that there's still buyers on the stock. I mean, it's positive on the day, whereas the market, the overall NASDAQ market is red, and the S&P 500 market is also red. So Microsoft here, very, very bullish on the day. Here's Apple on the same realm, pretty bullish on the day also. Not too long ago, getting back above 165 here. And as the market starts pushing down, I'm expecting Apple and Microsoft both to push down with it. Hence, I'm taking a tiny short position on both of them, but I'm not giving it too much wiggle room. And I'm also keeping my sizing very, very tight just in case the trade doesn't work out. I'm not giving back some of the money on the day here. Couple comments from the chat that I want to mention. Jay Feezy, hopefully I said that right. Jay Feezy, change your mindset today, folks. Bigger moves are going to be hard to come by. Take those profits. Very, very accurate statement over there. You know, going into that CPI environment for tomorrow, 8:30, moves like the big opening drive moves. Also going into lunchtime, the opening drive volume, you're not going to find that in the market right now. You got to understand what time period you're trading at, what stocks you're trading, what type of setup you're applying to that stock, and so on. So with this current move that we're seeing, be ready to scalp some of those profits and then walk away from that trade. Don't be looking for that big Hail Mary, move over there. And talking about Hail Marys, where's Sean? Because Sean's actually not right here. I tweeted at Sean yesterday about that FanDuel bonus for Green Bay Packers. So if I bet $10 on Green Bay Packers to win the Super Bowl, I win $140 back. Is that a good bet? You like that risk reward on that? You like the risk reward on that though, right? All right. What if it was a Buffalo Bills bet? How much would you put on that? Okay, that's what Sean said too. Sean said, I'm calling up FanDuel and I'm getting the minimum bet or the maximum bet raised. Neil said, I'm putting the everything I can find on it. So clearly these guys love their teams. I might start indulging with NFL this year just so I could lose more of my paychecks in FanDuel accounts over there. So we'll see how that one goes.
Yeah, I'm just glancing back over at my Amazon position. I thought I had a bid at VWAP, but I guess I didn't. I'm thinking maybe this goes for like a 137 test, but that would require the whole market to kind of test lows again. I don't know, maybe I'll cover this one. So yeah, APDN did open, it kind of faded off the open, now going back for that retest. The volume isn't there yet. I'm going to say yet, keyword, because, as it kind of gains a little bit more volume, maybe things go crazy, maybe it breaks 6, and then it really, really gets exciting. So yeah, we'll see if it goes above 6. And I'm just watching EFTR. So, there's some size in front of 2. There's like a lot of selling in this area. And I was kind of hoping that we would get that break of 2 to really go wild, but we didn't. We're just getting a lot of people selling over here. But if for whatever reason this does run back up, maybe that 2 break is kind of interesting because, if you're getting like a lot of people, getting short over here, and like this is like, maybe I'm like wrong to say this, but it's like there's a lot of selling right now. There's a lot of aggressive selling, and this thing is not going down. It is holding up decently well for the amount of selling that I'm seeing. So if this, for whatever reason, is a squeeze and we run back to 2, then things are really, really going to get interesting. But, maybe volume's dying and it's fading and this is the best spot to short. And if that's the case, then I missed it and, is what it is, whatever. Can't catch them all. But I'm not going to actually check the float. And if somebody in the chat knows, let me know the float of EFTR.
7.8 mil.
7.8 mil? All right, not bad. Not too bad. Okay, yeah, good to know that. Definitely know the float of the names you're trading. Somebody saying HLBZ, please. Yeah, sure. Let's have a look again at HLBZ. Coming back for that too. See, thing with this one is keep this in mind, right? With these moves, you're either getting like a day one mover. So for example, like a EFTR, where it's like very strong, it's holding trend. You're basically, it looks like buying the dip is just kind of the strategy overall. HLBZ, like not the same from yesterday, right? So even though we gapped up, we had the run and we kind of did that over under and then pushed back and had the VWAP bounce and then kind of fade. Now that we're like down here, I'm not really, like for me, this isn't really like a long. Like I'm not longing at 2 personally, because I don't long these things. I don't really care. But you could argue that this thing is holding trend, right? Like if you draw like a simple line here, is holding trend. So maybe kind of, holds this area, holds that 180 area, holds that 2 area for the rest of the day, then kind of gets another leg up. But for the most part, at this point in time, it just doesn't feel like we're going back up, and it doesn't feel like we're going down. I feel like we're going sideways. So for the most part, I'm waiting, I'm chilling. If I find a trade on it, I find one. But for the most part, I think I might just have to let this one go and set up again.
Did you by any chance pay for Bed Bath & Beyond shorts today?
Who?
You.
It was free.
It was free? Okay,
had a
yeah.
bunch
So
free,
someone
yeah.
in the chat's asking how much are Bed Bath & Beyond shares to short for you guys. Apparently it's absolutely free
yeah.
for us,
So
we don't have to worry
free,
about it.
The rule of thumb is this: if it's a low float, meaning if there's like 7 million shares, then yeah, like it might be expensive, and like the more volume on it, the more interest, the more demand. So the broker's like, oh baby, like let's up the price.
Print that money.
Let's print that money, up it by 500%. But for the most part, if it's like a Bed Bath & Beyond, I'm surprised that AMC there's no free shares. I'm surprised. Like, I don't understand, and nobody has an answer to that. It's like AMC, you always have to pay for it. Yeah, Neil's shaking his head. You always have to pay for it, but it's so cheap because there's so many shares. So I pay for it, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, this is dumb. Like, why do I have to pay for this? But, whatever is what it is. Sometimes it do be like that. And I'm just glancing at my my Amazon position, which is moving against me now. Market bouncing off that VWAP area. Might have to, if this one gets above the high here, I'm just going to cover it. Like, I'll take the loss. Like, I should have covered. I thought I had a bid out. I didn't. I think I re-put my bid at, like, 137 area, thinking that, like, maybe we channel, maybe we get through VWAP. Like, the logic on this trade was, like, there was some VWAP sellers. We popped above, but we could not continue, right? We came back below. We stayed below. Now we popped above again. So if this name is going to range, if there's going to be a lot of sellers, like, I know 140 is far away, but, like, what are the odds this gets to 140 today? Like, it's kind of like a low in my mind, right? So, like, we could definitely break 138 and, like, run to pre-market high, and then it gets interesting, maybe test 139. Like, that's possible. And so that's why, like, I'm out of this trade if we get above my price and I go out of the money. But for the most part, like, if I'm holding this and, if this is, like, a short-term pop and now we're going to come back to VWAP and then finally break down, I'm going to hold on and, hopefully get a nice dollar win on that and, can't complain.
Someone in the chat said Zoom going to give up 107. Yeah, I guess it did just now, so I was a little late for that. I mean, even if I wasn't late, I would have probably pulled it up and said, yeah, I could see it breaking 107. We didn't come all the way down to 107 to not break 107. And the dislocation from VWAP is not even that overextended for the stock to have a retracement back below, back above VWAP. I actually want the short. I like the short at 107 a lot. Now, looking at the daily chart too, 50 period EMA, 100 period EMA, all pretty close to 107. We're taking out the low a day, already down 6% on the day. The risk to reward on the setup is nice too. A bunch of reasons why I like this trade, so I'm just gonna pile into it. Give it that 30-cent risk above 106 to 107, 107 flat even. I know you're not supposed to have stops at nice and even dollars, but I'll have it right there. Let's see if this volume spike that's showing up on ZM, I believe, which is Zoom, right? ZM should be Zoom.
I think it's Zoom.
Yeah, it is Zoom. So you know my hate for Zoom without a doubt. So let's go. Let's send another stock that we dislike to the ground. Let's talking about stocks that we dislike. Let's go look at Peloton. How is this stock doing today? It's been completely muted on my mind to even think about pulling about Peloton these days. Here's Peloton down 7% on the day. I'm guessing the relative volume and the overall volume in general are low. Relative volume 0.97. Overall volume almost 5 million shares traded on Peloton today, and trying to stay above $11. But you know me, we're gonna try and send the stock back to the ground. Probably not today though. No reason to really put damage or even executions on it.
Yeah, BBBY is just getting destroyed, right? And here's the thing, from like a short seller perspective, you want the name to be up because it can SSR. So it's not SSR. You have free shorts. I don't know why. I thought for some reason I was like AMC is the way to go, and like whatever. I'm up on AMC, but like man, I would be up way more if I just kind of took that same energy and brought it to this one. But you know, whatever is what it is. Yeah, you know, free shorts. Somebody's saying, are we going to expect another crazy move from BBBY? Like guys, look at the daily here. 1, 2, 3 green days. Now you got the first red day. Best believe that tomorrow day is probably going to be Chop City. You know, unless we just continue downward. But yeah, you know, you look for that day one momentum, you look for the first red day, and then you kind of move on to the next. That's kind of the best bet to go about. And I'm quickly glancing over at Tesla, which is going for that 850 test again. Not sure I want to take a trade on this. Like, I'm not convicted at all in this trade, but I'm just watching this because that 910 short area off the 200 period was solid. And somebody's saying APDN is breaking up, so let's look at this one again. APDN breaking towards 6. Or maybe you said that a couple minutes ago. Yeah, you know, it can't get over that. See, this is the thing, right? Look at the opening price, 573. This could not get above 573. So, you know, look where these things halt. Look where they open. These are like important areas to watch, and then react accordingly. You know, based on around that halt price, and kind of. That's what I would do. I would look at the halt price, and I would be like, okay, like what's going to happen at this area? Like over here. Like 550 area, like I'm not making a decision, that's for sure. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know why. Like it's just chopping around, just doesn't feel it. So these are like my thoughts overall. Sega took off. Yeah, sure. Let's have a look at Sega as well. Monkeypox plays. Oh, back above 20. I thought this one was dead. Let me just look. I always got to look at the daily of these things because you never know. This is actually going towards highs. Wow, surprising. So yeah, had the green day, had the red day, had the in-between day that they couldn't even show that day because, you know, it's like that day is just too crazy. But yeah, now going, I think 25 is the high. Am I correct? Yeah, 25 being the high. If this thing gets up there, you know, 9 million shares traded, doesn't have the volume. You guys are seeing it here. You know, high volume is dropping. But maybe that 25 area gets interesting if we get there. This thing might just like range rest of the day. You're getting that nice pop, but if there's no follow through, then it kind of goes sideways and then goes back down and basically dead. And yeah, I'm also long Palantir. I just noticed here, I'm long Palantir. I took a trade basically in front of 9, like in front of like the recent low, and I'm thinking like maybe we get up to like, this is like a slow back burner trade for me. Like if we get up to like, back up to like 920, like I'll get out of this.
Yeah, if you saw me yawning there, I apologize. You know, not supposed to be yawning on the show, but more importantly, not supposed to be putting on a guy who's yawning on the show, Fahad. But it's because I woke up early. You know, I told myself I'm on a new regimen. I'm gonna wake up early again, like I used to when I was a trainee. Get into the office at time again. And even though I'm not gonna push any executions till 10 o'clock, I'm going to be at my desk again. So all those, you know, regimens that I'm trying to build back into. I got a little comfortable. Little stagnation in my skill level, little stagnation in my mental abilities also. Mental headspace in general. So time to bring that all back. Time to get back into the game and put some damage like we've been doing today, baby. Let's go. Novavax here now, 60 cents in the money. Took some profits on that. We're still waiting for our Roblox, Microsoft shorts to play out. I just now closed Apple shorts because Apple keeps on popping to the north side. You know what, Apple? If you don't want to die down today when the market's down 1%, you do you, my guy. You keep on rocking to the north side. We're going to leave you alone completely. Maybe we can short you at yesterday's high around 168, 167 or so. Let Microsoft and Apple keep on riding off into the sunset over here. I mean, NASDAQ not really pushing to the downside either, and that's the overall plan that we kind of mapped out, right? We mapped out the market trading sideways, rejecting VWAP and then rejecting the lower days also, not going anywhere. That was the plan that we threw out there. So the market's pretty much sticking to that idea for now. Let's see if NASDAQ, which is creating a higher low over here at 13,030, will be able to push back above VWAP and actually get to that 13,100 today. We're not that far from 13,100. You know how NASDAQ moves 50 points in a flash, right? So be very careful. Not too long ago, we had that drop coming in that you guys were expecting it to be a news-driven drop, but looks like, you know, no news out of it. Just the natural market moves overall, trying to create a higher low, but let's see if we can create a higher high by going above VWAP, which would obviously mean no go for my Roblox or my Microsoft shorts, which are, you know, only out of the money, 10 pennies, 15 pennies at the moment. So no pratty, no cry, right? We'll just have to sit there and just wait for it.
Yeah, guys, and I'm going to bring this up again. BBBY SPY is absolutely tanking. This thing is done. Like, it just broke 9, flashed down to like 886. I think I saw 885. Yeah, it's absolutely dead. And yes, I was saying BBB buy. I don't know about that. We have difference of opinions there. But yeah, Charm Snare, you guys are the best. Improved my trading so much by watching your show. See, that makes me happy. That makes me happy. That makes me excited. Like, I'm providing value in some sense to somebody out there. Thanks for that. Made my day there. Yeah, nursing these trades, still in the money. Amazon, 23 cents in the money. Palantir, basically flat there. Glancing back, HLBZ, for any VWAP takers, we are now at VWAP. Not too interested for myself. And EFTR, yeah, you know, I guess two, you know, the tell was in the tape. I did not take it. I wanted that up action. I wanted it to break 2. This thing already faded 30 cents. You know, already 10% move and probably could do another 10%. But, you know, now at VWAP here, so, you know, for the most part, might have to just let this go unless there's like a scalp opportunity that I could find here. But
yeah, I just wanted to touch you there for a second. You know, that's all I wanted to do. But no, it's your microphone. I wanted to fix your microphone. It just keeps on pointing to the downside, apparently, and ruins the audio. But you know what else is going to the downside is this market, baby. 22 points on the future shore. Microsoft coming back down. Apple coming back down without me, but that's fine. We're going to jump right into Apple over here. Give me my money. What did I say in the morning, Sean? Pay Pratty Daddy. That's right. Pay Pratty Daddy. Pratty Daddy waiting over here with his wallet, getting ready to cash in. Futures coming down 30 points now. Woo, baby. Can't stop, won't stop. Just keep on putting the damage on these markets. Here's Microsoft now, 40 cents in the money. Hell's not a curse word. Hell yeah, baby. Hell yeah, brother. Let's send this market to the downside. Roblox also pushing down. Roblox actually flat now. Zoom is about to be flat. Apple, we just got in. Novavax, we've been in the money. And here's MNQ. I mean, you already see MNQ. I don't need to tell you. So if these trades are not helping you, you know, add to your P&L, obviously trade your own book. Don't be copying our trades. But if these trades are not helping you add to your P&L and you're not entertained, I don't know what else to say off that. Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button. Let's get the... Yeah, are you not entertained?
Yeah, guys.
Smash it. Smash all those buttons.
You know, market falling off there. Was getting a little excited. Amazon finally going for that real VWAP test. Touched it, and, you know, now we're getting a lot of selling coming in. Maybe the market wants to head back down and test that 41.20, 41.15 area. You know, if that's the case, I'm a happy camper. Didn't cover the short, still short, and I think I'm thinking we're getting the 137 test. So like that's probably like my target there. You know, if we don't get there, we don't get there. But you know, that's kind of my overall target. And yeah, EFTR, this thing just kind of dead now. That's sad. And somebody said AMC went for low day as well. This is the thing. You cannot short AMC into a hole. This is what I learned. I learned this the hard way, and it's in my rule book. Do not short them into a low because look at this. You know, makes the low, comes all the way down. You're like, oh, here it's coming to the low. Let me short this thing. You know, and now boom. This is the cover zone, right? So this is the name that you gotta find an area to take a position or like manage it discretionary, be discretionary on it. But you know, not a name to like short over here for an anticipated move to 20. Like let it, you know, 23. Like look at this, right? This is where I was shorting. It's very discretionary. Like scalps, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. But you know, the pop back for like the nice momentum trade, like rejecting 23 and not going back above VWAP. So you know, you could have had the short here, covered it. You could have had it again, covered it. You know, maybe this thing bleeds the rest of the day. The thing with AMC, I'm calling it now, they will hold this thing all day, and then like randomly at some point, it'll just drop $2. Because it's like, okay, the volume's done. Okay, you know, everybody's out of their positions, and this thing is not worth $23. So, you know, it might just be like a nuke towards the end of the day. So I would love for this to get higher and do a little bit more volume, kind of stay closer to VWAP. And then as we get towards the end of the day, like maybe there's that opportunity where you get like a very short window of edge where this thing just like the pace of the tape changes and it's just like done. Like we're definitely getting a lot of covering. You know, we had like it was up here and there was a lot of aggressive selling, but it wasn't like you did not get this move very quickly for the amount of selling. And I just feel like that's like a lot of people covering from yesterday's short, using the volume. It makes sense. And as soon as those traders are done with it, the day one, the day two traders, this is when I would expect the pace of the tape to change and this thing just like nuke and fall off a cliff. Keep in mind, this is the daily, right? You have the strong up move. This is now first red day. But there's room to go. Like this could test 20 today. Like I see it that way, but not to say that it will, but like for whatever reason, if the pace of the tape changes, like this could, you know, then just fall off and definitely get a 20 test there. And then go SSR again. Like would not be surprised. down 6.8% right now. So yeah, like where did this thing open? Call it like 24. So that's like $2.40. So yeah, if it gets there, that will be SSR again, and it wouldn't be the first time that I've seen it.
Sorry, just talking to Brenda over there in our work chat. Man, that Microsoft short instantly popped right back up. I took profits and it popped right back into that range. So that sucks to be me because that means Apple most likely going to pop right back too. But the future short, still 14 points in the money. So not sure what's going on over here. Why did Microsoft pop right back like that? And I mean, the relative strength in this, right? The markets are bleeding today, down 0.5% for, well, not full 0.5%. We're better than 0.5% right now for the S&P 500, but NASDAQ's bleeding today whole day. I don't think I've seen NASDAQ be down more than 1% today, or less than 1% today overall. But here's Microsoft up 0.5%. There's Apple up 0.25%. Just very, very strong in this market. So for those of you who are long in your long-term accounts for these two stocks, I guess no complaints, right? This is what we want to see. These stocks doing a great job of holding themselves up here and not getting demolished. But if these get demolished, these are stocks 1 and 2 weightage of the S&P 500 basket and of the NASDAQ basket. So obviously these coming down will mean more of a move for my S&P 500 short, or NASDAQ shorts that I have on board. But enough about these stocks that we talk about all day nonstop back to back. Let's look at some of the stocks that you guys are looking at in chat. In the meantime, while you guys throw some stocks in there, I'm actually going to pull up mRNA to see if I made the right decision. Looks like I did. mRNA did push down a lot more from actually pushed down almost back to my average price, but Novavax not really pushing down, still back to VWAP for NVAX. People in the chat also talking about VRNA, Verna. Let's go see what the relative volume and the actual volume for VRNA is. Today it looks like it's up 51%. Did give back almost half of the pre-market move that it had in it. So clearly lost some of the momentum and the oomph in it. Coming back to the 100-period EMA around $10, 1.1K relative volume. That's a ton of volume on this stock. 30 million shares traded for the day, but compared to relative scale, tons of eyes on VRNA. Volume did depreciate off the open. Look at these volume candles, almost non-existent. You can't even see them, but that doesn't mean anything because there's still eyes on it. Look at AMC 22, says my boy Sean. Let's go check out AMC to the north side 22, downside 22, downside 22 goes AMC. Let's see if we can get this break. And the fact that we're not down 10%, which means I don't have to worry about the SSR rule, and I can just smash the shorts on the bids over here. That's in case I want to. And you guys remember what I said about AMC. I only short this stock, right? So 22, which was the low from yesterday, around 22. It was 21.80, the low from yesterday. Let's see if we can get that break of 22. We go to maybe 21.80, and then maybe we pop off of that, and then we really have the nosedive. You know what? The apes are not here today. I'm short. The apes are not here today. Yeah, I'm like battling my own mind over here. Watch the apes come out of nowhere just because I said their name 3 times like the boogeyman.
Yeah, that AMC 22 level, kind of interesting. Not that I love this, but like for a bounce. If we break that level and we don't like instantly flush at least 10 cents, this could bounce, right? Every time this kind of comes to these levels, you're getting these kind of overall bounces. Like there's a lot of selling taking place right now, right? And, not to say that it's not going to sell off. I personally am not going to favor the short on this breakdown just because, it's kind of shorting into a hole. I don't really like that. It could easily rip my face off and then I'm just stopped out. But, if that's the kind of reverse trade, we're getting some covering here. You got to imagine people want to cover around this level. Could bounce, right? So, but definitely cautious on the bounce play on this one. That's for sure.
I mean, Pratty Daddy, Platinum Daddy, I don't know what else to say right now. Market just keeps on paying me today. 30 points in the money now on the MNQ short. Let's see MNQ push back to that 13,100, 13,000 flat, sorry. I'm going to cover some contracts over here to the downside. Microsoft also pushing back down. Apple also pushing back down. Novavax pushing back down. Everything's pushing back down, baby. Let's go. Pay Pratty Daddy. That's what we're talking about. You guys are talking. I see... everything to gain. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Sean and Neil actually trade the trend more than I do because they have the experience to jump in directly into the trend. I usually don't believe in the trend most of the time, maybe because I'm just a mean reversion trader, as I always talk about it. So I let the trend play out, and then I always go against the trend. So it's not that I'm always trying to short stocks. If the stock popped up, like you see Microsoft popped up, I could have just gone long and made more money instead of trying to short it. But the market's red. I've been having success shorting today for the most part, so I'm looking to short. But you're not wrong about that. On long days I'm trying to short stocks. On short days I'm trying to long stocks. That's just because I'm looking for the mean reversion trades on stocks that are not too strong not too relatively strong in their own realm over there. As long as for the most part I'm following the market trend, I guess that's all I care about. But man, yeah, follow the trend of the stock. Look at the trend of Microsoft. It's the complete opposite of where NASDAQ is doing. NASDAQ has been on a downhill slope, whereas Microsoft has been on an uphill slope. So very, very contradicting moves coming in for a stock that's very close to the market beta.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel about AMC, actually. I have no idea.
Don't say that.
Why?
Because you were the AMC god yesterday. If you're telling me you don't like AMC shorts right now, I'm about to punch myself out.
I made money on the I'm saying at this level, like at 22. I'm like, I don't know how I feel, actually.
You made money on the long side yesterday?
This will be like a reactionary trade. I'll think about what I'm going to do after it breaks 22 here.
I mean, the question from Boeing yesterday, right? Punch first, ask questions later. So let's go check out Boeing after that catalyst of the 787 resumption news coming in. You saw that long that we pushed around 170, 169. Well, we got that pop to 170. Top of high a day tick fill. Ooh-wee. Punch first, ask questions later, baby. But here coming back down below that level is Boeing. Looks like we're not going to respect that catalyst and we're going to stay red a little bit for BA, but very range bound. Looks like we have a good little range to take advantage of. 100 period EMA acting as the barrier on the 5-minute chart. VWAP acting as a support a little bit. We also have 164 to the downside. Let's see where Boeing goes at the end of the day. Still a lot of time left in the market over here. I'm actually going to go cover some more on Novavax because Novavax has been doing absolutely zilch for me. Roblox is also coming back to the downside over here. Last time it came down, I didn't take some profits, so let's do that. Zoom also in the money. Let's go, baby. Time to take some profits across the board over here as all my stocks are in the money. AMC 17 cents in the money. We did get that 22 break, and Luca didn't even say anything. Thank you, Luca. Microsoft pushing back down. Let's take some money on that. Apple also pushing back down. Let's take some money on that one. And as soon as I take this, we're going to throw it to Brando. I guess I should have just thrown it to Brando first.
Hey guys, heading into lunchtime, let's get you caught up here on where everything is. We're still in the red, obviously. It is the NASDAQ that's leading here, 1.32, 1.3 for the composite and the 100. Back to the downside. Here in Toronto, an improving situation. 0.4 still downside, however, a bit of a bump in oil. So some of the energy stocks, Toronto very heavily weighted. In material stocks, back to the upside a little bit. 0.08 there for the Dow faring the best, the S&P and the Russell outside of the 2,000, all about 1.4 for the 2,000. If you're looking at some small caps, we were discussing these chip makers in the pre-market. If you were with us, day lows coming, it would appear, through 58 right now. In fact, for Micron joining NVIDIA yesterday, revising their guidance, guys, going forward. Back over to you.
I'm just trying to find the YouTube link so I can give the YouTube spiel, because one of the viewers actually asked about what is VWAP. So for Patrick in the chat, I have a really great tool for you. It's called TraderTV.live, my friend. For those of you who are not hitting the like and subscribe, hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that join button if you feel like joining. Brando will explain to you exactly what being a member means, and on the YouTube realm, you can send us super chats too. 330K subscribers. Let's go, Trader TV Live family. We're getting up there, man. 500K coming in very, very soon. Share the channel with your friends and family, even your brothers and your sisters. Maybe make an account for your future kids and sign them up to Trader TV Live too. They will thank you in the future for doing that for them. But here's your answer, Patrick. Patrick asking about what VWAP is. Head over to our channel. Go to the homepage of our channel. There's a little search box to the right side. If you type in VWAP, you'll find fun little educational videos, that Sean and Neil and even Brenda will record for all of you there. You can even type in other things such as level 2 on how to read level 2, guides on level 2, tips on level 2, risk management. So almost anything you can think of that you want to learn about, head over to our YouTube homepage, type in the search box over there and learn about it for free. Absolutely $0 is what it costs you. You know, there's tons of those Discord servers that make you pay, you know, $200, $300. All they do is give you signals. They're just handing you the fish and they're charging you for it. We not only hand you the fish, we teach you how to the fish, and we do it for free.
Absolutely. Sergio, welcome to the Trader TV family. You know, love to see it. Love when that green comes across the banner there. AMC to enter SSR. It's no, I don't think it's SSR yet. It's down 9%. Yeah, but getting close to it. Getting close to it. Probably another, you know, give or take 30 cents, 50 cents if I had to guess. Maybe get an SSR. Probably around like 21.50. You could do the math. Just look at yesterday's close and do like times 90%. So like, let me just. And I don't know the exact close. You obviously have to take like the exact price that it closed at. But let's say it was 24 times 0.9. Where are we sitting? 21.60. So yeah, just almost at that area. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it reacts around SSR.
Oh, Lone finally upgraded to a new badge. I know you were at the copper badge, I believe, and now you're at the blue badge. So that means you're on the 3 months to. Oh no, what? How did you go from this to this? I guess you were on this one. You went from this to this. Let's go, Lone. Just showing your appreciation and your membership, your loyalty to us. I appreciate it a lot. New member also, Sergio, brand new member. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the green side, as Miss V would say it. And now you can spam those emojis in there as much as you want. Just don't take off Bears versus Bull with too many emojis, because you know he likes his job way too much over there. He likes to ban people. And I don't think Bears versus Bull actually banned anyone. I'm the one banning people actually. But man, what we need to ban right now is this market. Well, I guess not ban it, but we're loving this market right now, which is banning itself. It's dropping like a rock, dropping like it's hot. We're playing hot potato over here and just enjoying all of these positions. Not a single position out of the money right now. We are in the red on Microsoft and Apple slightly, but let's see if this down move coming into the market can help us turn Apple and Microsoft into the green territories. Already 3 times my shutdown on the day, and I know there's still lots of room for me to keep on pouring in the money into my account. Loving the day like today. I'm smelling some chicken noodle soup, boy. I'm loving that. Is that you? I'm loving that smell. All right, you go ahead.
Yeah, no, just I'm not really sure what I'm looking at. Obviously, like the breakdown of AMC. You know, tried the long, got myself out, like kind of flashed away. I was like, oh, is that showing a price? No, it's showing a different price. Okay, but yeah, keep in mind, guys, that like this thing is it's gonna. There's like a lot of sell. Like you have the sell off, and now it'll just be like dark pool, like midpoint. So you know, if you're in the money, let it work for you. But you know, if you're looking for another trade, maybe not there. Lots of dark pools, lots of midpoints. From my experience, you cannot win that game from a scalping perspective, so might have to let this one go, stay away from it. HLBZ now back below 2, but kind of, you know, slow overall. And yeah, guys, Tesla just falling off. If at first you don't succeed on the short, second time's a charm. That 850 breakdown, 855, 850 breakdown here. You know, nice move to the downside. This thing's super weak. You know, I think it's not going to see 900 again. And let me just drag over the daily for everybody. Like, we're now below this level, right? So it kind of feels like we're going to see support maybe at 800, maybe at 750. But, you know, I feel like we could easily get back down to 650 on this name. So, you know, I'm telling myself this. From a swing perspective, if you got the 910 short, that's a hold for like a test of the lows there. But, you know, not short, no position on the name. So, yeah, they're just kind of chilling, waiting for any potential setup. But I think today is a no trade from the day trade, but I'm going to keep watching at this. And, you know, every time it continues to go lower, I just go, wow, okay, wow. But, yeah, no, I was thinking maybe we could have got to 900 like on a spike in the morning, but, you know, didn't get that opportunity.
People in the chat talking about gap. I'm guessing you're talking about GPS, but GPS to 780? What? No. Oh, they're talking about the gap on Tesla to 780. That confused me for a second. I thought you guys were talking about GPS over there. Since he talked about Tesla already, Sorry, I just ate a little strudel because I got hungry smelling that guy's food behind me. But GPS, yeah, let's go look at GPS today. I'm guessing very, very low on the volume end. GPS coming in with only 2 million shares traded, 0.72 relative volume, giving up a little bit of the move in it, so giving up a little bit of the gain that we got from yesterday in the stock. Keep in mind that the CEO is also leaving and getting replaced. I think it's already in play for that side of the catalyst. We know, I don't know what Kanye was thinking, even selling Yeezy or like partnering up with Gap over there. He should have just kept it to himself and made way more money or tried to just keep on making money now. But I think that brand is dying off a little bit. I don't really see that many Yeezys out there anymore. And it doesn't have that effect that it used to. So we'll see how Gap ends up in the near future. Couple clothing brands that I guess have yet to report or have reported, and I just didn't see them are Nordstrom, JWN. Yeah, yet to report JWN. 24th of August apparently is the report, and every time JWN does report, we get some fun moves in it that we can capitalize on. Here's a couple of the earnings report previously. On the 24th of May, we got a good move to the north side on a beat on revenue, but they missed on earnings. And on the last earnings report, which was on the March, they did good on both sides, and we got a nice elevation off the next day over here towards 27. So we got a couple ranges over here based off of previous earnings levels to watch out for. Let's see how JWN plays out when in the next 2-3 weeks when the earnings report drops out on them. Time to take some profits on a couple of my positions again. It's going to be Novavax, ZM. I'm going to just take profits on all my positions here as I'm in the money on almost everything. So I'm gonna go do that while Luca is looking at something.
Yeah, I'm just kind of glancing over at the same names over and over again, and nothing really moving. Yeah, guys, let us know if anything else is moving. SoFi, let's have a look here. Yeah, still in my, nursing that one. That one's like finally 55 cents in the money, nursing that one. Are we getting the VWAP? Is this finally going to be a VWAP break for the test? Like the overall market, looks like it wanted to sell off, then it bounced, then it did it again, then it bounced. Are we going to break the lows and then bounce again? I don't know, but for the most part, I think could get the fill here. Gonna see where that one goes. And people saying AMD short. Yeah, AMD kind of falling off. It's like AMD, Tesla, these things really falling off, and I'm guessing the overall NASDAQ is the one that's kind of falling off. Same pattern there. It's kind of surprised that Amazon holding up so well. And look at that, back below VWAP, and now a bounce again. So it's like, what is going on here? Is this going to break down? If I cover this now, it's breaking down. I know it is. And I'm going to hold this one. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 times. I'm holding this one. We'll see. It's that was my target, 137. I'm going to stick to it on this. If I wanted to cover VWAP, I should have initially covered. It's just not, it didn't even get back to 138 either. So, this is me thinking in real time. MJ, welcome to the Trader TV family. Hopefully you're having a great day, doing well, staying profitable, learning a lot, and enjoying the show, guys. Hit that like button. Let me take a look here. I think we're at 2,100 likes. Yesterday was crazy. We got up to 3,000 likes. Appreciate that. Guys, hit that like button, and, hopefully you're enjoying the show. Somebody saying Sega. Sure, let's have a look back at Sega as well. Sega getting closer to 25, but still kind of chopping around. Not enough volume, but yeah, if this gets up to 25 and breaks 25, then I think it really, really does get interesting.
Sorry, I'm just trying to do a couple things over here. Trying to do work, YouTube stuff, and also trying to trade and trying to host. But I'm a man of many skills, many talents, a multitasking god, as some might call me. Lee Auto, let's go check out Lee Auto, which is being called out in the chat. I think I also saw Baba, so we'll run through all the Chinese stocks for a quick second over here. Lee Auto, absolute destruction. Tesla's down on the day too, right? Lee Auto, NIO, that segment you had on the street there about EVs, that was pretty cool. For those of you who haven't watched that yet, go check out our Trader TV Live Instagram account. Sean had a cool stock in the street segment. Those edits are clean from Lizzie. Were you editing it or Lizzie editing it? Lizzie's editing it? Okay, yeah, those clean. If those are you, I'm like, yo, Sean, hats off to you on those edits. Lizzie, clean with those edits, Lizzie. If she's watching me in the back, I'm gonna hats off to you, absolutely. But yeah, let's come back to the EV sector, which is what that video is about. Bleeding a little bit for Li Auto. I'm guessing NIO and XPEP pretty much doing the same thing over there. That's your EV sector for the Chinese EVs in general. Let's move to BOBA, which is the stock that everyone loves to look at, everyone loves to trade. BOBA actually positive on the day. What? BOBA actually positive, but very flat. Let's see if BOBA can break 91 over here, get back to the downside, and push towards this low around $89. Every time we push to 89, it seems that BOBA just magnets back above to 90. So I'm guessing we have some long scalp ideas around that 89 level if BOBA goes there. We can also look at Pinduoduo and Baidu, and then we will go look at cryptocurrencies, see how cryptocurrencies are doing today. We've yet to do that. Here's Pinduoduo, pretty much doing the exact same thing BOBA is doing. Baidu most likely looking the exact same, and you can see these moves directly in the Chinese large cap ETF, which is FXI on Amex. FXI Amex holding BOBA, Baidu, Pinduoduo will always tell you exactly how the stocks in said sector are doing. For example, if you're trading your basket stocks such as AMD, Micron, Nvidia, you want to make sure you're watching either SOXX or SOXL or SOXS or whatever it is that you like watching so far, right? You want to make sure you're tracking the overall ETF like the same way you watch XLF when you're trading the banks. Let's head over to cryptocurrencies to see how cryptocurrency markets are doing today. A little bit of a negative move on the cryptocurrency market, but still at least we're above 20K, 23,000 for Bitcoin, down about 5% for Ethereum. Solana, everything is down 5%. Dogecoin looking the healthiest out of the group by only being down 2% overall. How is MARA launching to the north side when cryptocurrency has been red today? Not sure what to say about that, but yeah, MARA was positive at one point, Mara, and was taking out the high day, but here comes back down Mara, back into red territories. Let's see if we can find buyers at VWAP, or do we break below VWAP once more? And Coinbase, I guess Coinbase is going to be the stock for everyone to watch at 4 o'clock today, as how Coinbase moves. Do we get back above $100? Do we stay under $100? If you want me to throw some theories out there, please, for God's sake, don't make a trade out of this theory. These are not YOLO trades theories that I'm throwing out. This is just a theory for myself to see how the stock might do when the earnings comes out. We do know that they're thinking about cutting jobs. We do know that the trading revenue and trading volume has gone down ever since the cryptocurrencies prices have gone down. We also do know there's 2 employees who are getting investigated at the moment. There's a bunch of reasons why Coinbase has a fear looming around it. High short flow component also, if I remember correctly. Let me go confirm that. Coinbase, 21% short flow. So there's a bunch of reasons behind it where I think if a good earnings report comes out, we might get a nasty pop as the shorts run for exit stage left. If the negative report comes out, we might see a nasty drop behind it too. But then next day, expect Coinbase to start going back all day to the north side. Coinbase will have a lot of shorts trying to cover, and just it will be on SSR, and it will do what AMC did most likely.
I look up, the first comment I see, coin is garbage, 80 put. All right, that's kind of funny. It made me laugh. Yeah, AMD, people saying AMD, let's go to 90. AMD, like, what a sell-off. It just decided, okay, let's just go from 96 to 94. I'm actually eyeing 94 for a potential bounce here. I'm not really convinced that it's going to be a sharp one, but, you know, we're getting kind of like, you know, moving average here. Not that it says too much about it, but, you know, when you get these really extended moves, maybe get some sideways action, a little bit of a pop before you kind of fade off. But, yeah, you know, AMD super weak, down 6%. AMD, Tesla, I'm assuming NVIDIA kind of following it as well. Micron, oh, there you go. Micron had earnings. I don't know what's going on. What is going on here? Micron down as well. Yeah, definitely interesting.
Oh, I got to stretch.
And wow, that nice parabola move off the open. I think you actually had the short there too, right? Yeah, nice. Yeah, Micron super solid at that 60 level. You know, kind of rejection and then fade back. Super clean there. And I think, yeah, here we go. Amazon finally working for me. It's like I'm short from like when I got on, 11:24. And I'm like, here we go. And then back at here we go. And then, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th time's a charm. Do not go back up. Just go down, hit my target, and then do whatever. That's fine with me. But like it's crazy. No way. Is that 25? Yeah, go figure. Okay. Yeah. But you know, it's making lows. It's going lower. Like this one was lower than this one, and so on and so forth. So you know, eventually it will get there. Now that we're below. Oh yeah, and somebody was saying, what was it? ATRA. That was the other one I was looking at. ATRA, looking like it wanted to run to highs. And guys, this is the thing, right? This thing's strong in the morning, strong move to the upside, but volume not really there, right? And then as soon as it sold off, like then you had volume kind of coming in. So gotta imagine that like this is the area that you know people were trading it. And if we get above this level, being at 495 area, then things get interesting. But you know, from the daily perspective, like look at this, right? Had that support at 5, low pop, breaks through 5 dead, coming back to life. Gotta imagine that 5 levels in play. This one I think we have free shorts on. I'm not sure how many, but looking like we got free shorts there, so definitely exciting. I don't know. I mean, is it gonna die and just kind of fade off from here? You know, with my luck today, probably just die off. You know, had the what was it, EFTR, looking for the over 2. No bueno. This thing is back down at the $1.50 now, so just not there. And why is this clicking over there? EFTR. Yeah, this one is kind of just fading off, just rejected that 2 area. Anybody that's short in front of 2, that was the right call. Congratulations. And yeah, Palantir just really slow. What am I, 4 cents out of the money on this? Like I got this in front of there and we're kind of trending down, and I sort of want to add to this because it's like, here's the thing. It drops and then you get the pop, then you get the pop, then you get the pop, and like maybe get that pop too. But you know, I don't know. I don't really add to a loser. I'm just like, it's kind of dead. It's SSR. It really sold off a lot. It's down like 7.5% now. You know, that 9 area, even if we break, it's probably like, you know, like kind of short-term support, I want to say. So, you know, I'm not really looking for too much on this trade. And, you know, if it doesn't work for me, most likely I'm going to be able to get out for flat anyways. So, yeah, if we get to that 920 area, like in front of VWAP there, maybe get a cover going.
To the left. To the left, slide to the right. So here we go. Yeah, someone said Zoom keeps on sliding. It is 77 cents in the money now on Zoom, 52 points in the money on the futures. NASDAQ getting right back to the downside once again. Let me actually go cover my future short as I don't think we're breaking the low a day. Hello? Give me my profits. I don't think we're breaking the low a day, so we're going to take that profit. Obviously, I am anticipating and not participating on this move. If it does break the low a day, you know who's going to be complaining about that later on for sure. Microsoft now 70 cents in the money also. Ooh, baby. We love these kind of positions coming in. Zoom 80 cents. The only 2 positions that are not in the money for me at the moment are AMC and Roblox. AMC getting back above 22. I don't like that, so we're going to close that trade for a tiny loss. Lost about 10 cents on that trade. Roblox absolutely flat, which means I'm going to reload on my Roblox short as it pushes back to the 50-period EMA. Have been constantly scalping that position, so going to do that a little bit more. Apple pushing down also. Let's capitalize on that before Apple moves right back. The stock has been very strong today. Don't want it to hurt me a little bit more. You know, I'm not, who's the guy who sings, baby, don't hurt me? I'm not that guy, right? So I don't want this market to hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. Who sings that? No more. What is love? Who sings that? I don't know. Yeah. Whoever sings What is Love, I'm not that guy, so don't hurt me.
Yeah, AMC kind of moving away from that 94 area. Had a bid out, and this thing just wants to move away from it. So maybe the bottom is in. No, I'm not going to say that. But yeah, no, looking like it's like, look at this, right? Held trend the whole time. Hit that 94 level, broke it. You know, volume kind of done. This thing could easily go sideways, but, you know, maybe you get a little bit of a pop. I wouldn't be expecting too much from this just because very, very heavy sell-off. And, yeah, everyone's saying hideaway there. And FTNT short to the floor. Yeah, sure, let's have a look there, too. FTNT. Oh, this one's like 52. What is this name? FTNT. Why? I've never heard of this.
Fortnite.
Yeah, imagine. FTNT, let's have a look. FTNT.
It is Fortnite. Hey,
oh, okay,
it's Fortinet.
Oh, yeah, okay. There you go. Sometimes I'm just like, oh, what is this one? Fortnite. Okay, cool, yeah. You know, short to the floor, not really sure what you see there, but looking like it's actually going. Did this thing split or just kind of fall off from 290? No, that's got to be a split. Down to 50. Not really sure. We don't have split adjusted charts, but that 50 level kind of interesting, but a little bit of a lighter volume today. But yeah, not going above VWAP there. I think Amazon is finally working for me. Here we go. Get that 137 test. And you know what? I'm gonna be smart with my order here. I'm not putting it at 137.01 this time because definitely maybe not getting the fill. But yeah, if this thing wants to just break down, touch my order, and I kind of seem to always be the bottom. Go figure. But yeah, whatever.
Para apparently getting a possible Walmart deal. We saw that volume candle come in not too long ago, pushed it to a new high a day, but then dropped right back. So let's see what this deal is about. Maybe we get some more information about it as the time passes by. But Microsoft now $1 in the money, Apple 50 cents in the money, Zoom $1 in the money, Novavax $1 in the money. The only stock that's making me, worry a little bit is Roblox, which is only a penny out of the money, so I'm not even worried about it really. Lots of money being poured into our accounts today. Let's go see what stocks you guys are looking at. Someone said SoFi. Yeah, SoFi was a pretty good trade for me, but looks like not anymore as we absolutely demolish other stocks on the board. Here's SoFi continuously making a low. I think SoFi has to go to the SSR level today, right? It just logically makes sense. We have to drop down 10% and then maybe consolidate sideways around that 10% marker. SoFi also seems to have some sort of a barrier around $7, which was a previous resistance. We popped up to 707 this week over here every time and rejected. So I'm expecting us to go to 707 or at least $7 to the downside for Roblox. For SoFi. Let's see if that will play out that way exactly. INTC and Palantir being called out. Let's go check out INTC, another chip maker, most likely to the downside. Yep, down 2%. SOXX is what you can look at overall to just wrap off the whole sector. AMD shorts have been good today. Thank you, Micron, for disrupting the space over there and destroying my AMD, which was my second stock positive in my portfolio. So blame Micron for everything on that side. Overall, sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say, guys, look at this. Okay, I don't show where my orders are, but I have it on my own chart. Look at the bottom. Look at that. Where is it? Look at that.
And that order's been there since 11:30.
This order has been, I short, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? We're going to cover 137. Let's cover like at a random price. So I'm going to cover at 137.16. This thing comes down. It touches 137. It doesn't even look like 17 was the bottom. It looked like it literally dark pooled in front of it. And they're like, that's where Luca wants to cover? No. We're going to reverse off that. And like when do you see these where it bottoms out, closes the candle, and then opens back and runs? That's like that. I don't even care anymore.
Look, that's what happens when you flash $1 million on the bid, bud. Maybe next time, put it on the iceberg so you're not blatantly showing everyone how much size you're trying to push on the market over there.
I don't understand.
Luca's trying to big stack bully the market.
No, I'm sitting there for an hour. I'm like, okay, this is a random spot. This should get the fill. And that is, guys, that's the market. That's how difficult trading is. So like understand that when you lose, I lost, things suck, it's tough, blah, blah, blah. Like it is tough. It's impossible. Look at that. It came right down to the order, will not fill you. So obviously cross up and get out. You know what I mean? But I'm like, no. I got to show everybody. This is ridiculous. Yeah, maybe we get the fill. I think, now we're below VWAP, so I just got to be patient with it.
Hopefully it comes back down and gives you that profit as NASDAQ still pushes to the low a day. Might just break low a day and pain me a little bit in my heart, but that's fine. We still get to live and fight another day. Yaz coming in with the super chat. Thank you, Yaz, once again. Yesterday also and today. That's 2 days in a row if I can remember now. Uber, you want to talk about Uber? I mean, look, me taking Ubers twice a day clearly helped them break profit for the first time. Let's see if they can continue making profit from here on out. Obviously, we'll have to wait for another quarter to figure that number. Uber today down 3%, struggling a little bit. Pretty nasty pop on Uber, though, from 22 to 32. A $10 move on Uber so far. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you loved having the longs on this position. For now, I'm just a little patient on what to do with Uber. No trade for Uber today as we are stuck in the weekly range. See how we're still above $30. I think I would love to see how Uber trades around $30. As the NASDAQ right now creates a new low a day, market clearly pushing more to the downside means Microsoft is now $1.17 in the money, same as Zoom. Roblox finally 20 points in the money, 20 cents in the money, sorry, and not a single stock red. We were smoking it today.
Yeah, absolutely smoking it. I covered Amazon. I'm like, I'm done with these games, whatever. MEGL, yeah, let's have a look back at this because I'm curious. Okay, wait. It was at like 25, over under 20.
Huh?
MEGL over under 20.
You're asking me because I'm so good at it? Okay, don't look at it.
You already looked.
I didn't
It's
see the
over.
chart.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't see
did.
the
No,
chart.
over.
It's
So
loading.
let's look at
I
it
didn't
together.
see
Let's
it.
look at it together.
I didn't
This
see
thing
it.
is under 20. It is just absolutely
I'll look
dead.
at it.
Absolutely dead. You can't pull up a name when I,
didn't
say
see
over
it,
under.
bro. I
You
didn't
pulled
see
it up.
it.
Yeah,
I closed my
yeah.
eyes. This guy's a hater.
No,
Doesn't
no.
even let me play his over-under game.
Not when you look it up.
All right, well, you say what, over or under? I'll take the opposite side.
I was gonna say under, but I thought it was gonna be at like 5. I was gonna make some bold prediction.
Yeah, I think it's going to close at 24.20. 24.20.
24.20.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to say where it's closing?
Yeah,
at?
yeah, it's closing at
man, This thing is
24.20.
done, dude. This thing is closing at like $9.
What was the IPO price of this? Or the
I don't know, but
it was
been-
supposed to be IPO price.
Oh yeah,
$4.
$4.
So
No,
we're going
this
to
thing
4
is-
then.
This thing is there's
we're going
support
to
at
4
4
then.
You know, there could be some support at 4. No, yeah, that's kind of crazy. I mean, and then it issued at 52. Absolutely insane. Short-lived. If you're short this one from 250, like that's a sick trade. That's definitely a sick trade. AMD still bouncing around at 94. Maybe get a long going here because this thing seems to be holding. There's quite a bit of selling, but it's holding. Maybe it wants to continue lower, but you got that defined out. If we break like 93.80 and we really sell off there, then is what it is. Maybe like the reason we're getting this like really aggressive selling, like obviously CPI is coming out. You got to imagine some people are a little bit nervous. Who knows what happens? But like if we do sell off, I mean, I don't think we're going to see above 95, like 100 prices on AMD for the next little while.
I'm putting damage on this market, baby. I'm loving it. Absolutely loving the opportunities. Today has been so good. I mean, very, very range bound, I guess, what people would say, as we are not really breaking the lows or breaking the VWAPs, but the opportunities have just been racking up. I mean, look at Zoom. Zoom looking like an picture perfect trade. Thank you for whoever even called out Zoom near the 107 area, mentioning that Zoom trade, giving me a trade that's now almost $2 in the money over here. Beautiful, beautiful call out. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. I bought more MULN. Sorry for laughing. I just don't believe in the company. But yeah, MULN. That's a company no one mentioned in your stocking the streets over there. MULN, Mullen, whatever it is. People mentioned even Polestar. They mentioned Teslas. I think that's the only 2 companies I remember. Or Lucid, maybe they mentioned Lucid. But yeah, no one really mentioned MULN in stock in the streets. Maybe MULN catches some traction eventually. I do like the trade on MULN for buying it near the all-time lows and then waiting for it to pop up to the $1 for your profit target, because there's going to be another opportunity where MULN maybe pops to $1, right? Until that happens, you can give it that risk to reward setup where you can give it to that all-time low, and then you're just allowing the stock to push up for you whenever the catalyst comes in for this. I'm going to put the stock in a meme stock basket because the short float on MULN is pretty high. It's 16%. Anything above 15 to 20 for me is in the meme stock short squeeze basket of rally stocks such as AMC, GME, and so on. Since we talked about AMC yesterday and GME, today we also mentioned AMC, but not really GME. So let's go pull up GME. Ever since we got above 40, GME has been respecting this $40 level pretty strong. Not sure what the relative number for GME would be. Pre-split, if you were to do the number for me, someone was to do the number in the chat, I would appreciate it. But GME doing a damn good job at holding itself at $40. Let's see if GME can actually close above 40 today, at which point, if tomorrow CPI numbers end up being good, market ends up being green. 160 says Michelle. Michelle always on point with the GME talk. Yeah, pretty good job for GME over there. It's going to be time to send it to Brendo, however, for, I believe, this is Sector Watch?
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update on how things are shaping up here. Halfway through the lunch hour, 0.6 to the downside for the S&P. It's about 50-50, but the problem, some of the green that we were seeing early on kind of fading off a little bit. So energy stocks, consumer staples beside it, and some of the banking strength that we were seeing early on fading off a little bit. So we are heading back to the downside. WBD, Warner Brothers, 6% downside. Match and CHTR, to name a few, in the communications group. Big time negative pressure, 4% there. NWS, though, up on news for itself, 5.5%. back to the upside. Consumer staples, as I mentioned, a little bit of strength, but heading back southbound. There's Nielsen on that buyout today, 21% higher. The rest of the industrials group, though, lower on the day. This is the tech sector, the entire thing in the red so far. Software names, there is a little bit of strength. There's a few here. The clean energy names or associated names back in positive territory. The rest, though, pretty red. Retail stocks are negative. Travel stocks, very negative. NCLH with a report, obviously 12% to the downside. So these two combined offsetting what little and fading strength we have on this side of the board. So 0.6 right now for the S&P, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, market's pretty red. I mean, I guess NASDAQ's only down about 0.5%. NASDAQ is down really, though. SPYs are only down 0.5%. NASDAQ is down 1.5%. So NASDAQ really the one that's putting in the damage. Brad, how do you like the move in Peloton? Absolutely loving the move in Peloton. You know me, anytime Peloton is red, some part of my heart inside, deep little inside of my heart, there's a little troll that just smiles and giggles every time Peloton's bleeding. So I appreciate the fact that you asking me. I know you're just trying to troll me on that side too. The fact that, I guess not troll me, you're just trying to make fun of the stock over there. So anytime someone's trying to make fun of Peloton, I appreciate that a lot. Boeing being called out in chat. Boeing 787 Dreamline cleared by FFA. Yeah, that was the news yesterday that came out, and we actually took the long off that catalyst when it came out. Here's the chart that I'm trying to pull up. Maybe, I guess it doesn't show up. We had the long at 169. We got out at 171 perfectly. Come on, let me see you showed me like 2 seconds ago, and now it doesn't want to show it to me. But anyways, you saw that long that we took yesterday. Boeing not really holding at those very same levels that we were at after the catalyst. We pushed right back to the downside and trading a little bit lower than yesterday's levels on BA. NASDAQ market pushed to the downside, but looks like it wants to create a bottom over there. Hence, I jumped out of my Apple shorts, my Microsoft shorts, my Zoom shorts. Actually, I jumped out of all my shorts. I don't have any positions on the board anymore, as you can see right there under my name. I'm going to, I think, that close on Apple was picture perfect almost. Look at it bouncing right back up over here. Let's go check on Microsoft, also doing the exact same thing. So I think I had a pretty picture perfect exit on my positions. Now I can forget about it and just stare at my money that I've been making so far. Intel potential bottom. Luca, whenever you're ready, let me know. But if you're managing, don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, sorry. So I'm like managing this AMD. So like I got long and then it kind of really sold off, and I was like, yeah, I don't know where the bottom's going to be. Is this going to bottom out like 50 cents lower? So I got myself out. Where's the chart here? Got myself out. Got myself back in, because as soon as I got myself out, then it ripped higher. I was like, no, not without me, you don't. So got long, scalped some out, missed the fill. I was like, okay, well, missed the fill. Like, let's redo this, and then doubled down here on the long. It just feels good. It feels like that 94 is bottomish. I'm not convinced that we're gonna get the pop that we see, and I got some out because like it's like a worrisome situation. We're at the lows. There is the aggressive selling. Like at any point we could flush 20 cents. I don't want to hold the trade for 20, like for the size that I have for like 20 cent move to the downside. But yeah, if we go back to the upside, like I mean, this thing could pop back to like the 50 cent area. But we're getting a lot of selling, so we got to clear that first. Then we pop. This is a scalp trade for me. I'm not holding this back to like maybe I'll hold a piece just to see. But for the most part, I think we run like another 20 cents from here.
Super chat coming in. SEK, Swedish coronas, I think, or maybe the Dubai currency. I forget what SEK was, but thank you for that, Mohammed. Your thoughts on Bird for a long-term investment? Real quick disclaimer. I am not a financial advisor. Neither is Luca. We cannot tell you what to invest in, what not to invest in, or anything of those realms. We are not financial advisors. We are just day traders trying to day trade and keep some profits for ourselves, so I can go home and spend that money on Fortnite or Valorant or Tarkov or whatever it is, right? But if based on that question, I can give you technical levels. I don't know where Bird is going to, nor do I know what the company will do in the near future. But based off of technicals, clearly Bird is struggling today. I know they had an earnings report today, and they missed out on that clearly because they're down 14%. Let's go take a look at their earnings report really quickly. Looks like they actually did decent slash in line with the estimates, but they missed out maybe on the guidance. They might have guided worse. Something clearly affected enough to make the stock go down quite a bit. Based off the technicals, the trade for me is to wait for the stock to maybe go down to the triple bottom, create a triple bottom, see if that all-time low holds up. If the all-time low holds up, then my risk to reward is way better for a day trade, for a swing trade, whatever it is. If that double bottom doesn't hold up or that triple bottom doesn't hold up and it breaks, I take my loss and I move away from that stock. If that triple bottom holds, then I take my long and I move right back to $4 or $5 and take my profits there. Once again, to answer your question, not a financial advisor, cannot tell you how to invest. You got to figure that out on your own accord. If you like the company as apes like AMC or GME, we like the stock, then you can just go for it.
Yeah, so yeah, out of that AMD trade, scalp trade, not up on the name was decent round trip, but I thought like there'd be more juice to the upside. There just wasn't. But yeah, held a decent portion in percentages, maybe like 33% for the move up. But I'm like, I don't know, if we go back below 94, like I don't want my stop. I don't want to like ruin the trade. I'm like, if we go back below 94, maybe we flush. So let me get myself out. But go figure, stopped out. Now we're gonna probably go without me. But I'm okay with that. Make the money and is what it is. Nice AMC bounce. AMC broken. Yeah, where was that bounce when I needed it? See, this is the thing, right? I'm like, oh, maybe we're gonna like bounce here. This kind of looks like ugly on the chart, but like, I don't know. I'm not really like locked in, paying attention too much. But I thought like we're gonna bounce. We didn't. Like we broke the level, then we popped. Then I took the long, thinking like, okay, maybe like we do kind of this move over here. But a little bit slow to kind of get going there. But yeah, I don't know where this one's going. I mean, yeah, if we just go back up to VWAP, like please go back to VWAP, make it a solid opportunity. And yeah, guys, let us know what else you're trading as well. What happened to EVFM today? Are you talking about EVFM or EVFTR? EVFM. I remember this one. Oh, this one's down huge. Oh my God. I remember this one was over $1. I don't know if there's any catalyst behind it. I mean, down 20% is pretty big, but for the most part, like, these small caps, they really can move randomly. I don't know if there's like a news catalyst on this, but yeah, really good, really pretty big sell-off there. This wasn't even on my radar, and it did like 20 million shares, but it's a sub $1 stock. It's like a 10 million notional. It's not too much, right? But yeah, pretty interesting. Thanks for bringing that up there. And let's see where Amazon is, because I just covered this and I'm just curious. Yeah, look at that. Even double bottoms at the price that I had. So I wouldn't have got the fill if I kept it there. I'm done with this name. I'm not trading no more today. AMD, maybe the 94 bounce is like patience pays on this one probably. But for it could just continue to stay suppressed, right? And SQQQ looking to rebound. SQQQ, let's have a look on this one as well. This is inverse, if I'm not mistaken. Inverse the Qs, yeah. So yeah, you could look at this for rebound, but like let's look have a look quickly at the Qs here, like overall Nasdaq. So you got Nasdaq futures, Qs, basically the same thing. I'm gonna pull up the daily here, just let it load 1 second, and see where we stand on this one. Did we get I rarely look at the Qs. Okay, I know this is like and we did run up. So here we are, and this is kind of my thoughts on like the broader market. It's like you get the bear market rally, right? We're getting the move up. It's like kind of like looking like, okay, now we're like above like that resistance level, and like this was like the support. It bounced a little bit, then it broke down. Now we're like above that level, right? And we're just kind of like trading just around that. Call it like 315-ish, give or take. And the thing is, I've never seen this market environment. SPY also double bottom. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna have like kind of the same feel, give or take. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's more upside to come, because like you're getting like a lot of aggressive selling on a lot of volume, right? Like these are levels that like haven't been seen for a while, like down here. You get the kind of curl up, the bottom out, then you get the pop. It's like at the first sign that we're gonna turn down, like people want to short that, right? But if they're wrong and they get their face ripped off, the upside moves are violent from like what we're seeing, right? So I think CPI will dictate that. It has been dictating that. The last big sell-off, call it around here, was May, and that was May CPI. It was either May or it was June, or this was Fed actually. So yeah, CPI was around that time. So CPI coming out again, like if we flush down on a CPI number, like I think we're going to test the lows again. And it doesn't matter what you're looking at, whether you're looking at Qs, whether you're looking at SPY, like it's the broad market, like pick any one. They're kind of everything moving in tandem. Like if we go down, and look at SPY too, like that 420 level, which is essentially the 4,200 level on the ES, like it kind of feels like we rejected. If CPI like runs up, breaks 4,200, yeah, there's room to move to the upside. Kind of feels like we'll get to like 43, 4,400. But you know, if we break down and break through that 400 level again, being like 4,000, 4,050 on the ES, like there's room to go. There's room to go. Maybe you get support at like 380, 385. But then it kind of feels like you're getting that 360 test, and then maybe a breakdown. I don't have the chart on me. I'll try to find it for next time. But there's an analog chart comparing the market today, like the daily, versus the market in 2008, like other bear markets, to try to get a feel of like, okay, what's going on? Like, where are we headed? Like, what is the move relative to the other moves on a percentage basis? And it shows. And let me just quickly do some drawing for you guys here. To kind of show what it shows, because I don't have the chart on me. Basically what it shows is it's showing that it has a similar correlation to the way that it's doing, right? It's the similar correlation. Then you get the pop, and then it pops, then it drops, then it kind of comes here, breaks the low, comes back up, runs up, then goes down. So like and that's basically what the analog shows, I think either 2008 or one of the other bear markets. And essentially this is kind of like, not what my expectations are, but it's like, October is generally more bearish, I want to say. And so if we kind of like, go sideways, the CPI comes out, we start to go down, now we're dropping, like going into September. If we get around here and then we kind of bounce a bit, and now we go into October, like the October sell-off, break the lows, you get a lot of volume, people are selling off, things pick up, and then go back. So there's all these kind of scenarios I have in my head that, like maybe this will happen, maybe that'll happen. It'll be spicy if things go lower, obviously not for our retirement accounts. Personally not looking to retire anytime soon, so I mean, it's not too much worry on my plate. But obviously I want things to go up. I want, stocks to go up. So hopefully we do break that 4,200. But if we don't, then we get some spicy setups to the downside for a day trader. And thank you for the super chat, BBot 5000. Luca, thanks for taking a look at EVFM. Yeah, no problem. Anytime, just let me know. Hopefully I see it in the chat, and I'll try my best to respond. But there's a lot of messages coming through, and sometimes we do miss them. AQST, nice move since alert. AQST, I'm assuming another small cap. AQST. I'm loving the small cap updates. I just get them like as they come. I'm like, oh, this one, oh, that one, okay, this one, oh, I'll pay for shorts on this one, and then oh, I missed that one, okay, whatever. But yeah, no, definitely a lot of fun when you're trading these names.
I'm just trying to find June, July, August. Yeah, we're going to get the August one, right? Previous 9.5, consensus 8.7. So we're waiting for the number to come out. The forecast is still 9.1. What do you think the CPI will be like if you were to just throw a number out there? Higher than lower than 9.1?
Well, who said it's the... So okay, I'm going to say this. Wasn't it Kramer who said this is now the worst CPI? Was it GDP or CPI? He said one of the two. He said, this is the worst CPI print. The next ones will be good. That was Kramer, right?
Oh, then we're screwed.
So I'm going to say...
then we're screwed. Then we're screwed. Just go short everything. Mortgage your house. Go short the NASDAQ futures. And you can thank me when you're driving a jet ski. Then you're driving jet skis.
I think it's going to be worse than expected. But the thing is does everybody expect that it's going to be worse than expected? So then when it is worse than expected, there is no sell-off. Like if it comes out and it's better than expected and everybody thought it was going to be worse than expected, then you get the moves there. Like as a trader, I always want people to be offside so that there's like reactions that could take place there. And I'm assuming your name's Incognito. Fade Kramer, Fade Kramer. The inverse Kramer ETF. You saw like, AMC CEO had a conversation with Kramer. And then on Twitter said, guys, I think it's time to make up and apologize and talk. I'm not a part of this debate in any way. I'm not an AMC shareholder. I am not receiving any preferred dividends or preferred shares under the ticker symbol APE. But definitely always exciting when I'm trading AMC, always excited. And Musk said we are done with high CPI. Yeah, like a lot of people are saying that, right? It's like the thing is this, like you get like the
Who
bad
said
numbers.
Musk?
Yeah, Musk said it as well. Like you get the bad numbers and then things balance themselves out, right? Things balance. Like things can't be bad forever, can they?
Dude, how is the number going down when it still costs $19 for a Subway, which used to cost $11?
Yeah, I mean things
Like
like there's like
what?
a delay, right? There's
I
always
don't
gonna
know,
be like
man.
that delay.
These numbers are just made up at this point. If you ask me, like I know how much it costs to live right now, and
It's too much.
these numbers are not accurate to what it actually costs to live, actually what it costs to eat. This is why I'm a big bear, just waiting to strike on any bad news. But anyways, if the numbers come out good, my bear is gonna go back into hibernation and my bull is gonna come out. So we're gonna go long. So all of it depends on that 830 number. We can sit here and throw out a bunch of theories all day, but we don't really know until what happens until the 830 time comes into play. So thankfully for you guys though, it's gonna be Neil, Sean, and Brendan tomorrow morning, bright and early 8:30 to trade that catalyst. Not sure if we go live maybe 30 seconds to a minute early for that. We do, yeah, we do go 30 seconds to a minute early just for that catalyst. So for you guys, you guys get to see Sean and Neil, 5 minutes to 10 minutes early maybe. So that's a plus sign for you guys, a little early show on that side. Here's Roblox right now pushing to the downside without me. So thank you, Roblox, for making me stress on this trade for almost an hour, and now you're gonna push down. So that sucks to be me. Apparently Zoom is apparently still making new lows. Another stock that I was short but no longer short in. I was out near 105.30s. Now we're looking at 105. I think the viewer who mentioned Zoom, I think Super SPAC Trader is what his name was, or her name was. Don't wanna guess your gender over there. But yeah, thank you for your call out. You're expecting a break of 105. We're only a penny away from it. We didn't come this far to not break 105, right? So very much possible we do that. Apple popped up above 165 and is now getting back under 165 as the NASDAQ and S&P 500 are trying to push down also. So let's see if Apple now pushes to VWAP and then actually breaks VWAP, goes back into being red on the day, only a couple points away from being red, and Microsoft finally back to being red on the day for Microsoft, which was pretty strong, man. Up 0.5% when the NASDAQ was down 1%. Was a pretty strong of a move on MSFT over there, all the way up to 282. But 282 putting in some barriers, putting in some blockades, some roadblockers over there for that upwards direction, because clearly the market's red. We can't have the number 1 and number 2 stocks in the market stay green.
I don't know if I like this long on AMD anymore, but I'm long. I'm long AMD. I'm going for that move back through 94, long 93.87. And if we get back through 94, like here's the thing, and this is why I don't love this. Like I don't love it. It's midday, but like we're getting a lot of selling, and things are at the lows, and it's not breaking down. So like the thing is at any moment this could break down, and like that's it, 20 cent, 30 cent flush. Like I'm wrong, I'll get stopped out. But if it doesn't and it pops, then I'll be right. And the thing is like if you're getting a lot of selling and it's holding because maybe there's like iceberg or maybe there's dark pool, maybe this is where liquidity is. Once that selling stops, if it like rips back to the upside, it's like sharp rip to the upside. So that's kind of the trade that I'm going for. But if we don't get it, if we break the lows, I think I'm going to get, like I don't even know what the low is, but yeah, if we basically break the lows, I'm going to get out of the trade because there's no telling. I mean, there is a lot of selling, right? So if the selling continues, it's going to continue going downwards. But again, this is a scalp trade. Like look at my scalp trade over here. It's like long, out, recycle, long back in, out, long, out. So it's like overall winning trade, but like scalp trade, like understand that this is like a very fast trade, very discretionary in and out. And I'm not scared to just get myself out very quickly if I think that I'm going to be wrong.
That's the best way to put it. If you know that you're wrong, and the market will tell you pretty fairly quickly that, hey, you're wrong, get out of it. And it'll give you enough opportunities to get out for less damage than it is. But it's up to you to take that signal, take that sweet whispers that the market's trying to give you in your ears and use that as a reason to push your keys, right? That's actually a good segue into a question from way back in the day, from when the show actually started, as to do you guys have hotkeys set up? And the answer is yes. Every single key on my keyboard is set up to be a buy or a sell button, and that's right. Almost every single button is set up on my keyboard. I have mid prints. I have get me the F out keys set up over there.
Those are the important ones.
Those are the important ones. The get me the F out keys. I have get me the F in keys also.
I don't like those ones.
You don't like those
no,
ones?
because I'm an impulsive guy. So if I have get me in very quickly, I'm gonna get into everything very quickly. And no, it's better that I get in slowly.
Yeah, so you just gotta know, I always preach keyboard optimization. Being the gamer I am, you can't be having an unoptimized keyboard setup. But at the end of the day, it's all preferences, right? It's all preference. However you want to set up your key, make sure you're able to use that keyboard setup for yourself to the best of your abilities over there. But yeah, that's enough about keyboards and about optimization. Hopefully you guys know all about that. If not, then slide into my DMs. I'll be more than happy to talk about hotkey optimization and keyboard optimization with you guys.
And let me just say something very quickly here. It's super important to obviously like we use hotkeys over here, and depending on the type of trader you are, depending how you learn, like you're either more comfortable with it or you're less comfortable, you like it or you don't. I've never used it before coming here, but after getting used to it, it makes sense. It's very quick. You're able to manage a lot of things, and it's very versatile. Like you can use so many different, gateways, so many different order types. Like Prad was just mentioning there. One of the things I wanted to cover is, and this is the thing: if you're a small cap trader, like you better have the quick keys, because those ones will save you. Those ones will save you, and things could turn on you very, very quickly. I've been fortunate enough to not get really destroyed on any of these sharp moves. Kind of crediting stop orders and just being very fast. But those things will save you, right? Like this is the business of you want to be able to withstand the test of time, learn how to trade, get more profitable, and then you're consistent and you just make money over and over. You have your setups and you hit them. And you can't do that if you get these unfortunate events that take you out. So super important to have your keys set up. AMD back above 94. Not really convinced it wants to hold here, but I would love to see it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we're good. We're good. I think we're good. We're solid.
Lucas Walton asking us what software we use. Thinkorswim fees are killing me. We use Daytrade the World. You can use ! software. I did that for you in the chat. You can use that to figure out what platform we use and how to set yourself up with that platform. If you're not in USA, that is. If you're in Canada or anywhere outside of USA, be sure to check out Daytrade the World. #1 trading platform in the world, hands down. Someone in the chat, super chat coming in, sorry, it was super chat asking, what do you guys think about the Roblox short? So I had the Roblox short, man. It looked pretty strong because for the hour it would just trade above VWAP constantly. I did get some profits. I think my best exit was for 40 cents on 40 cents per share on Roblox. But after getting tired of the stock, I guess that's the wrong way to say it. Like, why are you getting tired? All you had to do was throw a stop at break even and move away from it. But the fact that I'm sitting here, I'm constantly staring at it, I'm looking at it. There's actually time of the day where I turn around to Sean and I go, I gotta walk away from my desk. If I sit here, I'm going to capitalize on the profits and then give away some money that I would have made more if I just wasn't at my desk and I let my stops play themselves out. So sometimes I gotta do that. If I did that on this stock, obviously I would still be in it and be $1 in the money now on the Roblox short. Do I like shorting Roblox right now? The answer is probably no, because I had a better average. Why would I short it in the middle of the range of the day when I can just patiently wait for the stock to pop back to the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, short it over there where it's been very fruitful for me, and then write it back down? If I do short it here, I would have to give it all the way back to VWAP, which is around $48. That's a 50-cent move on Roblox. I do not want to do that. I don't want to diddle in the middle. I'll let my patience be a virtue and pay me, and patience spelled with a P-A-Y, right? Not P-A-T-I-E-N-C-E. It's a P-A-Y, patience.
Patience, pay yourself.
It's going to pay me by being patient.
Yeah, for sure. And one other thing I wanted to mention, I just got refreshed of this. You're not a real trader unless you wanted to quit trading. I'm going to say
at least 17 million times.
Well, no, realistically, 10 times. Like, realistically, 10 times. Like, if you haven't just said to yourself, like, I'm done. Ask Pratt how many times. Like, I'm done with this. I'm never coming back. I'm never coming back. Next day, I'm here 6:30 in the morning. Hey, Brankos, can you open the door for me? No, but yeah, guys, it's an interesting process. You got to love the process, right? You got to love the process. If you don't love the process, you're not gonna survive. Like, this is not. I don't even know what the outcome is from this game. But that's why you have to love the journey more than the destination, and that's what makes things great. AMD working for me, and to somebody in the chat, they said the sharp, fast moves are fool's gold or sucker's bait. I don't disagree with you there, no, 100%. But it's like, understand like what you're going for. You know, sometimes it's like, okay, maybe we get it's like I'm long with the anticipation that like if we get the whip to the upside, like I'm in the money. And I don't really, like with all the selling, I don't really think that I'm going to be like it's an asymmetrical risk, essentially, is what I'm getting at. Now it's working for me. Couldn't have just worked the first time, because if it worked the first time, it would have been solid. Now that it's going to work maybe the second time, maybe. Like we're still getting that selling. It's still staying suppressed. So, yeah, I might have to get some out. You know what? Yeah, let's get some out here. You know, it doesn't hurt to pay yourself, and then see if we could hold some for the move back.
What was the question over here? Pratt, are you still a trader if you don't short? I mean, yeah, why not? I don't really believe in the whole you're not a trader if you're only shorting or if you're only longing. As long as you're able to bring in money every single day on a constant, again, maybe not every single day because nobody's doing that, but if you're able to bring in money month by month and stay profitable, learn how to trade better and improve yourself at least by 1%, more power to you. But you got to know what you're doing when you only pick one direction trades. If you're only picking the long trades, then you're giving away days like today where the opportunities are almost equal on the other side of the spectrum, right? So, you know, bears make money, bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered. It's okay if you want to be a bear or just a bull, but then know that you're giving away opportunities that it's good to always have those extra tools in your basket. It's like, you know, when you go to garden, you got to know when to use this tool or that tool and this tool, applying that basket of tools into the market, learning to short, learning to long, learning to range trade, learning to provide liquidity. There's so many ways to make money in this market. Everybody in this market is right. And everybody in this market is wrong at the same time. That's the beauty about it, right? So learning multiple ways to make money, learning multiple ways to lose money so that way you don't lose money on that again is what you want to focus on. Here's a Microsoft trade that Sean just posted. I think that blue, the purple line's VWAP. 50-period EMA, and the blue line's the VWAP. So 50-period EMA shorts on Microsoft. Why didn't I just do that? I'm over here trying to short Microsoft on the pops and just getting beaten up while this guy is like shorting at the perfect areas and scalping. Absolutely love it. Putting some damage over there on Microsoft at the right time. You know, a lot of this game is also timing. Location. You got to know exactly at what time to push your orders. Otherwise, you might get hurt. And here comes the market back to the north side. Looks like the market's actually going to stick to that idea of not going too much to the downside. So let's push into a long on the NASDAQ futures and see where this one goes.
Guys, I started off by saying maybe this is the bottom on AMD. Somebody's like, AMD fall 94, and I was like, 94? I was like, wow, okay, last I checked it was like 96. So I'm like, okay, let's scalp a bit because it might take some time. Then I'm like, okay, let's like momentum trade this now, take the long and see where this one goes. And yeah, you know, got some out, got a little bit more out. I'm not convinced. I think this bounce will be short-lived just based on the fact that we have CPI, and I don't really think, like my initial bias was like we're not going to run to like 95. So with that in mind, I have to understand and stick to my plan. You know, even though now I'm in the money, I'm like, okay, now maybe I'll remove my orders and you know, whatever. Holding the last piece, this was like the scalp trade, right? Playing the range that it's in. This is the bottom, get some out at the top, hold some for the move. I think if we can get through 94.50, this is like super short term, I understand that, but if we get through like 94.50, maybe we get a pop to like 94.60, and then kind of decide, because this is where we had that first kind of little consolidation, and I'm playing off the fact that I don't think that we're going to test 90. I mean, anything's possible, but like I don't think we're going to test 95. I mean, if we do, we do. Then maybe there's another trade to be had there. But yeah, holding the last piece, 50 cents in the money on this one. Let's break that 94.50 area and then you know, scale out the rest there. There's just, you know what it is, like the whole kind of like the whole thing is like, it's like this is the bounce, right? I'll be pretty upset if it like reverses on, like not anymore, but if I didn't take it out, I'll be upset if it reverses on me and I lose on the trade when I was like looking for the move. It gave me the move and then I didn't pay myself. So like pay myself and then hold a piece for like an extended move.
Can you look at TTOO for Michael Gentry? So let's check out TTOO. Penny stock, obviously not going to be able to give you too much of a read on the stock, as I don't have too much experience trading penny stocks. I have zero experience trading penny stocks.
I got a couple.
And I
days.
think I'll keep it like that, honestly. You want to look at 2-2?
No, I said I got a couple days. Like in
You got
terms
a
of
couple days?
experience.
Yeah, so if you
yeah,
wanna
I got
look at
I got a
2-2?
couple days. You guys see me. I got a couple days trading these stocks. Yeah, 2-2. So I saw whoever was mentioning it like earlier, and it was like very strong and now kind of fall off. The thing is I don't really like the sub-dollar stocks personally. And I think I explained this before, but I'll explain it again. It's like the thing is, there's so many, like when I'm looking at the level 2, like if I trade this, it'll have to be at like a very like easy level to process because like there's so many things to this maybe is a dumb explanation, but it's like 0.148450, there's 2 of them, and then where else is the liquidity? Then I'm looking at the tape, 2,000 different colors, 14.8. I lose track of price. I'm like, okay, where's it at now? Okay, how many shares did I have? Okay, what makes sense? Okay, do I get the fill? Am I bidding? Like, because you know, when you bid, it crosses down by the cent, not by the fractional cent. So you got to be more active with that. So I tend to just stay away from these names for that reason. But from a technical perspective, just looking at it, I think I was looking at the daily, and it's like if this gets to like, and again, you know, I'm kind of like I favor the short side again on a lot of these names. Doesn't matter like what the reason. You know. If this thing goes crazy, gets to 40, you're going to get some resistance there, so it becomes exciting and interesting. But for the time being, like I don't really like long these names and then try to like go for the move. Like it's like there's a lot of volume traded. You know, range maybe is in for the day. So yeah, I don't really know too much about this, but maybe kind of go sideways for the rest of the day.
It's going to be time for Brendo now to check out what stocks are moving around with some volume.
Of TTOO, there it is, top of the list today. 220 million shares traded on that little 14-cent stock, doing all kinds of volume so far today, up about 14-15%. If you're seeing this board for the first time, just gives you an overview of the entire U.S. marketplace and puts it in a nice, neat package for you. So 2,934 listings in positive territory right now, about 6,800 and change to the downside. So very one-sided so far today. About 1,200 right now, little changed or basically flat on the day so far. 973 new lows, 94 new highs. As I mentioned, TTOO, top of the list. Hellbiz, right behind it here. 185 was the last at 123 million shares so far. ENDP, another penny stock, about 80 million. SQs, TQs, AMD. There's Bed Bath & Beyond, 2 days in a row here, almost near the top of the list again, 53 million. For BBBY, man, is that thing weak today. 45 million for AMC, EFTR, top of the gainers, AIMD, and Barbecue, BBQ, number 2, guys.
Barbecue, BBQ. Ooh, I still got to do the barbecue for the boys and you guys. I don't know when you guys are free. You guys are always packed, man. Too busy for Trader Pratt, apparently. But, you know, I'm just going to throw a date out. If you guys show up, you show up. If you don't, delete my number. Right? So that's how it's going to work.
Don't be too aggressive.
You delete my number if you don't show up at that point. I'm looking straight at Luca, talking to him, too, while I'm saying this. Because this guy is too busy to show up, man. Never. This guy says, I'm packed till end of September, Brad. Too busy
well, I don't say it like that, but
too busy for all of us.
You gotta, you know what it is? You gotta have plans for the summer, right? It's like I got weddings, I got stags, I got this, I got that, and everybody's like, okay, make sure you're free this day, that day.
I'd cancel my own mom's
cottage.
birthday party for you, Luca.
When?
I would, is what I'm saying.
Oh, damn, really? Okay, well, that's like, hopefully she's not watching right now. Because,
it's okay, it's bedtime in India, we're good.
Okay.
She's probably passed out. It's 1 o'clock, what's the time in India? It's probably 12 p.m. Midnight right now, I think. That's what it should be in India. Anyways, Mom, I was just joking if you're watching. It was just a joke, okay? Wolf is a meme stock that graph pattern, man. Wolf, let's go check out Wolf. WOOF. I did pull it up. Okay, awesome. With meme stock, apparently, let's go check out what the relative volume is. WOOF. Relative volume 1.4. Petco. Oh, okay, Petco and wellness company, a pet company in general. I guess that makes sense with the ticker WOOF. 30% short flow. Ooh wee. I think that's the largest number I've seen in a while. I haven't seen 30% short flow on a stock for a long time now. Let's see where this one goes to. Obviously down 5% today. Rejecting VWAP all day. No matter how many times we push up to VWAP, we just keep getting rejected on it. I'm expecting the stock to close under $15 at some point today, but could very easily be wrong on that. don't really have too much experience trading WOOF, I'll be honest with you. So maybe if I can look at some technicals on the long-term chart. Sorry? Did I short Microsoft up there at 281s? Yeah, I had the shorts at 280.
Shorting off that 50.
Oh, no, I didn't do that. Oh, man, it puts up to 50 and then pump back down. We're talking about Microsoft with Sean real quick, and Sean was talking about his re-entry possibilities. But here's WOOF. $17 seems to be some sort of a barrier to the north side. 14 might have some buyers, even though all-time lows around 13. Based on these significant numbers, maybe we see something happening. Sean's making some noise over there about Microsoft because it's pushing back down. Microsoft now once again red on the day. Apple somehow still positive by 0.01%. So let's take Apple to the downside over here with the rest of the market. Apple slightly still near 165. So maybe we can take that Apple short and pray that Microsoft brings Apple to the downside with it. Here's Sean's chart just to show you guys where the reloads took place. Pretty much at the 50-period EMA again, and taking advantage of that range as long as he can. Keep on going short and pop out every time he gets the opportunity to. Loving the scalps over there. Trying to replicate some of that move on my own over here on Apple, but Apple has been a lot stronger than Microsoft, I guess. They've been the same thing. They're doing the same thing. They basically are up and down the same percentages too. So we'll leave that one alone over there. Microsoft did miss out on that opportunity, but maybe we get to capitalize on Apple off of that. Let's head over to Roblox. Actually, Michelle coming in with a super chat. Brad, not financial advice. I love the fact that you start off the statement with that. But $40 is a good level to go long on GME right now. Key level holding support. Thank me later. Yeah, Michelle, for a day trade, obviously, I'm not really looking to trade GME at the moment. No catalyst behind GME today. I guess AMC's move yesterday could have been enough of a catalyst to trade GME today. But there's tons of other stocks over there for myself to take advantage on. I'm trying to do that on Apple right now, which is pushing back to the downside. So maybe that will work for us. Couple other positions that I wanted to go take a look at is Roblox. Here's Roblox pushing back to VWAP. This is why I didn't want to push short around here. I'd much rather just wait for the stock to go to 48.50s. Novavax. Let's see if Novavax pushed down back to $38 or so. No, looks like it wants to go back towards 40. I was short near 42. No, I was short near 41 actually on Novavax. Here's a quick picture of the NASDAQ market, which is pushing back to the low a day, down 1.5% on NASDAQ. And here's your S&P 500 pushing back to lower days also, down about 0.5%.
Guys, quickly revisit Amazon here. This thing did not break 137.16. So my order, 137.16, did not fill, would not have filled, would not have filled. Why did I have it so perfectly from like 1 hour? That's kind of crazy. Blows my mind there. Did you hear what I was saying before? So I short Amazon off 138, and then like when I started the show, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna cover. I'm like, 137.16, like random price. Look at the chart. 137.16. Look at where it's like why, like how? And I didn't get the fill the first time. It literally came down. It's like nope, and then like just no fills over there. Kind of wild. Blows my mind. I covered it. I was like, whatever. I'll just cover it. I mean, yeah, that was the price, right? I got the price. I don't know, actually. I mean, if the market wants to continue. Like, I'm long here, AMD. It's working for me. And, I again, took some off. Now holding the last piece, getting that consolidation. Maybe we get the next leg up. And it really would have to break, I want to say, like if it could break the 50 area and the market, like, sold off. See, like, the Microsoft short that Sean was mentioning was pretty clean, like, off, like, the 50 period. Coming down to VWAP, like that hard sell-off, like was the reason for like the NASDAQ sell-off there. But AMD kind of pulled back a little bit, but still holding trend and maybe good for another leg up, maybe. But again, I did not anticipate this going to 95. If we pop like 94.60, 94.80, like maybe that's a good area to kind of scale out the rest, take it off, just because like this could easily pop, like come here and then kind of sideways and then drop from there. So maybe there's that last leg up, that last push, and I'll take the fill there and then reevaluate for another trade.
Yeah, I'm closing my Apple short here because I don't know. Market does not want to go down. I'm already long market. I'm trying to hedge myself with the Apple short here, but it does not want to work out. So I'm just overthinking myself here. We'll wait and see what happens. HKD, wow, people still look at that position. I forgot that stock even existed. Still at $200 on HKD, 51% down on the day. $500 in pre-market. I guess we do remember seeing this at $1,000, right? I'm expecting the stock to come back down to $40 very soon. The same way MEGL is on its descent to the ground side.
Was it ground side?
Was it
not the downside? It's to the ground side. I love that. Yeah.
But what was the ticker? METL?
MEGL.
MEGL. That's what it was.
NASDAQ,
MEGL. Straight to the ground side, man. It's we're expecting that, right? Obviously, we could be wrong on that one. We're expecting it to go back to the $40 marker for which it was supposed to IPO at.
Yeah,
was at 2,500 for HKD. Wowzers.
I was about to read a comment, but that was in the wrong chat. Was at 2,500? Yeah, exactly. Was at 2,500, and I haven't seen Kai since. I think she retired. She did it. She made it, or she made it. She was like, I'm in. I'm selling at 2,500. She said she's gonna eat her hand if she did. Hopefully she didn't. That was the top. That was an amazing. If you bought the bottom and sold the top, like that's got to be retirement. That's why she's not here anymore. It makes absolute sense.
Who?
Ford having a rough. Yeah, she was the one.
Who are you guys talking about?
Kai in the chat.
Oh.
She was the one who was like, I'm selling if it gets to 2,500. And it went to 2,500. That was the top. And I haven't seen her since. So, like, I think she retired. Somebody's saying, have a look at Ford. Do you think Ford will recover on the day? Like, no, I do not. Like, just looking at this, like, this is, like, straight down. Like, this is probably not recovering. Like, the thing is you're not going to get, like, those crazy, like, bounce moves to the upside. Like, Ford is, like, kind of grinding lower. If we bounce like a little bit. Like if we get a bounce, it's going to be on like the faster moving names. But even these names are not bouncing the way that they could be bouncing, right? So the thing is today, you know, hopefully you were short and you wrote it down. I don't think we're going to get like I mean, whatever. What time is it? 1 o'clock. It's still 1 o'clock. Wow, it feels like kind of 3 o'clock. You know, 1 o'clock. If we're going to continue to get that sell-off action. You know, the market probably has to get a little bit of a bounce going. This is the NASDAQ. It's rejecting VWAP. Maybe like we pop like a little bit, right? We pop like a little bit. And then going into the end of the day, if the market really wants to sell off, like, you know, end of day, that's when you really get the sell-off. Like it will sell off towards the end of the day. So everything's going to move in tandem. So Ford, you know, is gonna pop, but then it's going to drop. It's going to just be sideways. Like it is sideways. And keep in mind that it looks like, oh, wow, look, like it went down so much. But from here to here is like 20, 30 cents. So it's not really that much. And on a percentage basis, like down 3.6%. Not like Tesla, which where is this? Oh, this is actually only down 3%. I thought this was down way more. Okay, not too bad. But yeah, AMD being the kind of sell-off name, down almost 6. And NVIDIA too, yeah, as well. NVIDIA, thank you for that. Or NVIDIA down, yeah, NVIDIA down 5.
To message Sean in chat. Sean, what's your username in chat? Sean Katina?
Let's look here at HLBZ as well. I'm going to like cycle through my watch list again. And guys, let me know if there's anything else that I'm missing. Bro, Ford has neg catalyst. Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't even know. I tend to trade Ford. Like when there's a lot of volume, I trade it. If not, I don't. Luca, what happens when there's big size on the ask? Is the price going to go up or down? So that's like, there's no answer to that. There's no answer. So like, just understand that like, this is the book, right? And I'll use like this as an example, like EFTR, and let me just like make this a little bit bigger for everybody to see. You know, you have the gateways, you have the price, you have the size, right? This is the size. These are in lots. So there's like 90 lots, 1 lot. There's no size on the offer. There's a little bit of size on the bid. The thing is this, right? I like to say you need context. You need to apply context to everything. So EFTR had a run up, right? And now it's like reversing its whole move. So the thing is like at this level, at the 2 level, there could be a lot of size on the bid. And you might think, oh, there's a lot of size on the bid. That means the bid is strong. That means it's going to break 2 and continue. But the reality is that bid could be shorts that are getting squeezed and they have to cover. And people who are just watching, people like myself, I'm looking for a short and they have to cover that short because they were short here. They're getting squeezed. So I'll hit that. I'll hit that size. I'll take that size. There'll be an exchange of the size, right? So the thing is like you might see size on the book, but there might be a trader out there who's like, oh, wow, thank God. Like now I could actually like hit that one level for the size that I wanted, right? So the thing is if down here you get size on the offer, like, size coming up on the offer here, like if I was short from over here and I was somehow magically, I held it all the way down here, and now you're getting like big size, like 1,000 lots come up. And if I have 1,000 lots that I need to cover, I go, oh my goodness. Like, how am I going to work out of 1,000 lots if I'm short 1,000 lots right now? Like, it's going to be tough because, like, if I post it on the bid, no one's going to fill me. It's a crapshoot if they fill me or not. It's relatively big size. The volume kind of died down. So I could hit this, but as soon as I hit it, the market starts seeing my tell, right? So as soon as somebody throws like 1,000 lots on the offer, I go, nice, I'm taking that all, and I'm out of my short. That's like free, like thank God, because how else am I covering that, right? So there's context. You always have to apply context. Don't look at the book and be like, oh, this size is here, and then just make a trade based on the size. Don't say like, oh, it's going to go up, it's going to go down. I'll give you like another scenario too, because obviously like I love reading the tape. I overanalyze the tape definitely, but just kind of like my own experiment. But look at AMD as an example, okay? So AMD now it's like, and I'm still in the AMD long, but there's really no size here. There's really no size. It's like 1 or 2 lots. We could filter this, right? So wait a second. Let's filter this very quickly for everything above 1 just to make it a little bit cleaner, right? So you have, really, there's no size. There's no size. Like 10 lots, 12 lots on the offer, like nothing too crazy, bunch of 3s and 2s, whatever. So here's the thing. If when we were back at 94, right, and I'm going to bring this up on the chart as well. If when we were back at 94, it's selling off, there's a lot of aggressive selling, and when I say aggressive selling, there's a lot of red prints. People are selling into the bids. If we're selling off, now the selling stops, and big size comes on the offer, and I'm talking like 200, 300, 500 lots, like, 50,000 shares, whatever. It comes on the offer like 5 cents higher. If the market runs to that and takes it out, and it actually gets the full fill, like that's a tell. That's telling you something. And I think within my experience, obviously you need context, but what I kind of take from that situation is there was a lot of selling. The selling now stopped. There's big size on the offer, and everyone's like, uh-oh, this is like the last chance to like get filled on the offer, like get that offer for size before we like reverse and go to the upside. So just watch, I would say like watch how size interacts with price. If it fills very quickly, does it go to the size, then it starts midpointing? Does it fill the size? Does the size get pulled? Like these are all questions that you have to ask yourself in real time. That's why it's easier for you to just create an algo and then run it based on the inputs as opposed to making decisions in real time because everyone else is running their algos and it's tough, right? It's tough. So don't obviously over trade around this because you'll just get chopped up by algos. But there is some tell in the tape, but just understand that you need to apply context. There needs to be context. And it's going to be different every single time. And it doesn't mean you're going to be right or wrong. There's no magic formula. It's just a little bit of help. It's like in poker. When you're playing poker, some guy's like rubbing his eye, then he rubs his left eye. And you're like, ooh, rubbed his left eye. What does that mean? That might not mean anything. Might just mean like now he's itching on the left side. But, could mean something, right? And if you pick it up, it might be there for a little while. And then things are always changing. So you have to adapt with the market.
All right, thank you, Luca, for allowing me to do some work over there for the YouTube chat. Now I've made it so if you used ! Neil, Sean, whatever, not only does it throw out the Instagram and the Twitter, it also will throw out what their username is in the chat, so people will not be struggling on that realm to tag people. Oh, I like how that face goes right over my face. That's pretty awesome. Hey. Oh, that's me right there when my shorts are not working, like right now, market popping right back to the upside. But guess what? We're not short anything anyways. We're long the NASDAQ market at the moment. So clearly, we don't have to worry about that the angry face. We got the smiley face going on. Market's been very, very nice to us today. Thank you, market, for such a great day for myself. Loving the opportunities and hoping to keep on putting the damage. Lunchtime has come to an end. It is 1:22 Eastern Standard Time, but the unofficial lunchtime, in my opinion, ends at 2 o'clock when Neil, Sean, and Brendan come back to the show. Keep in mind that's a whole different show. Make sure to smash that like button on that show, but more importantly, smash the like button on this show to show your love to Luca, show your love to myself over here, and even Sean, who's been sharing his trades all day during his off time. You know, it's his off time. It's his time to relax. But here he is talking about trades in the chat, sharing some trades for you guys, making sure that all of us are able to capitalize on some of these moves that the market has been presenting us with. Where is Ian? He was supposed to be here today, but he's sick. I think he had some sort of food poisoning, right? Is that what he had? Like stomach flu, food poisoning? Not sure what the guy ate, but hopefully he gets better. Get well soon, Ian. And you know, all prayers to my guy. Hopefully he's all good on that side. Will AMC go positive? That's a question to the trading gods, and I'm not sure the trading gods will even be able to answer that because, you know, markets has been bleeding pretty hard today, man. Markets are red. AMC's down 7%. That being said, we've seen AMC be down 5% on the day and then end up 15% on the day. So anything is possible.
Yeah, and you know, like, I don't know if you guys have this kind of, you know, this is my problem. I'm like, well, I paid for shorts on the name, so go back up and give me another short opportunity. But yeah, no, if it doesn't, whatever is what it is. Kind of cheesed about that 22 long that I had, but whatever, let it go. Somebody saying in the chat, is it legal to have a call and a put at the same time on the same ticker?
No, isn't that a spread?
No, like, yeah. So there's different ways that you can buy and sell options. For the most part, you know, if the broker is selling it to you, it's legal, and you know, not necessarily means that you should buy everything they sell. But yeah, for the most part, we're getting a pop here on AMD actually. So wait a second.
Poppity pop on the market.
Yeah, we're getting
too.
a pop on AMD. You know what? I'm out. This is where I wanted to get out. I'm not convinced I think this pop's going to be short-lived. Now, if we go to 95 in the next 5 minutes, whatever, we go to 95 without me. Winning trade there. Pretty excited. Look at this. The scalp, the win. Then I'm like, okay, now it's time for the Momo. And I don't know what made me do it. It's just like, okay, this is like, there's a lot of volume. Like, let me get in and out, more size, scalp it for the win. Very nice. Now I'm like, now let me take a little bit of less size and go for the move because I think the move is coming. Pretty solid trade. Absolutely happy about that one. And, you know, yeah, now that I'm out, it's going to go up, but whatever. Okay, yeah. So, and yeah, you know, like in terms of like calls and puts, like you could have, like there's like a way to straddle, right? So you buy calls, you buy puts. Calls, you want the stock to go up. Puts, you want the stock to go down. If you think, I don't know if it's going to go up or down, but I know it's going to go up and down by a large amount, then you're straddling it, meaning you have calls and puts at the same price, at the same strike, same expiry. And essentially, like if you get that outsized move, then you make money. It doesn't matter which way it goes. Now you're probably wondering, for anybody who doesn't know options, what is the catch? It sounds too good to be true. Well, it is too good to be true. There's something called implied volatility, and essentially implied volatility is there is no free lunch. The market knows everything and more than you do, right? So it priced in the moves to the upside, it priced in the moves to the downside, and unless there is an outsized move more than what the market expected, then you're not going to make money. And so that's basically implied volatility, essentially saying there's historical volatility, meaning this is the history of AMD. This is how crazy it went. This is the historical volatility. What is the future volatility? Well, I'm gonna make the assumption, aka the implied volatility, is that because of the historical volatility, because you know, we're going into the CPI, there's a lot of volume. It's a higher relative volume. It's down more on the day. The future implied move on this thing is that it's not going to be at this exact price. Like, it's going to move. It's either going to go up, it's either going to go down, it can get back down to the lows, it could get back to VWAP, like that is expected. So if you straddle right now, which doesn't make any sense, but for example purposes, if you straddle this area right now for end of day, which again doesn't make sense, but this for example purposes, you know, the implied volatility will tell you that, like, look, unless it moves down to 93 or above like 96.6, like you are not going to get paid. So even though it moves, if it closes at 96, you don't get paid because the implied volatility was high, and so the price of the contract is high. So that's my little spiel on options there. It's not illegal, but just make sure that you are not writing them if you don't know what you're doing, because that is unlimited liability. And yeah, that's how people get smoked. I hate to see it, hear the stories, and it kind of scares me. So I will say that every time. Do not write.
A phase scam. Sorry, phase clan. Sorry. That's what I meant to say. I meant to say phase clan, not phase scam. But yeah, 20% to the upside today for phase scam. Sorry, I keep saying scam. I meant clan. I keep saying I want to say clan, you know, but I can't help it when a company so beautiful has hit the markets overall. But yeah, phase 19% today, a new all-time high coming in. Looks like we want to keep launching above $17 over here. 17 not on the bids, however. There we go, 17 on the bids now. Let's see if we can hold 17 on the bids so we can continue bringing in the volume to the north side. Look at those buy action coming in. The volume spike also at the right time of the day, I guess, as lunchtime has come to an end. We're breaking out the day's high and we're bringing in some volume to bring in that oomph behind the day's high. Now the question is, can we hold 17 on the bids for phase scam?
Yeah, and George saying, but anyways, writing calls are fine if covered. Yeah, exactly. Just make sure you cover yourself. Because, I mean, in this market, man, like, things are crazy, right? Things are crazy. Like imagine, there's big money right now that are taking their bets and, like, way smarter than I am, like 100%. And, you know, they are saying, like, look, Royal Caribbean Cruise, as an example, it just doesn't make sense that they're not worth this price, so I'm going to short them. But you gotta they gotta be covered, right? They cover themselves for sure. Even like these guys that are like AMC, and okay, I have another different speculation, but even like people that are like, oh, I'm short AMC, come at me, apes, like they cover themselves. Like, they gotta be covered. There's no way they're like in this environment that they're doing unlimited risk for very little upside reward. It makes no sense. So people cover themselves, and so should you.
Brad gonna get served up court papers for calling phase scam. I mean, dude, they're already getting served up court papers every single day. All the creators and the you know what? Actually, Fahad said don't make fun of them too much because he has friends in this company that he actually makes money off of the scams over there, right, Fahad? That's what you said. I remember you saying that. But no, look. I don't need to tell you what they do. You can Google it. You can go on that side. And I'm not defamation their name, right? They defamated their own name over there. They also defecated on their own name too. So it's I'm just speaking facts at this point, right? I'm just speaking facts. You can't shoot the messenger for saying actual factual things. But what's actually happening is this stock is popping like crazy. We're seeing 17 hold on the bid. I did say we need to see 17 hold. It held, and now the bids are stepping up. The volume's still coming in. The spread is closing down, so the stock is getting ready for another breakout for the north side. 1757, the new high a day. I think there's an opportunity. If volume comes in like that, there we go. Spreads opening up again. Some mid-print buys coming in. Oh, some above the ask buys coming in. So that's clearly spread closing up again. That means buyers are stepping up. Buyers are stepping up and the sellers are moving higher. Spread's opening up one more time. Let's see the spread close. Spread close. There you go. That's what we want to see. We want to see buyers step up. Step it up, buyers. This is probably Scam Pepper buying the shares right now so he could rug pull you guys later on, honestly. Or FaZe Banks buying it to rug pull later on. So be careful. But at the end of the day, it is bringing in some buyers. Orders are stepping up. That's what you want to see when the stock is going higher. You want to see the bid step up. You want to see the ask kind of run away from them, and then you want to see the bids chase them and smash the ask and smash above the ask. So clearly, wanting to go higher is FaZe Clan.
Yeah, somebody asking, how can a garbage like that even find a bank to IPO and not a single report on their financials? I don't know, like, did they IPO or did they merge? Because sometimes there's like alternative routes. No, I guess they did. I guess they IPO'd. Yeah, they probably IPO'd. But yeah, I mean, like, the thing is this, right? If there's potential interest, you know, like bankers aren't dumb, right? Like they do their due diligence. They figure out, okay, can I get out here? Oh, it was a SPAC. Okay, I think it was SPAC. Okay, yeah. So that's the thing. It's not like it's like a different alternative route. Yeah, you know, different ways of kind of how they go about it. But overall, I mean, I really got no like opinions on this name. I'm just looking at it and I see the spread's like 5 cents and I go, no chance. I'm not trading this. Maybe it could have justified a day one or when volume picks up, but I would love for this thing to, you know, go to like 50 and just make a real trade of this. Like at this point, like here's the thing, right? Like see how it's like barcoding over here? It's barcoding. Now it breaks out. Like you get the small caps that like break out and then they reverse, right? For example, EFTR. It's like I expected this move to come. I just thought we were going to break two. I missed the trade. I didn't want to chase. Whatever. That's my own fault. But with FaZe, I'm not expecting like that move. I think like there's no room to the upside from a day trade. There's no room to the downside. So it's a stay away for me for sure.
I know you guys love hearing us talk. I mean, I love hearing myself talk, but more importantly, let's go see what Brendo has to say about money talks.
Hi guys, yeah, quick update for you on currency markets. As of right now, pretty quiet still outside of crypto, still moving to the downside. We're chopping around here at 23,000 for Bitcoin, but big move down early on this morning. Otherwise, though, pretty quiet as I mentioned. US dollar is negative, but starting to bounce a little bit off of what we saw early this morning, again ahead of tomorrow morning. Just confirm we're going to come on a couple of minutes early tomorrow to bring you that CPI data at 8:30. Euro 0.2 to the upside. Canadian dollar 0.27 downside today. Choppy day overall, back and forth. But as I said, Bitcoin, Ethereum leading the way as far as laggards, 5%, 3% for each. Guys, back to you.
Take it easy on my mod there, or I will hit the hammer myself, okay? I don't know why you're in the chat yelling at Bears versus Bull like that. You better take it easy on him, or I will pull out the Thor hammer, or I got Sean right next to me. He's going to pull out the Thor hammer too. So don't make me pull that hammer out, okay? Apple going back above 165. So clearly the longs in the market are working out. Longs in the space are looking to keep on being fruitful, but Nasdaq not being able to hold up above 13K right now. Nasdaq still struggling to get back above 13K. Let's see if we can do that, because once we get back above 13K, I think what we're watching on Microsoft and Apple over here. Look at Microsoft once again up 0.3% on the day. Apple up 0.2% on the day. But that means it's going to be perfect opportunities to reload on the shorts on Microsoft around 281.50s, around $282 or so on, and you know, we're getting a nice little pop. Another half an hour or so left in the market here for us. We'll see if we're able to take advantage of the market for the next half an hour over here. So is FaZe public? Yeah, FaZe is a public stock now. They finally did manage to find a bank to IPO through. Or was it a SPAC, right? It was a SPAC merger for FaZe?
Yeah, that's what they said.
It was a SPAC merger, so it's not an IPO straight through. It was a SPAC merger for them, and a successful merger, obviously. We'll see where they head over to from there on. You know, I wish nothing but the best for almost every company, but Peloton. But we'll see where FaZe goes to from here on out, obviously. YT don't like bad words. Yeah, YouTube doesn't like bad words, and we like the fact that YouTube doesn't like bad words. You know, we keep it nice and clean, family friendly. I get a little out of hand with the family friendly part sometimes with my jokes, but you know, we're trying to keep it nice, family friendly, entertaining, and also educating the traders. And part of it, honestly, I was talking to Greg about this. Doing the show has made me a better trader, because teaching is learning and learning is teaching. So vice versa, it's a whole circle that we're going through over here. Not that I'm in a footstep to be like Sean or Neil or Greg to like teach millions and millions of people, but in my 2 years of experience, I'm glad that I get to say the same things again and again, which kind of, you know, installed that thing into my head. It's almost hardwires that line into my head, which is take profits or wait for your setups and risk management, risk to rewards, and so on. So I appreciate this position that I've been given over here to be able to talk to all 5,000, 4,000 of your beautiful faces on a daily basis. And I hope that you guys enjoy what we do. And the only way we see that you guys enjoy what we do is if you smash that like, that subscribe, the notification bell. And for all of you who are members, long-term members specifically, man, hats off to you guys for coming in every single day and you know, trading, listening, communicating, hanging out in the chat. Pat yourselves on the back. We finally hit 330,000 subscribers, baby. Let's go.
Nice. I'm long AMC. I don't know why, but I think, like, I kind of get a feel that, like, maybe, like, and I'm just kind of like zooming out here. Like, maybe so see this bounce here? Like, not really a bounce, but like kind of moved back up. I think maybe we could get that again. And if we don't, and if we continue to sell off and we hit SSR, then we'll see what happens there. So yeah, around 2160 SSR level. Maybe we go for it, maybe we don't. But yeah, I kind of like that SSR area there. So that's kind of my logic on this long, just kind of getting in front of that level. A little bit of a smaller size. This is more of like this isn't like a setup per se for me. This is more of like I think this is going to go up. I think it's going to go up, put my money where my mouth is, and we'll see where it goes. But yeah, size accordingly. Sir, this is a casino. Yeah. AMC to 34 and halt. That would be insane. If I'm long now and we go to 34 and we halt, well, it halt before that. But if it halts, if it goes to the upside now, I'll probably add to it if it goes wild. But if we go to the upside and we halt, I will hold. I will hold for 34 because, yeah, that's kind of like 32, 34 is like that kind of crazy level. And if we get above 27.50, like things go wild. But kind of sucks because, you know, like the BBBY, BBB, did I say too many? No, BBBY, you know, the all-day fade like shows that it's done. Like it's done. It's not coming back. There's no way. I don't believe it. This thing is absolutely dead. You know, super drop from 12 down, bottomed out at 880. So what does that say about AMC? Like there was a lot of selling yesterday and today. Like overall selling, obviously like it went up, but like that's the level, right? So yeah, if we get back above, like which will be all the way up here, if we get back here, like then there'll be more fireworks. But yeah, AMC is done. I think so.
A couple viewers in the chat talking about how they had a bad day or so on. I apologize for that. Obviously, anytime anyone's having a bad day, it's not fun. But what I do want to say real quick is focus on having another day. You want to make sure, this is something that Neil has actually put into my head, which is the market will stay irrelevant stronger than you can stay solvent, which means the market will be more crazy, more absolutely bonkers and irrational longer than you can be there to take the next trade, right? So make sure you're able to take a break. Go take a break. Go for a walk. Come back tomorrow if you feel that bad about today. Nothing wrong with feeling bad. Honestly, feeling bad means you know that you messed up. You know where you messed up, hopefully, and you can fix that tomorrow or somewhere down the road. But not knowing where you went wrong will be the first mistake. And the second mistake will be continuously going back at it, trying again and again and again, getting beat up and blowing that account. If you blow up your account, you're not going to have a tomorrow to try it all over again, right? If you go to a casino, if you're playing blackjack and you go in with $500, you want to make sure you can at least play like 20, 30 hands of blackjack, right? Or 50 hands of blackjack, which means you got to know exactly how much money you can take on each hand. And if you're winning, when can you double up? When can you not double up? All of that risk management, being able to play the next hand on the blackjack table, on the roulette table, or on the poker table is what you want to make sure you want to do. This market will be crazy every single day. And when it's not, you don't have to make that trade. That's the beauty about it. You know, at a casino, you got to play the next hand if you want to participate or so. But over here, if you don't see a trade in it, you don't have to participate. You can move on from it, come back another day, and I would urge you to do the same. Go take a break, go for a walk, maybe go do something you enjoy doing. I personally, on a bad day, I like to go out and go glut myself on some fatty foods. And whatever it is that you want to do, go do that. Go find something that makes you happy. Come back tomorrow with a fresh mind, fresh start, brand new page, and we'll damage the market tomorrow, my friend. We're here for all of you. You know it. I hope that helps for you on the mental aspect, because trust me, once your mental shot, it takes a lot to bring back the mental, man. I had my mental destroyed itself not too long ago, and thank you to my friends, you know, Ian, Luca, Spencer. They held me down. They held me down. Constant messages of, yo, bro, we got you. You know, let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. And here I am now on a whole new spectrum, feeling great, feeling like my passion's back, my fire is back under my heart, and we're here to put some damage in the stock market. As you guys can see, hopefully, you know, my mood from 2 weeks ago to now is in a whole different bag, man. We're ready to get back to the Trader Pratt that you guys remember watching.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. One thing I want to add to that as well is, like, you know, trading is difficult. And I said this before. Trading, it's difficult. It's a very, very challenging game. You're going to lose all the time, right? So if you're somebody that is not okay with rejection, you have to either get comfortable with rejection or get out of the business very quickly, because you're going to take multiple losses, and you know, it's not a loss if you learn from it, right? So obviously, every experience, whether good or bad, has some type of value. You have to extract that value and try to be better. I like to simplify things and just tell myself, like, I'll say this to myself, I'll say this to anybody else, I'll say this to you guys. You know, your job is to take good trades. All you need is one good trade a day, one really good idea that comes through, and you're solid, right? Take good trades. So what does that mean? Take good fills. Just take good fills. You know you're getting in. You know you're getting out. Punch out when you're wrong. Stay the course if it's working for you. And your job is to just be better than you were yesterday. Be better than you were yesterday, and that's a win, right? Did you do all you could have done today? Like yesterday I had a fabulous day. I had an amazing day, and it's funny because people in the chat were like, "Oh, Luca's defeated, getting killed," and I'm like, yes, but no, but I'm doing well. Like I had a great day, and today I'm not having a great day. Like I'm having a worse day than I did yesterday. But I ask myself, did I do everything that I could have done? And the answer today is, for the most part, yeah. I think I've done everything that I could have done, give or take. There's probably one HLBZ trade that I could have done a little bit better. But for next time, I think I'll be ready. I'll be, I'm getting better every single day. And then when I come in tomorrow, take good fills. There's bad fills out there. There's terrible fills. And believe me, when you're in a bad fill, you'll be like, I'm in a bad fill, and I know this is a bad fill. So just kind of, don't have an ego about it. It's not about being right. Just kind of, if it's working for you, great. If it's not, just get out and, keep your losses small. And yeah, it does suck to lose, but it gets easier. Like the more that you lose, you want to make 10K a day, you want to make 50K a day, you want to make 300K a day. Like learn how to lose 10K a day. Like
maybe not.
No, I'm not even kidding.
Maybe
I'm not even kidding. Learn how to
10K a
lose
day.
10K a day. Learn how to mentally come back from 10K a day. I'm telling you. There is no trader out there that's making $100,000 a day who didn't lose $100,000 in a day. I'm telling you, it doesn't work like that. So mentally understand that you have to overcome these hurdles, right? It sounds weird when I say it out loud. I understand that. But listen, you want to make $500 a day and you're a $50 a day trader, like you're going to have to lose $500 a day, then you're going to make $500 a day, and it's going to get easier. And this guy, blah, blah, these guys get a salary. Yeah, sure, but I wish.
This guy doesn't even have a salary.
Dude, I'm here trading for real. Yeah. And it's tough. It's tough to sit here and trade and interact. It's super challenging, but I like the challenge. I'm a very competitive person. That's why I preach this stuff, because I am literally living it. So I'm here telling you guys, and I'm like, it's like there's no secret formula over here. You just got to kind of roll with the punches, roll with the tide, see what happens. That's why I say, let's see where this one goes. I have no idea what's going to happen next. But, it's exciting, it's challenging, it's fun. But, yeah, definitely a lot of stress. It can get to you. So vacation days are key.
I hope I never lose 10K in a day, but if you want to make 100K in a day, there's got to be somewhere where you lost 10K in a day, right? It's got to be.
It's a one-to-one.
The number one trader in day trade the world has not made 100K in a day without losing at least. I mean, we know that person's highest LFT was, and it's about like a ridiculous number. But we know exactly how much this person lost on a specific day from the high of from the highs, and they still ended more than like my net income of me being alive. So it's like, that's how big of a trader you want to be. That's how much you got to be willing to lose sometimes, right? So hats off to that trader. Hopefully one day I actually get to talk to that person in real life. We have interviews of that person on Trader TV Live. So maybe if you go to the interviews, you find that person. I don't want to say that person's name out loud. If you find it, you find it. If not, you don't. I'm just going to leave it at that spot. How much do you normally lose before you understand you made a bad fill? It depends on the type of trade and the type of setup, I guess, right? Some stocks, for example, Apple and Microsoft, you got to be willing to give it a little bit more wiggle room as they have those, as Luca calls it, nasty flashes, teleports, and they pop 30, 40 cents. So you can't give Apple and Microsoft like 20 cents of risk or 10 cents of risk and be like, oh, I got stopped out. Oh, right? You can't be complaining about that. But for stocks such as like Palantir, SoFi, 5 cents of risk is more than enough based on how far away from a key level you're taking a trade and so on, right? Multiple things, multiple factors come into that to focus on. FaZe Clan over here now getting above $18 while we're talking about a little bit of a motivational conversation. You know, I was helping out one of the viewers. Luca was adding on to it. Hopefully you guys found some notes in there to help yourself out on your mental aspect. But here's FaZe Clan during that whole speech was attempting to keep on going higher and did so successfully. Volume not really going down on FaZe just yet. Almost as high as the opening candles themselves, up 30% right now for FAZE. Let's see if we can break $19 and create and make that the new all-time high.
There's another thing, guys, that I wanted to say. So, yeah, AMC, let's just cover these positions here quickly. Palantir, it's not working for me. This thing is testing 9. At this point, now that we're at 9, we're probably going to break, and I'm not really sure we're coming back. So I'm going to get out of that one. It's a losing trade. I think I lost like 10 cents on it. So, you know, I thought we could have bounced. We didn't. We're probably, like, there's like 2,000 lots at 9. But the thing is like, I think we'll probably break this. Like, we got the volume spike there. So I'm done with that trade. Take the L there. AMC working for me, and somebody's like, hey, I jumped on board, I got some calls, so you're not lonely. So yeah, you know, like, hopefully this thing keeps working. Like, I would think, like, you know, this thing, you know, maybe there's room to get to like the 50 cent area, like back up to these range over here. We had a double top, maybe we get like some more action. Let's see if it rejects 22.20 or keeps going. And that's it, just in this position, basically 13 cents in the money, which for AMC is kind of flattish, but, you know, still working, so pretty happy with it. And then there was something that I was going to say, and now I just forgot off the top of my head. All right, maybe if I remember, I'll bring it up again.
Sorry about that. I was playing with this. I didn't even have my headphones in, but I knew what Lucas was shaking his head for and getting mad for, because apparently you can hear my little juice box games that I'm playing over here. Anyways, we'll put that one away. We have about 10 minutes in the market over here. Let's see what stocks you guys are looking at. Zoom being called out by the SPAC. I can't remember what Super SPAC, is that your name? Yeah, Super SPAC Man. There you go. Super SPAC Man calling out Zoom once again because it went to 106. I remember you calling out the short from 106 back to 105. I didn't like it, so I stayed away from it. Good trade, though, because you got another $1 per share profit on that. Did not manage to break 105 once again is Zoom, and the market cannot break the lower days, man. Market just does not want to break the lows, wants to keep on trading above it. So focusing on all those variables, I think Zoom is going to bounce off 105 here one more time. I think the lower day is just a couple pennies below 105. Let me go confirm that. Lower day is, yeah, just a couple pennies below 105. So that looks like a fail break of 105 to the downside. I'm expecting buyers to come in on Zoom near 105 for the rest of the day. Trade sideways unless obviously some catalyst comes into the market which makes it break the lower day. Then we could expect Zoom to break the lower day also. Look at Microsoft right now pushing back to the higher days to $282. MSFT up 0.5% on the day now, and Apple only up 0.1% on the day. Around VWAP, around 50 period EMA. S&P 500 also creating a green candle on the 5-minute chart. NASDAQ trying to stay above 13,000 at the moment.
Yeah, so I just remembered what I wanted to say. It was in regards to John saying, how much do you normally lose before you understand that you made a bad fill? So this is like generally speaking, and everybody has a different answer to this, but it's like if you're, and it depends on experience too, right? If you've been trading every single day for, call it like 3 years, okay? You've been a day trader for 3 years, you should have like a general feel of the market, a feel for yourself, a feel for your setups, right? If you take a fill, right, and you're offside right away, you're wrong, it's just not working for you, and you lose the trade, then you try again, and then you lose the trade again. It's like 2-3 times you're wrong. It's like maybe you're not seeing what's going on, right? Are your stops too tight? Did you take too much size and you're worried? Or are you just not seeing the market right? If everything else is in check, like your stops are not tight, they're in the correct spot, you took the right amount of size, you got the fill, whatever. And if you're just wrong, like, do not try to hit that opportunity. And this is the problem that I have. This is why I'm saying this, because I literally don't know when to let things go. I'm like, well, I want the 94 bounce on AMD here. So, AMD better bounce. And if it's not going to bounce without me, like, and old me, you will not be able to see the candles because I'm here not missing a chance to get the bounce. But in the process of doing that, over trading, even when I get the bounce, I don't make as much, right? So take a step back, let it work for you. And if you're not seeing the market right, 2-3 times, I even want to say 2 times. If you're wrong 2 times, like, take a walk, relax. Maybe it's not working for you. Maybe the market's not conducive with your strategy. Maybe you're an aggressive momentum trader and the VIX is not high, so things aren't giving you the volatility you want to see. Maybe it's summertime, so liquidity is a little bit lower. So there's all these things, but as a general rule of thumb, like, I tell myself, like, look, if I'm wrong like 2, maybe 3 times, give or take, or like within like a risk band, then I'm gonna walk away from this idea, and if it works without me, it works without me. Whatever is what it is. But that's kind of my take on the situation, just kind of like from my experience, like live and learn. And yeah, AMC slowly working, 23 cents in the money. If we get up to like the 50 cent mark, like, I think I'm taking it off in front of that.
Yeah, I was just having a conversation with Sharif over there as to what he was buying. I guess he was buying some toiletries. I need to go buy some too. And you said it was on sale at Shoppers? Everything at Shoppers on sale? Ah, okay. Now, I was gonna say, like, everything, I'm about to go clean that place out, boy. Inflation's already screwing me right now. I need sales across the board. Where's that Walmart rollback on those prices? Come on, I need those cheaper Old Spice stuff. You know, I'm an Old Spice guy. For those of you, hey, Old Spice, how about some sponsorship, huh? That'd be a pretty good deal too. Some Old Spice sponsorships. Yeah, look at this guy whistling. Power. Hopefully, Power Hour coming in and actually brings in some power in the market and helps it stay somewhat afloat, not too far to the downside is what I would pray from the Power Hour here. Market sadly been sour all day, so I'm praying that the Power Hour doesn't turn into a sour hour and extends the losses that we're already looking at. S&P 500 has been doing pretty good, though only down 0.5% today. It's mainly NASDAQ that I'm worried about. Here's NASDAQ that you're looking at currently above 13,000, and I'm 8 points in the money on my NASDAQ long, but I'm just gonna cover the trade. Hello, where's my GTFO keys not working? Why?
Okay, guys, I just remembered the other thing I was gonna. Sorry, I just remembered the other thing I was gonna say. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna say two things here. Then I say the first one, and then I'm like, oh man, what was the second one there? So there's epic, and I want to tell this to everybody watching. There's epic quotes that I'm learning being in the trading community. Like, for example, the one we say from Greg: make the money, keep the money, drink the beers. Now, he's a risk manager for the floor, so like it's a pretty epic quote coming from him. Like I love the quote, and I'm writing like a book of quotes with all these legendary quotes. So guys, at any point, if you have kind of trading quotes or you kind of think of these quotes off the top of your head, you know, feel free to send them through trading related, preferably, just to kind of add to my book. Somebody else had a pretty sick quote, and it was like, oh man, I don't remember off the top of my head now. It was like,
I know what your quote.
What?
You can't be making millions if you're in the washroom. Now that's a quote right there. Now that's a quote that you put on the shirt.
That
can't
might
be
not
making millions if you're in the washroom.
So win or lose, hit the booze. There you go. That's Spencer's quote. Drink the tears is cooler. Yeah. See the quote for there was context there, but I'm gonna leave it at that. There was another quote too, and if I remember it, but it was something about burn money. Okay, maybe say something and let me just think very quickly.
I'm just trying to find that picture of that shirt that I posted for you guys about the quote that you put into our group conversation. So this is what it was: you can't be in the zone if you're in the washroom. So that's what the quote was. Yeah. Obviously, there's a little bit of an inside joke over here. We already told you what happened to Ian. I guess you guys can tie the dots with washroom and Ian's stomach flu over there. So you can't be in the zone if you're sitting in the washroom all day. So good luck to Ian over there. Obviously, we're praying for him. Hopefully, he gets better and healthier.
I'm reading the quotes that are coming through here, and I like these. Like, scared money don't make money. Like, that one's like...
Scared money don't make money. That's from a rap song,
Dreams don't work unless you do. See, even like the simple things, like, you know, I say we didn't come all this way to not take the size. So, like, obviously I have my setups and how much they make. And, like, if I, for some whatever reason, start, like making crazy amounts of money on, like, one setup, like, I'm coining the setup, you know? And I'm going to have, like, a shirt, like, we didn't come all this way to not take the size. So you know,
like, come this far to come this far.
Yeah, exactly. The trend is your friend. You know, sell the rip, buy the dip. Like, these are
Microsoft.
Even ones that like you guys like think off the top of your head, not like the main ones that everyone knows, because everybody like is unique, right? And some people come with like crazy quotes, and I'm like, wow, like where'd you get that from? And they're like, I made it off the top of my head. So like if you think of like something super original. Yeah, keep them coming, and yeah, just let me know anytime.
He who lives by the crystal ball is destined to trip and fall.
See, like that one. That's interesting. I've never heard that one before. You know,
no risk, no Rari.
No
that's
risk,
a good
no
one.
Rari, yep.
But here's Microsoft, man, breaking 282, new high a day coming in for Microsoft as we head towards the power hour. Looks like we're not gonna have a sour hour. My MNQ position now 30 points in the money. I capitalized some for 15 points in the money, but now 30 points on the money on the MNQ MNQ long. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's see if we can get that move to V VWAP, man. Beautiful reads on MNQ today all day, like an absolute specialist on these reads. Even Zoom right now popping above 105. It looks like that long on 105 holding true still, not looking to go down just yet. 33 points on the MNQ long futures, man. Absolutely loving it, but I'm so puzzled with Microsoft today, honestly. Look at Microsoft absolutely launching towards the north side, now up 0.75%, whereas Apple is just hanging out, not really doing anything. Still under the high a day for Apple, up 0.37, and at NASDAQ futures heading towards VWAP, which is at 13,040. I think I'm going to take my out here, not complain too much. What am I doing? Oh, no. I went short NQ, and then I'm still long MNQ. So that would have been bad. That would have been very bad. I got out of my MNQ. I got out of my NQ trade for a profit. I just can't make mistakes today.
Nice.
I just can't make mistakes today.
Some days it be like that. Some days it be like that. And yeah, AMC working. Somebody saying already out 60%. Congrats. That was solid. That was a solid trade. I kind of looked at it. I was like, you know what? Like, and here's another quote. You know, if the long is wrong, do not abort the short, and vice versa. You know, if abort the short, then the long can't be wrong. So here we go to the upside. We're like 30 cents in the money. I'm gonna patiently wait for the fill. I think we could test like 38s, like 44s. We're holding trend. If we break back down, I'll cut it out. Whatever. You know, let it go there. But yeah, no, it kind of feels good to the upside. You know, maybe more room to go. Feels like that aggressive selling is done, right? It's like there was that aggressive selling. The pace of the tape changed. And that's kind of my logic for like, okay, this is kind of the bottom. I don't really think anybody's selling it anymore. We probably due for another pop. So, you know, that was kind of my logic there. Looking good and pretty happy with it. And yeah, let's quickly revisit Microsoft because Neil said 282 break. Yeah, 282. Oh, wow, 282 is actually super nice. Nice trade to anybody who had that there. Oh, that was actually pre-market high.
Where's this from?
Yeah, nice. Super clean. What?
Where is this from?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Somebody, I found
what
that.
What are these, though? Are these like the Samurai Jack ones?
That's like the, if you show Prad's screen over here, we'll show you guys what we're looking at. This is like a meme. Or not a meme, but it's like a, you know, I found this obviously online. And
is this from Samurai Jack?
I don't know.
I think this is from Samurai Jack.
But everybody,
right,
I'm sure you guys know the like this kind of meme or this GIF or whatever, and kind of how they use it. And I don't even know why. Those are the things, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I just found it, pulled it up, but I was wondering what those dragons were. I'm not sure if that was Dragon Ball Z or is that Samurai Jack? I don't know. Either way, doesn't matter. Market pushed up to my targets, gave me my profits, and we're capitalizing on that. Only 10-15 seconds left over here. Please make sure to smash that like button, hit that subscribe button, ring that notification bell, do all the things that help us out on the YouTube algorithm for this show, but not only for this show, make sure you do it for the closing show because it's going to be a whole brand new show and the number will be brand new number for the like counts and so on. So smash it for that one too. I enjoyed my day here today. I hope Luca did the same. We pray that you guys turn your day around if you had a bad day or continue to add to your P&L if you had a great day. Good luck in the power hour. I hope it doesn't turn sour. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. Ciao.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock, let's get going. A couple hours left on a negative kind of trading day. I'm just watching NVAX was popping back up on volume coming off of an absolute disaster of a report, but trying to get back to the upside right now. Anyways, that doesn't matter. Let's have a look at where the market is at the moment. 1.23 for the NASDAQ to the downside, quarter of